Arc 8, Chapter 39. Laughter of the One Unbounded. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 1, Machine translated by Archbishop Datches M. Punibaba, proofread by Archbishop Hash 750, Archbishop Dylan, Archbishop Seal, Archbishop Japanese to English, checking by Archbishop Rejasu, art sources. Magician. Cecilus Segmund was a stargazer. Stargazer, in a sense different to the official position of the Valetian Empire, to which Ubilk, who was one among them, had been appointed by Vincent Valetia for the first time. He was a stargazer in the original sense of the expression, bestowed with a commandment. They were beings that would relinquish anything and everything in order to fulfill their grand purpose. The compulsive force that acted on a person vested in a commandment, thus becoming a stargazer, was quite strong. It was endowed with power to interfere with human life, such that it could provide a mere male, prostitute the influential voice, to frequent the palace, as to provide the emperor with his opinion, that it could cause a frail mother to forget the love she felt for the daughter to whom she had given birth while on the verge of death, that it could easily make someone abandon the objective they had devoted their entire life to the point of even contemplating suicide for that purpose. Upon receiving their commandment, many stargazers would have the lives they had been leading till that point distorted, coerced, being forced to alter the principles of their way of life, and they did not consider that as a tragedy. No matter how abnormal, how pitiful it might seem to those around them, that was how it was. Amidst those stargazers, Rowan Segmund stood as the sole exception. After all, the commandment bestowed upon him overlapped with the great ambition he had aimed for originally. Henceforth, it did not seem to those around him that his way of life had been distorted. Only the person in question held that impression. How the wish he held dearest and the commandment he had been bestowed came to a compromise, and how his current faith had been established have already been delved into. Thus, they shall be omitted. What shall be discussed here is the being who had been born into this world as the end result of the commandment bestowed upon Rowan Segmund, Cecilus Segmund, the fact that he too was a stargazer, and the reality that, among the stargazers, Cecilus Segmund was the sole one unbounded. Cecilus, with the hem of his hokkama fluttering in the blowing wind, rested his hand on his forehead to make a visor as he gazed out into the scenery of the distance. Al had proposed a strategy to bring down the 5 bastions of star-shaped ramparts that enclosed the imperial capital. In order to draw in reinforcements from the outside, they would open holes in the solid defenses of the undead. Cecilus would warmly welcome more actors who shine on stage and audience members who would bear witness to his flourishing activities. If this could be called foreshadowing for later exciting developments, then it would not be a bad idea to work diligently at a modest job. Cecilus, nonetheless, don't forget that it's only because I've promised a reward hereafter. In theater, in war, and in everything else, there was something known as the right person in the right place. No matter where one was in the world, they were always on the stage. That philosophy of Cecilus's would take a long time to explain, but different people were suited to different things, and if whether small work and steady accumulation were strong points of Cecilus or not had to be said, they would have to be major errors in casting. From the standpoint of the stage direction, it would really be putting carriage before ground dragon to have the leading actor, the center of the stage who captivates the audience's eyes, work under the cover of a stagehand's dark clothes. Cecilus, wouldn't everyone in the audience agree with that point? Tilting his head to look up at the sky, Cecilus addressed his words to an unseen party. Of course, under normal circumstances, if one were to perform such an action, the sky overcast with black clouds would never return an answer to those on the ground. Indeed, under normal circumstances. However, Cecilus was not normal. He was the leading actor of this world. Inaudible to others, voices from the audience were returned only to Cecilus. In loud voices that seemed to whisper, in manners as dignified as they were imprudent, and in divine tones seemingly incognizant of the very concept of etiquette, the voices spoke to Cecilus. Moreover, black, 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 slash, black, 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 slash, black, black, slash, black, 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 slash, black, 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 slash, black, 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 black. black black, slash black 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 black, slash black 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 black, slash black 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 black, slash black 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 square, slash black 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 black. With excessive force and quantity, they poured down upon Cecilus. Wildly enthusiastic that they had been addressed by the leading actor, Cecilus, the audience eagerly gave him their answers. No, that was incorrect. These were not answers that had been arranged in response to what Cecilus had asked just now. These were the voices that poured down upon Cecilus's every move, every single action that he took. They were something that Cecilus had been hearing ceaselessly ever since he became aware of his surroundings, things that were attempting to force Cecilus's entire conduct towards this or that. Cecilus, ha ha ha, it seems like you're enjoying yourselves in awfully good moods today as well. I know, I know. After all, I can't help but captivate people with my every action. You won't be able to take your eyes off my activities for even a second in the future, so stay tuned for developments to unfold. For Cecilus, who had never listened to a single word he was told, those were just enthusiastic cheers from his fans. As previously mentioned, Cecilus Segmont was a stargazer. And for the majority of stargazers now, even for Rowan Segmont, who stood as an exception, their ways of life were distorted in order to fulfill the commandment bestowed upon them. Such was the extent of a commandment's coercive power, and the lives of stargazers were dominated by it. That was, save for Cecilus Segmont, the sole unbounded stargazer. Cecilus, thank you, thank you, thank you for all of your cheers. As usual, I have not the slightest understanding of what you're saying at all, nor do I have the ears to listen, but don't worry. I will betray your predictions. I will live up to expectations, for that is the way I live my life as the leading actor. Oh, you fucking shit forebrains. Stop making a racket. It'll be a fucking pain in the ass if they find us. Cecilus, whoopsie. Taking just the enthusiasm of the audience and ignoring the rest of it as usual, Cecilus turned around at the call of the Hyanapperson of Groovy, who was approaching him from behind. With a hand placed on his hip, Groovy had a vigilant gaze, and Cecilus admired that. This beastman warrior, Groovy, who was no taller than himself, was very good. First of all, there was charm and beauty in his appearance. He was also likely strong enough to be entered amongst the top 5 most skilled fighters Cecilus had seen since he exited the island. Cecilus had hopes that he would have an interesting fighting style that could not simply be measured by ability with the sword. Cecilus, regrettably, there is a bit of a problem with your use of words. If you use so many foul words in rapid succession, your dignity will deteriorate. Once it deteriorates, you won't even be able to maintain your status as a skilled personage. If you're to go down the path of fighting to the death with me, I'd at least expect my opponent to have an appropriate status. Groovy, don't be such a fucking goddamn idiot saying all these fucking illogical things. First of all, who in the fuck's going to fight you to the death, you asshole? That bastard Keisha had the nerve to do such a fucking unnecessary thing, Cecilus. Or Yaya, that's a name I've heard in passing. Your unfriendly reply is worrisome, but what does this person, whose name has been brought up here, have to do with me exactly? Groovy, he's got plenty to do with you with how you've shrunk and lost your memory. Keisha's the one who shrunk you, a guy with a head that's way too fucking big. Hearing Groovy's response, Cecilus made a sound with his throat. He was often told that he had shrunk, but as usual, that did not really click with Cecilus. Whether Cecilus had shrunk or not, as far as he was concerned, his self currently present here like this was his entirety. Of course, the fact that Rowan had grown old in the small time since their last encounter, and that the alias of Blue Lightning, a name that was sure to shake the world in the years to come, was already known far and wide, was not without its persuasive power. Cecilus, it's quite the dubious tale that this Keisha person made me small, isn't it? Groovy. Ah. Are you going to give me some fucking shit about how it's impossible for people to shrink, asshole? Cecilus. No, no, you've got it all wrong. There are no limits as to what people can imagine, and what they envision can certainly come true. This kind of fairness is one of the reasons why I like the stage that is this world so much. So there's always gonna be mysteries of stuff like people shrinking. The part I'm having difficulty believing is quite simple. Who could ever perform such a surprise attack on me? Groovy, In response to Cecilus's question, with his hands clasped behind his head, Groovy made a solemn face. Even his wrinkled expression had a charm to it, making one think that every stage needed a lively character like Groovy. Yet even for him, Cecilus's question seemed to have an impact. Cecilus himself did not think he was invincible or immortal. If his heart were gouged out, his slender neck severed, or nearly half of his blood drained, he would die like any other person. But who, for that matter, would be capable of such a deed? In this regard, Groovy realized the contradiction in his own thoughts. No matter who the adversary was, no one could diminish Cecilus. Groovy, did that bastard Keisha twist your brain, or were you just fucking careless, asshole? Cecilus, ha, are you saying that while looking at me? Groovy, I am. I'm saying it for fuck's sake. Cecilus, is that really such a natural thing? Ahaha, that's a low blow, but you got me. Laughing and clapping his hands in response to Groovy's words, Cecilus shook his head, as if to say, wait a minute. It was an evaluation that made one want to cover their face in embarrassment. Although Cecilus understood his own abilities, and even someone as strong as Groovy could not completely dispel such doubts. Cecilus, in the end, someone as big as me isn't anything special. I'll never become someone who receives such evaluations given my current sorry state. Please wait and see in 10 years. Groovy, who's gonna stick around for your growth for a whole 10 years? Quit talking fucking shit and get back to your original size already. Cecilus, but even if you tell me to return to my original size right away, I don't particularly want to. And do you, Groovy-san, know how to revert back? Groovy, I don't know, but that bastard Keisha who set this up probably does. These shinobi tricks have some fucking time or condition-based restrictions. Keisha'd likely have some conditions. Cecilus, ho-ho, so this Keisha person is a shinobi. Are they an acquaintance or friend or blood relative of that energetic old man? Groovy, I don't know, and Keisha isn't a shinobi. It's just his method that's shinobi-like. Ah, this is fucking annoying. Groovy scratched his head vigorously, complaining like a know-it-all. Cecilus had a hunch that Groovy seemed knowledgeable about various things, but what was more important than the true identity of this Keisha person was probably clearing the conditions he had set. If he were to ask that, Groovy would probably get angry and say, there's no way I would know. Cecilus, so what do you think the conditions are for me to revert? Groovy, I have no damn clue. Cecilus, see. Cecilus chuckled, just as he had anticipated, while Groovy grumbled unhappily with an R. Just then, as the two were conversing, sorry to interrupt your fun conversation, friends, but can we put an end to this amusement time for now? Cecilus, or it's Alsan. The owner of the weary, exasperated voice was Al, who had arrived on the rooftop where Cecilus and Groovy were standing. He had appeared from the stairs on the top floor, and as he tapped his foot on the steps, Al, I'm serious, please. It's tough when you casually hop up to the rooftop, leaving me to use the stairs. Groovy, you too. Groovy, fuck, sorry. I got carried away with this fucking idiot's chatter. Groovy, with a frown, sincerely apologized to Al, who had been left waiting downstairs. Cecilus had gone up to the building for a quick lookout, as Groovy had expressed concern about something across the street, but the latter had gotten a bit too distracted. In any case, Cecilus, well, Alsan, don't be so angry. Groovy-san seems to be reflecting with his ears drooping like this, so you must be feeling forgiving by now, right? Al, I'm not surprised by your relentless going my way attitude anymore. But more importantly, did you notice anything while you were observing? Cecilus, that's right. As expected, the defenses at numbers 3, 4, and 5 look strong. It seems like a natural strategy considering the direction boss's group likely retreated. Al, those 3 spots. With his one-armed right hand, Al touched the fittings of the helmet and pondered Cecilus's response over. The numbers Cecilus mentioned were names for the bastions of the star-shaped city walls surrounding the imperial capital. With the palace located in its northmost extreme, the entrances to this sea are PIT, or L Japanese letter, the southernmost bastion was number 1, the southeast was number 2, the southwest was number 3, and following that, the northeast was number 4 and the northwest was number 5. Such was how the bastions were numbered. The northern and western sides, the defenses of the 3 points corresponding to those, were strong enough to be said to be impenetrable. On the other hand, the 2 other locations could be their opportunity, but Groovy, purposely leaving such easily identifiable holes smells fishy. Cecilus, can Groovy-san's nose also detect the smell of such sinister designs? Groovy, there's no way it's built that fucking weirdly. This is just my judgment as a general. Don't try to use your shrinkage as an excuse, either. Never mind. There's no point. Al, what is it? If someone stops talking midway through their sentence, it's cause for worry, you know. Groovy. Even before he shrank, this fucking dickhead didn't pull his weight as a general to begin with. Upon the words of Groovy, who had made a bitter face, Cecilus and Al gave an ah in comprehension. From Cecilus's perspective, he did not get the impression that he was being made fun of, but that it was simply a fact. Supposing Cecilus really did shrink as a result of carelessness, it was unthinkable that he would have guided or gotten close to anyone before he shrunk. So he had no particular objection to Groovy's point. Cecilus, but to be rather candid about it, I do agree with you. However, if that's the case, then you know what that means, right? Surprisingly, or rather beyond expectations, Alsan is quite the tactician. Al, what do you mean? Cecilus, after all, number 1 and 2 look easy to conquer, but they're actually a trap luring you in. That's where you sent my dad and his friend, so you're a tactician. Al, as they talked about the two people who were not present and were working separately, Rowan and Heinkel, Cecilus smiled in Al's direction, the latter having suggested splitting up the group. In front of the smiling Cecilus, Al held his breath and fell silent. Currently, the group of 5 members were divided into teams of 3 and 2 respectively, and each were on a mission to capture the 5 bastions. And the one who had instructed Rowan and Heinkel to attack the south and southeast, the first and second bastions, was Al, and his intentions were clear. Cecilus, if there are relationships or war assets that aren't painful to lose, they'll be used as sacrificial pawns to attract the enemy's attention. Alsan might be modest, but you're still a tactician. Al, do you have a problem with the way I used your old man? Cecilus, no. As a performer, I welcome this as opposed to having the spotlight scattered all over the place with 5 people clumped together, and in terms of tactics, it's a very practical way of thinking. It's not really my place to say this, but it's completely futile to expect my dad to be cooperative. Al, true, that's an issue you mentioned. When it came to cooperation, one could only assume that the parent-child segment duo were born with a fault. In any case, Al had racked his brain over how to make the best use of his limited war potential. If one's head for thinking or tactical intuition were working, one might be able to imagine what role would be required. Groovy. There's no way we can leisurely take our fucking time to capture them one by one with a 5-man group. If those red and blue old farts can't realize that, there's no choice but to have M do their fucking jobs as sacrificial pawns. Al, yeah, we can't cause a big uproar in one place and gather all our resources there. Cecilus, hence the distributed attack, but it was a bit surprising. You see, Alsan was talking to Heinkelsan like you guys were comrades. Al, I'm no hero. My priorities are in order. Spoken in a somewhat self-marking way, that seemed to not be about the utility of Heinkel, but rather to be concerned with how he used himself. Such was how it felt to Cecilus. That response did not really change his impression of Al, but Cecilus, I see. You sure are different from boss. Al. For some reason, Al turned to face Cecilus, who had said what he was thinking aloud. Al's expression was hidden by his iron helmet, however. Sometimes the sharpness and heat of one's gaze spoke more eloquently about what they felt on the inside than words or expressions could. Cecilus, well, just because it's true at times doesn't mean it's true right now. Al, I don't know what you're talking about, but fine. You're right that I'm not like bro. Cecilus, It's natural for things to be different, so it doesn't really matter, right? Though I think Alsan is tougher than boss. Getting the nuance that Al thought of himself as inferior for some reason, Cecilus tilted his head in that manner. Strong and weak, beautiful and dirty, like and dislike, those were all like the shifting phases of the same moon. Even if there was value in swinging from joy and sorrow, they do not have the weight to tip the scales of life. Even right and wrong were not absolutes. Cecilus, boss is one who struggles against death in a crude manner, yet still chooses the method that allows him to beautifully shine on the stage. Alsan, on the other hand, is different. On top of struggling against death in a crude manner, You pick the dirty method that makes everyone want to avert their eyes from you. I'm not saying one is superior to the other. That's just the difference between you and boss. Al, Cecilis. Oh, putting aside the talk that wasn't about superiority or inferiority, the matter of how you would like to be is a different story altogether. How you want to be reflected in the eyes of others is up to each individual to figure out. Defecation may be dirty, but I want to make even defecation beautiful and attractive. Al, dude, I was trying to do a little rethinking just now. Cecilis. Sorry, Groovy-san's favorite word was still stuck in my ears. But then again, even though the direction that the conversation turned might have been due to Groovy's influence, that statement itself was not a lie. Cecilis's pet theory was that the leading actor must provide a reason for people to keep their eyes on them, even when performing deeds that seemed dirty, unsightly, and would make people want to avert their eyes. Groovy. So, are you done fucking wasting time with your nonsensical ramblings? Life counseling is fucking bullshit. After this is all over, I'm just gonna hold a fucking post-mortem review at your graves. Al, when he says it this much, no wonder it sticks in your ears. Cecilis, right. As Al's shoulders slumped at Groovy's incessant swearing, Cecilis laughed. Although Cecilis had made a lot of ill-suited arguments, he had no objection to Al's plan and did not mind if Rowan and Heinkel encountered difficulties, just as planned. There was just one thing that Cecilis thought might be a problem in Al's plan. Cecilis, I wonder if my transcendently selfish dad will follow what Alsan says. Unusually, Cecilis did not blurt out what he had thought because, also unusually, Cecilis had completely given up on the nature of his father, Rowan. Rowan would not do what he did not want to do, and he would absolutely do whatever he wanted to do. It was a disposition that Cecilis had inherited as well, but Rowan and Cecilis were not the same. This was the same thing he had told Al just a moment ago, and also previously to his boss, Schwartz. It was not a question of right or wrong. It was a matter of the way one lived and the way one died. Groovy, so where do you intend to attack from, you helmet fuck? Al, I want to avoid number 3, since that's the area where the sniper from earlier was. So it'll be the number 4 or number 5 on the northern side. If even the slimmest possibility is a condition, it'll be the northeastern number 4. Cecilis, but I want my revenge. Groovy, don't say such fucking bullshit when we got no leeway. Who do you think you're dealing with, Cecilis? Tusk, I understand. Groovy snapped at him, and Cecilis retracted his comment with a pout of his lips. Groovy, who had raised his fist into the air, widened his eyes at Cecilis's reaction. Seeing this, Cecilis responded, What is it? And as Groovy lowered his raised arm, Groovy, you're listening too easily. Bastard, you're even more of a fucking bellend than you were before you got shrunk. Cecilis, ho-ho, it doesn't feel like I'm being complimented now, does it? Groovy, shut the fuck up. We're running out of fucking time. Let's hurry up and go. Jerking his chin, Groovy turned his head toward the 4th bastion. Cecilis was about to follow with a yes, yes, when Al, the one who had proposed the idea, uttered, Is that fine? Al, I gave an answer because you asked me, but compared to me, you guys are, no, you're more knowledgeable about the imperial capital. Groovy, not even I would agree to a plan that seems like fuckpiss. I don't have a problem with your plan, I also don't want to throw down against that fucking dumbass Balleroy. Al, a former colleague of yours. Groovy, that's part of it, but it's because he's fucking strong. If you're gonna have someone fight that bastard, make it Meguro. There's absolutely no way that they'd lose. Groovy asserted that the sniper's ability was strong. Cecilis had also encountered this opponent many times in the imperial capital, but he had yet to even see him properly. There was no doubt that he was strong. Perhaps it really was a mistake to nod his head just now. Even if he began to complain about it now, would they approve of a change in the plan? Would they not? Cecilis, let's go in and get it done lickety-split. The goal isn't to preserve the holes we open, so there's no point in putting it off. Groovy, be careful. This fucking dumbass is gonna wrap things up real quick and then go look for Balleroy. Al, once the real star performer makes his entrance, by all means do that. Cecilis, how arrogant of you to call anyone other than me the star performer. As Al slowly shook his head and grumbled in resignation, Cecilis exclaimed in chagrin. The journey to the 4th bastion was an anticlimactic and smooth one. It was not as though they had not seen any undead searching for survivors along the way. But they were nothing more than extras that passed by, or were they to obstruct the way, then they would simply be eliminated. Was there any actor who would go out of their way to give the spotlight to a minor role in order to liven up the stage? Cecilus. Unfortunately, an audience's interest is finite after all. I'm not saying that there aren't minor roles who give great performances that elevate the overall quality of the stage, but whether they're actively sought out or not is a different matter, nevertheless. Though he was enjoying the peaceful journey, Cecilus furrowed his brow. Of course, Cecilus was all for eliminating unnecessary hassles, and he did not think it desirable that a performance would involve time and effort spent dealing with rank-and-file soldiers. Still, the way Cecilus and his group looked now was unfashionable, was it not? After all, Cecilus was on Al's back, and Groovy was clinging to his abdomen. In other words, Cecilus and Groovy were making an Al sandwich. If one were to question why they had come to be in such a situation, it was because otherwise, Cecilus and Groovy would protrude from the coverage of the cloak Al was wearing over his head. Cecilus, but this is unstylish. This isn't how I market myself, Groovy-san. Groovy, put a fucking sock in it. Our presence may be hidden, but our sounds and smells aren't. If the nearby fucknuggets notice and surround us, we'll be in some deep fucking shit. Al, both of you are too loud. And don't wiggle or I'll fall. Complaining and shaking Al's shoulders, the two of them wrapped in the same cloak were reprimanded. The fur cloak that Groovy had prepared was quite the impressive piece of work. Apparently, it was an exceptional item that could be used to prevent the wearer from attracting the attention of others. Rowan, Heinkel, and Groovy had used this fur cloak to slip past the enemy's radar and enter the imperial capital. In fact, though they had chosen an inconspicuous road, the fur cloak likely played the largest role in the fact that they had not been found once by the undead. Cecilus, even though it's so swelteringly hot with just our different physiques, I can't imagine how you and my father managed to get into the imperial capital with 3 people. But still, where did you purchase such a bizarre cloak? Groovy, I didn't buy it. I made it. You're too fucking stupid to remember, but I also melted down your fiend sword and reforged it into a katana. Cecilus, ho-ho, fiend sword. What a cool name. I'd love to see it, learn about it, and worship it. Groovy, like I already fucking told you, it's your fucking katana, dickhead. Groovy performed the feat of yelling in a muted voice. Putting aside the dispute of whether he had shrunk or not, it was quite interesting to hear Groovy describe the background of Cecilus, of which he did not know himself. In particular, he loved the topic of katanas. Cecilus, however, it's interesting that you reforged it as a katana. Are you perhaps a swordsmith, Groovy-san? You must be very busy being a general and a blacksmith. Groovy, it's not like I specialize in swords. I make swords, weave garments, and also tinker with magical tools. Cecilus, so this mysterious cloak is also some kind of magical tool. Groovy, no, this one is just werewolf skin. Cecilus expressed an impressed ho at Groovy's response, and Al's shoulders shook in astonishment. As Cecilus closely inspected the fur cloak, Cecilus, werewolves are quite rare. I know they exist, but I've never met one before. Groovy, it's because they're fucking hard to find in the first place. The whole race is under a divine protection, just like ground dragons or the Uruha people of the Holy Kingdom. If you skin them alive, the divine protection remains on their pelt. It's an effective use of those sneaky fuckers. Al, the divine protection of the concealing cloud. Groovy. Ah, so you know about that fucking old-fashioned name for it. The divine protection of ambush is more common, although the topic of fucking werewolves isn't too common to begin with. Hearing Al's mumbled comment, Groovy showcased his knowledge. Regardless, werewolves were loathed in the Empire, and it stemmed from an old story. But then again, since the tale was based in historical fact, it was also deeply linked to reality. Cecilus himself had no particular hostility toward werewolves or wolf people, but Cecilus, isn't it awfully ironic that the pelt of a werewolf is helping us, considering the way werewolves are treated in the Empire, even if it's just their skin? Al and Groovy. Cecilus, ignoring me. Are you ignoring me? I thought I said something rather clever just then, after Cecilus had thought that Al and Groovy both had given a dismissive response to his comment regarding the fur cloak that such was not the case. Cecilus had also surmised. black, 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 black. And it was not because the onlooker had been lively, as they usually were. Al's entire body grew tense as Cecilus clung onto him, and Cecilus felt the reason for that tension slipping into himself as well. Putting aside the issue of whether or not he was shrunken, it was due to something that seized the inside of Cecilus's thin chest. Grey thorns were swirling around in Cecilus's chest. Cecilus, by any chance is this appearing on the both of you as well? Al, yeah. Oi, Groovy-san. I thought we shouldn't be able to be detected with this cloak, Groovy. Fuck, HK. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Al and Groovy seemed to be in the same situation as Cecilus, and Groovy's discomposure, or rather, his anger was especially quite immense. Maybe it was because someone had seen through the effects of the fur cloak that he was so confident in. No, that was not quite right. If the other party had located Cecilus and the others, they would not leave the three of them in the state of being a sandwich for so long. Of course, one could also say that these thorns were a warning. Al, doesn't seem like it. What do you think, Groovy? It's an indiscriminate ranged attack. What kind of fucking wanker does that? Who in the fuck's spilling out such brain-dead cursor craft? Groovy's throat shook with rage, and he cursed the irrationality of the yet-to-be-seen master of the thorns. A moment later, the thorns around each of the three's chests slowly began to writhe, and the sharp spikes, slipping right through their hands, tried to exert the full effect of their curse. And then, Cecilus, as expected, it seems the world doesn't approve of me sneaking around. Now, for this newly arrived hardship, let's flourishingly overcome it with a tada. So spilled out the excited laughter of the one unbounded just before a sharp pain seized his heart. Translation note. 1. We normally translate Groovy's Japanese letter as fuck, but the literal definition of the word is feces, or in more vulgar terms, shit. Cecilus is referencing the literal definition of the word, hence the author's poop joke. Arc 8, Chapter 40, An Inconsequential Threat. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop #750 Art Sources, Ranswe S. Magician. Heinkel Astrea was not even a stargazer. As was known, neither was he the sword saint, nor had he received the sword name of Van that was granted to those who had made distinguished accomplishments through their own swordsmanship. His position as deputy commander of the kingdom of Lugunica's royal guard was likewise just a decoration. Generally, he was a man who had not been chosen for a single thing that could only be obtained via being chosen. That was the person known as Heinkel, and that was not something that would change even when coming to the Valatian Empire. Having been swept along, he had participated in the battle, had his heart fractured by sights utterly unthinkable for this world. Just barely had he escaped death upon his retreat, and once again, having been swept along again, he found himself returned to the same place, clinging to a feeble hope. That hope, too, was merely a signpost for escape presented by someone who expected Heinkel to play the role of a sacrificial pawn, and after abandoning all thought, he was too stupid to even realize that such was the intention. Therefore, unlike Rowan Segment, who had opposed the plan of attack due to his own insane reasons, he himself had drawn the short end of the worst possible stick, trying to play his role in an honest manner. Heinkel. Fucking hell. Of the 5 bastions of the ramparts which served as the keystone of the imperial capital's defenses, the southern and southeastern points that were supposed to have been split between himself and Rowan were both now the responsibility of Heinkel alone. He thought that he ought to capture the first bastion, which had originally served as the city gates which allowed entry and exit to the capital, so he headed south. To put it simply, that was a reasonable decision and an appropriate choice that had nothing to do with eccentricity. Thus, Heinkel had finally come to face the result of his appropriate choice. I am Mesarea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. That majestic figure of the white dragon spread its wings as if safeguarding the first bastion, and then the room was cluttered with heaps of jewelry. Craftsmanship abundant in the use of gold and silver, hair ornaments and clothing adorned with gems. Various fine articles were all lined up, scattered about, and left lying around in the room with splendor that was clamorous to the eyes. Right in the middle of the dazzling room, Madeline Eschot awakened. Madeline, blinking her sweet, golden eyes several times as they hazily overlapped with reality. The two black horns that grew from her sky-blue hair swayed from side to side, and her petite body stood up. In an instant, she collided with and fell into the surrounding jewelry, but Madeline was unconcerned with it being violently scattered across the floor. Jewelry and treasures of gold and silver, she rather liked such dazzling things. She did not like that humans were so noisy in spite of how weak and fragile they were, but their craftsmanship utilizing gems and gold had an irreplaceable charm. It was not a bad idea to fulfill the tasks assigned to her by humans, so she could receive such things as a reward. Heaping those up in her den, cramming them in, and surrounding herself with them as she slept took an important role in Madeline's quality of sleep. However, neither gems nor gold could fill the hole in her heart. Madeline. Swinging her upraised head around, Madeline pushed the door of the den open. It was a den different to the one Madeline had been living in for a while after having become a divine general. Rather, it was a new one, hastily put together for this occasion. It was lacking in her own scent, and the treasures were things that had been gathered from inside the palace. So while she was far from feeling satisfied, it was better than nothing. Above all, there was enough reason here to abandon the den she had grown accustomed to living in and relocate. That was Madeline, Carolyn. Exiting the burrow and crossing through the passage, coming out to the balcony where a tepid wind blew, the figure of a flying dragon resting its wings was present. Caroline. Its name having been called, the flying dragon turned its head towards her. The scales across its entire body had painful-looking cracks running through them, and golden irises loomed within its dusky eyes, a clear indication of the state of this vessel, which had lost its life. Similar to the humans being resurrected one after the other, there was no small number of flying dragons being brought back from the beyond. Only, she could not communicate with specimens that had gone untamed during their lives, but instead, she could establish understanding with the ones like the flying dragon before her, the ones like Caroline, who had been tamed. In fact, having responded to Madeline's call, Caroline quietly lowered its head on the spot. Even if the other deceased flying dragons, the undead flying dragons, came into contact with Madeline, they would regard her as someone who had life, and would relentlessly begin attacking her. Of course, she had no mercy to spare for those who did not know their place, and did not hesitate in shattering them to pieces. Madeline, I, the dragon, am friggin' sorry for shattering you. Caressing the neck of Caroline's lowered head, the corners of Madeline's mouth stiffened upon feeling how cold it was. By nature, flying dragons did not have superfluous body fat in order to soar into the air, so their body temperature was low. Be that as it may, the temperature transferred to her fingertips was about as cold as touching decorative jewels. Unlike jewels, however, she did not feel any splendor or beauty. Even so, for Caroline to be present before her and moving around like this was of irreplaceable value. For Madeline, Caroline was the flying dragon who had been tamed by the first human she had ever laid eyes upon. As the final dragonkin in existence, Madeline had lived without coming into contact with anything outside of the cloud sea in which she had been born, partly due to the nature of Mesorea, a dragon husk. Excluding Mesorea, the only beings that Madeline had had opportunities to come into contact with were the wild flying dragons that lived in the surroundings of the cloud sea. But even so, they were nothing more than beings that obeyed the dragonkin. There was a difference between life forms, a separation between herself, a dragonkin, and the flying dragons. That was something rooted in instinct, something that left no room to think about the reason or the purpose. No room was left for pessimism or doubt to be yielded regarding the divide that was only natural in their existence. Someone who had never bore witness to the beauty of gold would never desire a golden crown. However, Madeline's satisfied days of not knowing about what was beyond the cloud sea had abruptly come to an end. Bringing about that end was none other than this Caroline, and soothing his beloved dragon who was reluctant to ascend due to the presence of the cloud dragon, Mesorea, the straggler who had plunged right into the middle of the cloud sea. Madeline, where the frig is this dragon's darling, Ballaror? While tickling the back of its neck, Madeline posed a question to Caroline. The vocalized name was one exceedingly familiar for Caroline, and placing that sound upon her tongue, it seeped into Madeline's chest like a delayed poison. This pain, akin to a poison eating into her very soul, was the very reason why Madeline had run away from the cloud sea and descended to the surface where the humans lived. But right now, the pain of this poison was on the verge of becoming something different to what it had been until then. Caroline, Madeline felt the pain of the poison within her heart. Next to her, Caroline slowly raised its head as it was still being caressed and made a soft sound with its throat. Realizing that the gesture and cry were indicating behind her, Madeline turned around. Then, the figure of a person stepped out from the passage connected to the balcony. That figure gave a wave of its hand and assumed an easygoing attitude when faced with a dragonkin. Madeline, such insolence. If it wasn't you, this dragon would have friggin' chewed you to pieces with her fangs. Well, if it wasn't me, there ain't nobody who'd take this kinda attitude when faced with an exalted dragonkin. That's what I'd like to say, but contrary to what you'd expect, there are actually tons of rude individuals among the generals. Madeline, that's friggin' right. Humans really are so tedious. Tahaha, there's nothing I can say to that. As the person shrugged their shoulders with a strained laugh, Madeline exhaled through her nose in an exasperated manner. But feeling that she had let the emotions that were difficult to hide slip into that sigh, she admonished her restless heart and brushed off her mouth as if to conceal her impassioned breath. The emotions that were difficult to hide, that was her ceaselessly overflowing passion for the person before her eyes. Even if their complexion and eyes appeared to be completely different, her emotions would not lie. The amount that she treasured Caroline, who had become an undead flying dragon, was something that she felt even more strongly towards him. Madeline, Balleroy, where the frig were you just now? Taking half a step closer to him, who had already come right before her, Madeline inquired so. He had been by Madeline's side at the time she had fallen asleep in the treasure-filled den. If possible, she would have wanted him to stay by her side the whole time until she woke up. Madeline's question left those things unsaid, and as if sensing her unspoken feelings, Balleroy touched his head and said, "Sorry, Balleroy." Somehow, it seemed like there were some rats scampering about in the imperial capital. His Excellency Palladio was making a fuss when they caught his eye, so I just went to do a bit of recon and report back. Madeline, rats, did you friggin' kill M properly? Balleroy, nah, these were some tenacious rats. When I said I'd let M slip, His Excellency Palladio gave me a dress down. I'm talking a real darn dressing down. Loosely shaking his head, Balleroy's words caused the pupils of Madeline's eyes to narrow. The Palladio he spoke of was, if she remembered correctly, a resurrected member of the Valetian imperial family. He was a man of the Evil Eye tribe who, during the Valetian custom of siblings killing each other, had lost to Vincent, the one who came out on top and became the emperor, and he was resurrected thereafter. Madeline, if he's causing trouble for this dragon's darling, this dragon will tear him apart with her own hands. Balleroy, don't say such frightening things. Even if he died once, he's still a member of the Valetian imperial family. Among those who got revived, the ones unconditionally obeying him ain't few in number. You'd be making those guys your enemy as well. Madeline, HK, are you friggin' saying that I, the dragon, and Balleroy would lose to those dead people? If he was, he would be greatly mistaken. There was no way that the undead could win against Madeline and Balleroy, who had previously cooperated with them. If anyone were to get in their way, they would utterly crush those people and put an end to them. Madeline's breathing grew heavy. However, as Balleroy gently held her slender shoulders, Balleroy, that's wrong. It was never a question of whether we'd win or lose, now was it? Madeline, what are you, Balleroy? You ought to understand. After all, the freedom of us corpses is held tightly within the hands of that witch. Madeline, HK. At Balleroy's seemingly chiding statement, Madeline forcefully bit down on her molars and fell silent. The witch was the person responsible for filling this imperial capital with undead, the being who had created the reason why Balleroy and Caroline were standing in front of Madeline like this right now. The witch, who had constructed an unnatural body which resembled the dragon husk of Mesorea, was involved with secrets of Ard Lagna that even Madeline, a dragonkin, was unaware of. For that reason, she had been able to call back this many souls and reconstruct them in their living state. But on the other hand, if the witch were to interrupt that miracle on a whim, Balleroy. As you said, Madeline, if we were to fight, we'd win against almost all those guys. But we're just two people and a single flying dragon, while His Excellency Palladio can command several hundreds and thousands of people. I ain't got a clue which one the witch would find more useful. Madeline, instead of us dragons, she'd pick the humans. Balleroy, dunno. After all, nobody knows what the witch's extravagant desire is. Though it was nothing but vexing, Balleroy's answer had a point or two. The witch, whose thoughts were utterly incomprehensible, was occupying the Crystal Palace, and had positioned Madeline there on the condition that the latter would cooperate with her. It was aggravating to be put to work in such an arrogant manner, but she had already swallowed that disgrace when she had initially accepted Bostez's proposal and descended to the surface. What was hard to swallow was the fact that she did not understand the other party's motives. Madeline, as Balleroy had said, as long as they did not know the witch's objective, the situation was tantamount to Madeline constantly having the tip of a blade piercing her reverse scale. If not for that, Balleroy would not have resigned himself to this situation, and he surely would have escaped to beyond the cloud sea together with Madeline, vowing upon their promised wedding ceremony. Indeed, their unfulfilled promise would finally. Madeline, finally we meet again like this. Balleroy, Madeline. As impulse overcame her, Madeline hugged Balleroy's body right before her. Balleroy was far taller than Madeline's small build, and as Madeline leaned her body against him, it seemed as if her black horns would pierce through his neck. Nimbly evading them, Balleroy patted Madeline's back. Upon that gesture, Madeline recalled how, once upon a time, she had been overcome with emotion and hugged him, only to have her horns pierce him with full strength, causing a catastrophic accident in which Balleroy lost a lot of blood, tears beginning to well in her eyes. The embrace of his body was cold, and the skin she made contact with was not soft whatsoever. His eyes, which used to be the same color as Madeline's blue hair, had become black eyeballs with golden irises that gave no sense of warmth, so his emotions were easily obscured by his outward appearance. Nevertheless, they shared memories. Nevertheless, he knew of her wishes, losing his life, being parted by death, and now once again making contact with her. Neither blood nor heat flowed in his body. So what did that matter? Madeline, Balleroy is here with me. This dragon does not desire anything more than that. It had nothing to do with life or death. The dead did not necessarily need to be under the soil. If, by some chance, the dead overflowed above the soil, and a treasured person happened to be present among them, who had the right to deny that repulsive miracle and judge it as an error. In front of this dragonkin, Madeline Eschart, what kind of person would say that? Madeline, they've come. Burying her face in the chest of her beloved person, Madeline, who had been enjoying the cold rendezvous, groaned in a low voice. Guessing what the tone of her voice was indicating, Balleroy, who had been gently patting her on the back, stopped his hand and turned his gaze to outside the balcony far in the distance, to the south of the imperial capital. Something had been caught. By Madeline's senses, no, by the senses of the dragon husk, Meseret. No matter what came, Madeline had been ordered to safeguard that place. This would be repeated once more. There was indeed resentment, but Madeline would not hesitate. The thing she wished for was right here. Madeline, I'm friggin' going now. Balleroy this time, Balleroy, I gotcha. As long as I'm not called upon, I'll be by your side. Madeline, just as expected of this dragon's darling. Things like, I'll definitely never leave you, or I'll always be by your side. He would not say things that he could not do. In an easygoing manner, Balleroy understood exactly what was within his reach, so without any needless expectations or disappointment, Madeline could love him just the way he was. She ascertained that once again, suddenly, Madeline's body lost its strength. Madeline. Her limbs growing languid, Madeline collapsed on the spot. Promptly drawing her body towards himself, Balleroy firmly supported the unimaginable weight of her small stature. Then in his arms he picked up Madeline, who had lost consciousness. No, she had regained consciousness. Caroline, Balleroy, I gotcha. I'll be sure to carry her gently. Softly groaning, his beloved dragon was worried about the limp Madeline. Nodding at Caroline's cry, as Balleroy turned his eyes to the state of the imperial capital once more, Balleroy, even if they're dead, we can meet again. I don't desire anything more than that. It's the same for me, Madeline. Japanese letter, or as long as we meet again. The battle started one-sidedly, and it ended one-sidedly. To begin with, a battle was a clash between those who had fighting spirit, and they would clash with all their soul till their will to fight was exhausted. Following that definition, if one of the parties lost all their will to fight in a single moment, then that would not be a battle. Mesere. That was a person so weak that they could not even be called a threat. With that said, there was no other suitable term to call those who turned up while still harboring hostility and malice. Thus, an inconsequential threat would be the most fitting expression. In reality, the inconsequential threat had been blown away by the swing of a tail, akin to how leaves would be swept away by a broom, and was buried in the dust of the surrounding buildings that were also caught in the strike. It was a rather unsatisfying result, but it was not something that needed to be especially lamented or pitied. As living beings, that was the unparalleled gap between a dragon and a human. Facing off against a dragon, who differed from them in their very nature of existence, humans would easily turn to dust, quite literally. There was no choice but to recognize that for some reason, in extremely rare cases, there were people to whom such would not be the case, but those were a mutation that emerged within the human species, and were, to put it frankly, some other entities that were not human. Whatever those other things may be, as living beings, they were ultimately no match for a dragon. That fact would eventually need to be proven in a trustworthy manner, so once the inconsequential threat was moved out of the way, it would be acknowledged once again in a stronger manner, with the notion that this was how things ought to be. In that sense, there was value in the existence of this inconsequential threat. It yielded the result of the mightiness of the cloud dragon, Mesorea, being made known to the witch once more, and granted the dragon itself the opportunity to re-examine the value of its own existence. Fucking hell. Suddenly, upon hearing a voice that seemed to curse this very world, the movement of the cloud dragon ceased. The dragon had flapped its wings, turned its back on the mowed down street, moved to return to the ramparts. That was in order to demonstrate that no matter what kind of malice may approach, it would be unable to break through this location. Those movements had ceased, because a voice that should not have been was heard. Mesorea. The dragon slowly turned back around, and with a clattering sound, the mountain of rubble collapsed. The street that had been destroyed by a strike of its tail, and the wreckage of buildings that were heaped up into a spire. Crawling out from within in a battered state was a filthy human of red hair and blue eyes. The human who had been judged as an inconsequential threat and had turned out as such in reality. Following the definition of a battle, if they had crawled out, and had drawn the sword from their waist once more and faced this direction, then the battle that was thought to have ended had still yet to reach its curtain's close. However, there was no fighting spirit or drive whatsoever within the body of the human who had crawled out. Human, it's always like this. Perhaps because dust had entered their lungs, the human muttered that out whilst violently coughing. Once again, that was a voice that seemed to only curse. And it was not the dragon, but the world that was being cursed. The foundation beneath them, the atmosphere enveloping them, anything and everything surrounding them, and above all else, their very self at the center of all of it. That entirety was being cursed by their voice. Human, at the most crucial moments, I'm completely abandoned by luck. Listening to those resentful complaints was deeply unpleasant, so this time it would drive its tail into them in a vertical movement. Previously, the street had gotten caught up and was swept away. But this time, the cloud dragon drove its tail into the feeble figure that stood totteringly, scooping it up. The tail did a single backwards revolution, and suffering that direct blow, the human's body was blown away like a pebble that had been kicked. Boring holes through walls and buildings, they went through 3 or 4 blocks. If one were to look down from the sky, the townscape of the imperial capital was laid out in a very satisfying manner. The blown-away body of the human was chaotically destroying that, since their way of being, their way of flying, and even their way of dying were all so unshapely and unsightly, the dragon's nerves were thoroughly irritated. The fact that beautiful things were being spoiled for such a person was immensely infuriating. And at the end of all that, human, ugh. Far away, after crashing through many blocks, a groan could be heard. No matter how great the damage they had received, no matter if it was the strained breath of somebody who was on death's door, such a thing should have never been heard in the first place. Having suffered a strike from a dragon's tail, a being whose life did not burst apart should not exist. Human, I am. It should not exist. Mesorea, all of you, friggin', disappear priya. Surging up, letting the uncontrollable impulse fill its breath, white destruction was fired from the mouth of the cloud dragon, from the mouth of Madeline Eschart, clad in the dragon husk, and rained down upon the human who was supposed to be an inconsequential threat. This was not a battle. It was the beginning of a one-sided, or at least what was supposed to be a one-sided, slaughter. Arc 8, Chapter 41, Where Hell Resides. Human translated by NAGATSUKI. Section 2, Machine translated by Archbishop Datchezem. Archbishop proofread by Archbishop #750 Arandam Sosi. Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Vinikayan Senkel NAGATSUKI. Art sources. TTM Takadoki Magician. Groovy Gumlet had no interest in stargazers. It was not a sense of aversion born out of disgust or hostility, but rather a genuine indifference in the truest sense. In the first place, it was rare for an ordinary person to come into contact with those who spouted such kinds of nonsense as stargazers did. In his position as general, he would occasionally encounter Ubulk, who was allowed entry into the palace, but he rarely spoke with anyone other than those he had business with. Groovy, also, could not recall ever speaking to him, with the exception of shutting him up for constantly interrupting meetings. Given such an impression, it was difficult to comprehend why Vincent, the Emperor, and Keisha, his trusted confidant, were unusually attentive to the movements of the stargazer. The stance of the Prime Minister Bustetz concerning the stargazer was unclear, but from what Groovy could smell, his loyalty to the Empire was genuine, and the complex resentment he harbored toward Vincent did not influence his judgment. Therefore, with the leaders of the Empire having already determined their respective attitudes, Groovy, who had no opportunity to be involved, had no reason to take an interest in the stargazer. Precisely for that reason, if it were revealed that the clash with the great disaster, a threat to the survival of the Empire, had been known to the stargazer in advance, his mouth would likely have overflowed with his habitual curses. However, at least in this instance, the reason behind the familiar curses coming out from Groovy's mouth was not anger directed at the stargazers or anyone related to them. Groovy, fuck. Grey thorns emerged just above the left side of his chest, and the moment his fingers, trying to pluck them, passed straight through, the sharp thorns pierced his heart, causing an intense pain that made Groovy's fur stand on end. The sensation of having a sharp object thrust into the innermost parts of one's body, especially a vital spot directly linked to life, was a pain so intense that even a seasoned warrior would not be able to help but writhe. Infuriatingly, the thorns had no tangible form. It made it impossible to shake them off. Gritting his teeth against the unilateral onslaught of pain, Groovy glanced to his side at the iron-helmeted man whom he was clinging to around the waist. Naturally, suffering the same curse as Groovy, he too was writhing in pain. Groovy, fucking hell, get down. The fucking situation's about to get even shittier. Al, get down, gah. Reacting to his unresponsive companion, Groovy punched Al's abdomen, forcing his body to move backwards. As he groaned and fell backward onto the street, Groovy grabbed him and quickly pulled him into the shadow of a building just off to the side. It was an indiscriminate, ranged attack. Taking cover in the street like this was nothing but a temporary respite. Cecilis, even so, we don't want to be seen making a ruckus and end up attracting the horde of undead from all over the place. Groovy, haven't you gotten the fucking thorns? Cecilis, no, I've received them. I think it would have been quite literally a floral gift if they'd given us not just the vines, but flowers as well. Descending onto the same street as Groovy and the gang, Cecilis tapped the left side of his chest as he spoke. Similar to Groovy, thorns were visible through his chest, and the pain should have been just as intense. And yet, he was grinning in the face of the pain that furrowed even Groovy's brow. Cecilis, the conduct of a leading actor is always the focal point of the audience's attention. If one twists their expression in agony after losing someone they love or a dear friend, it can be emotionally moving. But if one distorts their face just because they're in pain, it will only diminish their status as an actor. Groovy. So no matter how fucking painful or fucking difficult it is, you don't show it on your face. That's your fucking dumbass mindset. Cecilus, huh? Have I already talked about this before? Groovy. You did, but fuck it. Despite not wanting to hear any of it, he had been made to listen to the convictions of Cecilus, who tilted his neck to the point they were revolting to him. While many did not pay any attention to Cecilus's whimsical remarks, Groovy, who could not let things slide once his emotions had been hooked into, would often engage with him. It was because of this that he had become familiar with said convictions. However, now that he had even forgotten that he had shared it, it became apparent that Cecilus had been living by this logic since before his limbs were fully grown, and this went from being impressive to being simply foolish. And as Groovy and Cecilus bantered with each other, Al, Gog, ha, the pain from the thorns is gone. Rising to his feet after having been dragged into an alley, Al muttered as he looked down at the thorns on his chest. Instead, he rubbed his stomach where he had been punched, and directing a resentful aura towards Groovy, Al, my stomach hurts even more from being punched. What the hell is going on? Groovy, it's your own damn fault for not backing the fuck off. Those thorns, they're probably affected by distance. Cecilus, ho, so you mean the distance between the thorn user and us? Certainly it'd make sense if the pain disappeared as soon as we stepped back. It's even easier to understand because we were clinging to each other. First there was Groovy-san at the belly, then the sandwiched Al-san, and then finally me at the back. And even though it was less than a second, there was still a difference. Al, but the thorns aren't gone. As he cleanly cut his finger on the untouchable thorns, Al muttered bitterly. He was right. The pain had faded, but crucially the thorns had not disappeared. It was worrisome that, even though the obvious challenge of the pain had subsided, the thorns themselves did not. In most cases, this kind of residual spell had the effect of sensing the target's whereabouts. As long as those thorns remained, there was a high possibility that their whereabouts would be known to the other party. Cecilus, if that's the case, even if we go to the trouble of hiding, they may suddenly send their forces against us. I don't think it's such a good idea to kill too many enemies. Al, you said that earlier. The reason being, Cecilus, a hunch, as I said earlier. Groovy, your fucking hunches, huh? As Cecilus did not hesitate to state the insight behind his reasoning, Groovy was unable to laugh at such a stupid joke. While this was not a laughable situation, he had a track record that could not be dismissed as nonsense. Cecilus and Arakia belonged to those of the generals of the first class that went completely by intuition, but they were intuitive in different ways. Groovy, also, did not think that their opponent who had caused a disaster of this magnitude would make a dull move of attacking with just brute force. Rather, if the opponent only used brute force, then they would be no match for Vincent nor Keisha. Groovy. For a moment, he glanced over at Cecilus's profile, and then Groovy remained silent. There were many thoughts going through his mind, but he knew that if their opponent had chosen to go with all-out force from the beginning, it would be a poor choice in their clash with the Empire, being that it contained the likes of Cecilus and Arakia. An opponent making such a presumptuous mistake could never be an enemy of the Valatian Empire. Of course, it would have been a different story if Cecilus's shrunken state had actually been part of the opponent's plan. But regarding that, Groovy's own sense of smell negated that theory. It was Keisha that had shrunk Cecilus, that he was certain of due to the residual mana, and there was no way that Keisha would be complicit in the destruction of the Empire. In the end, however, it was hard for Groovy to figure out what Keisha's intentions truly had been. Al, if our whereabouts are known, we don't have time to think long and hard. What are we gonna do? Should we all go after them and confront the person who's putting this curse on us? Cecilus, yup, that's the fastest solution. But Groovy-san's theory was that the curse's potency is related to distance. That means that if we move away from the person, the pain will go away if we close in, however. Al, this time we ain't getting off with just a lil pain, huh? Cecilus, looks like it. While Cecilus put forth a guess, the mortified Al stared at the thorns in his chest. Groovy agreed with Cecilus. Therein resided the horror of their enemy, who was randomly scattering around a thorn curse on any target within range. The closer one would get to the user, the stronger the curse of the thorns would act. Most people would probably be incapacitated by the pain before they could ever reach the user. Groovy, and if that happens, no matter how fucking stupid they are, they wouldn't be able to move. Cecilus. So, judging from that look in my direction, you must take me for a fool who rushes in without thinking, right? But as you can imagine, I won't rush in without thinking either. If I can settle the problem by cutting down the opponent while enduring the pain, that would be amusing. But, and Cecilus, after a clap, clasped his hands together strongly in front of his chest, making a sound. As he interlaced the fingers of both hands together and alternatingly looked at Groovy and Al through the gap between his fingers. Cecilus, that's not the case, is it? If it were a matter of cutting off the other person's head, Groovy-san would have sent me out and made me do it by now. Groovy, that's what's so fucking nasty about this curse shit. Cecilus smiled wickedly, and Groovy couldn't help but sigh. If this were magic, killing the caster would usually cause it to cease functioning. Magic was invoked by the caster using mana to interfere with the world, so if the caster disappeared, that would be the end of it. However, curses were specialized for causing damage that resulted in the death of the target. For this reason, many of them activated in combination with the target's art, and most of them did not lose their efficacy as long as the target continued to live, even if the caster perished. For example, these thorns were clearly more dependent on the target's art than the caster's, a perfect example. The only way to break this type of curse was to have the caster break it or to use a secret trick. Groovy, there's that fucking sword, Murasame. Go get it. As he gave his instructions, Groovy jerked his chin, to which Cecilus and Al simply stared in puzzlement. Groovy did not pay much mind to Al since the latter had never known about it, but Cecilus, who had been aware of the sword but had now forgotten it, that he loathed. Grabbing Cecilus by the collar, Groovy bared his teeth. Groovy, I mean the fiend sword, Murasame. That fucking sword's the fastest way to cut through curses, contracts, and other things that don't have any form. Go find it. Cecilus, ha! Even if you say so, I still don't know anything about that sword. If you don't know where it is, do you want me to go look for it? Or would Groovy-san know where it is by the smell? Groovy, it's no use. That fucking sword cuts off the smell, so I can't track it with my nose. Even if it had been in a pool of blood all year long, I wouldn't be able to follow the smell, fuck. Even if it were not for that, Murasame hated Groovy, who had melted the sword and reforged it into a katana. It would not even allow him to hold it in his hand. Groovy's nose could not locate the fiend sword, which was as difficult to deal with as its owner, Cecilus. Al, but with it, you can do something about these thorns, right? As Groovy and Cecilus exchanged a few words, Al stood up and confirmed the situation in a low voice. At his serious tone, Groovy released Cecilus and nodded. Groovy, yes. If it's to be somewhere, it's either at this fucking idiot's house or in a secret vault, but I don't think the fucking idiot can keep a secret, so he probably doesn't have something like that. Al, I agree. Where is the house? Groovy, it's in the Crystal Palace's garden. He lives with Erikia in a stupid fucking shack. Cecilus, wait. Groovy-san's always talking about a fucking idiot, and I think he's talking about me, but there's a name I don't recognize. Who is it? Al, Erikia, that girl. Is she doing all right in the palace's garden? What a small world. Groovy. Nah, she's probably not all right. As he replied to Al's reasonable mutterings, Groovy wrinkled his nose. The relationship between Cecilus and Erikia was unclear even to Groovy, who could only observe from the outside. They apparently had known each other for nearly a decade, but it remained a mystery how Cecilus felt about her. It was clear that Erikia disliked Cecilus, but they still lived together and shared meals together. Groovy would be able to tell from the smell if they were actually together, but there was no sign of that. At times, they were a nuisance, as they could change the topology of the Empire while seriously going for each other's throats. Groovy, but I don't think that the dream sword or the fiend sword be left alone even after the fucking idiot got shrunk. So it's possible that. Al, if they were to be put in the palace, they'd have done it from the start. Al was right in his concern regarding the uncertainty of whether they had been put in the palace after having been recovered. If they were to be able to get into the Crystal Palace, They could not adopt the bastion storming strategy, as it relied on reinforcements. However, in order to receive the reinforcements, it is a prerequisite that this caster be stopped. Cecilis, what to do? Leaving such a great weapon in the palace would be a waste. Weapons that seem meaningful must be put to use. There, Cecilis, hands folded behind his head, interjected. Cecilis, with his back to Groovy and Al, who were talking to each other, glanced at them and groaned. Ah, Groovy, the fuck is it? If there's something you want to say, just fucking say it. Cecilis, no, number can't the two of you speak by yourselves? It doesn't seem like the two of you will hear anything I say anyway, so I don't really care. Groovy, you're sulking about Erikia, fucking hell. You and that girl used to try and kill each other. This what you've been all pissy about, ain't it? So that's all, you fucking idiot, now speak up. Cecilis, who, if you do want to hear it so badly. To be blunt, I'm talking about the fact that from their point of view, it's better to let someone else have it than to leave it in the palace. Changing from a smiling face to a sullen one, Groovy furrowed his brow at Cecilis's statement, and became frustrated that he was then offered an opinion that was more honest and plausible than he had expected. In other words, if Cecilis was correct, the Dream Sword and the Fiend Sword, two powerful weapons, were likely to be possessed by one of the undead. Moreover, Cecilis, if they are such powerful weapons, then wouldn't you put them in the hands of someone to whom you entrust an important location? Groovy, fuck. As stated by Cecilis, that was the most likely scenario, and thus Groovy agreed with a swear. If this was the case, it was in their best interest to cut down on the possibilities they could and head for the correct locations. Groovy, as for Balleroy over at number 3, that bastard's different. His specialty's the spear. He won't make the shitty decision to switch weapons. Cecilis, then it's somewhere else. It might be a waste of Alsan's efforts to use my father and his friend as decoys. Al, no, I agree with you that he's the one that needs to be put out of the way the most. It's no joke that he's the only one who can hold Bro and the others back when they arrive. Al's clenched fist trembled, to which Cecilis, with one eye closed, looked at Groovy. The plan was finalized. In order to obtain the Fiend's sword, they would go to the other bastions to find the person they thought might have it. A somewhat haphazard strategy, Groovy. Fucking idiot, at least be the first to go and pull it off. Where's the best chance? Cecilis. Tilda. I guess it's number 2, isn't it? Al. The southeast one, that's still pretty close to here. Then we'll use the leather cloak again, and the 3 of us can go to Groovy. No. As they decided on the bastion to which they were headed, Groovy interrupted Al, shaking his head. Groovy threw the werewolf pelt in his hand to Al, turned his back on them, and went toward the entrance to the alley. And then, Groovy, we're gonna go our separate ways from here. I gotta hold this fucking enemy's head down so he won't move. It's a shitty role, but I'm the only one who can do it. Al, HK, I understand what you're saying, but there are thorns in our side. Aren't the conditions the same for you and I? Groovy did not stop even upon hearing Al's voice trying to stop him. Al was about to chase after him when Cecilis's small hand stopped him with a tap on his chest. While still holding back Al, Cecilis then asked Groovy, Cecilis, you can win, can't you? Groovy, at least I'll make time for you, the fucking idiot, to do your work. Who do you think I am? I'm the amazing Groovy Gumlet, 6th of the 9 divine generals. Raising his arm, so Groovy conveyed the basis of his confidence to Cecilis, speaking over his shoulder. This seemed to have resonated particularly well with Cecilis. He let out a delighted snort that was obvious, and without even looking, Cecilis, well, have fun. Next time we'll meet with the Fiend Sword. With the leading actor's familiar, florid speech, Groovy kicked off the cobblestone pavement and headed off to the battlefield. After parting ways with Cecilis and Al, Groovy, now all on his own, leapt his way across the imperial capital. Regardless of being out in the open, he sailed past the streets, kicked the walls and roofs of the buildings, and bounced with great vigor. From here onwards, unlike covert operations that he might have performed by wearing the pelt of a werewolf, he had to garner the opposition's attention by purposefully making his move in dramatic fashion. Finally, at long last, the opportunity for Groovy to swing into action in his own element had arisen. Groovy, making me do all this fucking annoying shit? Placing the entirety of his accumulated frustration onto his tongue, Groovy spat out a spiteful sequence of profanity. In the first place, behaving in a way that required him to scuttle around, such as running around in an effort to escape and lurking in secret out of the sight of others, was not Groovy's thing at all. It was not about whether he was good at it or not. He simply hated doing it. Despite that, ever since he had withdrawn from the Western battlefield after the arrival of the undead, such a role had been unremittingly forced upon him until he had reached the imperial capital, and therefore he was at the absolute limit of his patience. Of course, his frustration was not the reason for his suggestion to act on his own, but now that he had obtained a perfect chance to run wild at his own discretion, he was going to savor it. Groovy. Fucking damn it, it's here. As Groovy spun in circles vertically while hugging his knees close to himself, the thorny vines surfaced and wriggled across his beastly fur-covered chest, its bindings undergoing reactivation due to the shortened distance between him and the caster. The acute pain that pierced his heart directly was something that could not be withstood easily, even if the recipient was a warrior who was accustomed to pain. It was the complete truth without a sliver of falsehood, as stated previously. Except Groovy. If it's a shitty curse that torments the opponent, then there's gotta be a loophole. Drawing out a single dagger from the waistband, fastened securely around his own body, Groovy barked. Selected from the waistband loaded with multiple daggers was one with a purple line streaking across its blade, and Groovy pointed the sharp edge of the dagger at his own neck, pushing the tip into himself. Immediately, the poison affixed to the edge of the dagger's blade coursed into his body, rapidly eating away at the petite build of the Hyahnapperson by flowing through his bloodstream. The deadly toxin ran amok, delighted by the joy brought on from fulfilling its duty of killing a living creature, and as it rushed to put a lethal end to the creature's vital activity, the blade was pulled back right before it could do so. Groovy. Ah. Enduring the sensation that caused the contents of his stomach to go through a reflux, blood rushed to Groovy's widened eyes. With the capillaries of his eyeballs having been ruptured, both of his eyes were dyed red, but his physical body had stopped short of being felled by the virulent poison, and a change was delivered to it instead. A part of his body's senses had been silenced by the poison. His sense of pain had been suppressed. The next moment, the pain from the thorns that would have been enough to immobilize him had disappeared, and the sensation that constricted his heart was subdued by the exhilaration that came from forcibly overcoming the threat to his life. Originally, the poison had been intended to be used as a tool for torture, the procedure consisting of administering it to captive enemies and letting them watch, fully conscious, as their own bodies were mutilated, all the while being unable to feel any pain. Although, as long as he adjusted the dosage, he thought it would be possible to maintain control over his body and carry on with his sense of pain eradicated, just like this. He had always wanted to test this, but had lacked the opportunity to do so, yet it had gone swimmingly without any preparation beforehand. Groovy. If I ever tested this on that fucking dumbass Cecilus, then it's gonna be an irreversible mistake in case I fuck it up. If it were a matter of his own body, then he had it completely memorized, starting from the number of his beastly hairs without a single fang's width of inaccuracy. He was able to make even the slightest adjustments thanks to it, but testing the poison on Cecilus or Al would have meant making rough estimates with their lives on the line. More specifically, he did have an urge to test to see if even Cecilus would die from the poison pushing down his slowly climbing curiosity. Groovy set out for the third bastion. The current situation spoke for itself. Right now, his topmost priority was to save the Valatian Empire from its imminent destruction. Truthfully, he wanted to make the most out of this situation, with the undead reviving, going on a spree to collect materials from the limited numbers of rare races and from those that had already gone extinct, but he had to choke back his regret and let the opportunity pass. The reason to allow such a thing simmered and blazed within Groovy. Groovy, fuck this shit. He threw out brief words of obscenity. Those had come from the constant feeling of frustration within him. Ever since he had laid his eyes upon the imperial capital ruled by the undead, very much in the manner he was looking at it right now, the possibility that either Vincent or Keisha had died had come to Groovy's mind. On top of that, if one of them really were to have died, then Keisha would have been the one in his thoughts. There had been signs of a faint smell of death trailing after Vincent's steps. For all that, When the smell had abruptly vanished at some point, or so he thought, the situation had gone to shit. Groovy, fucking pale-faced motherfucking bastard. The guy was a detached man who kept his emotions closed off from the eyes of others, but he had ultimately hid away even the inner workings of his heart from the smell. As the imperial capital's decisive battle drew closer, it had been the orders from Vincent that had sent Groovy towards the west, keeping him away from the battlefield, but that Vincent must have been Keisha. Had no way of knowing what had happened to Vincent in the meanwhile, but upon imagining the circumstances behind why Cecilus had been shrunk down, the lone winner of it all would be Keisha. In spite of that, if the Empire were to be defeated, then even his victory would be brushed away as if it had never happened. Groovy, fuck that shit. Such a stupid idea could not be allowed to become a fact. Groovy had been born in the Empire, raised in the Empire, and was a Hyanapperson who lived in the Empire. The rise of his race's social status depended on the work he did, and he had always been told that his duty was to fight courageously until he drew his final breath. He was aware that he was born as someone who would leave his mark on the history of the Empire. In fact, he had been scouted by the Emperor, climbing through the ranks in leaps and bounds, and eventually rising to the position of the Imperial General First Class. The group that such a person, Groovy Gumlet, had acknowledged as his equals or even greater than him were the 9 Divine Generals. Groovy was a warrior who belonged to the Empire, and was also one person who obeyed the philosophy stating that the people of the Empire must be strong. That was why the matter of victory or defeat was sacred. The victor must be honored after all. Groovy, fuck, 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 fucking fuck. In Valatia, the land of ceaseless battles, the world would sink to hell if even the aforementioned unwritten law were to be distorted. Furthermore, hell was to be brought upon Valatia's enemies, so turning this world into that place was not an option. He had to give the enemy an idea of where hell resided. Groovy fucking found it. Spinning alongside his body was his vision, and Groovy let out a mutter when he saw a few silhouettes on the move. The horde of undead at the bottom of his line of sight was screeching out something. However, their reactions were beyond subpar. They would have been harmless even if he were to leave them alone, but he had no reason to do such a thing. Above all else, Groovy could not afford to let his prey get away in the midst of the smell of blood. Positioning his fangs together with an audible click, he drew out the chain and sickle that he carried on his back. It was a weapon difficult to handle, consisting of a wide, single-handed sickle connected to a weight with a chain. Usually, the chain would only be several meters long, and the chain and sickle were supposed to be used in fights that were close-ranged or middle-ranged. But Groovy's weapon had been fashioned from unique materials. Because of that, the chained weight had easily reached the group of undead, even though they had been nearly 30 meters away from him. He swung his sickle-wielding hand in wide arcs, and the chained weight that followed after a moment sang its metallic tunes as it flew towards the ground with tremendous speed. The size of the weight was equal to a fist, but the power behind its acceleration was too enormous to be converted to a mere punch. Of course, the undead jumped out of the pathway of the weight, not wanting to be on the receiving end of it, but how naive. Groovy, fucking morons. The launched weight made contact with the ground in the direction of Groovy's roar. Suddenly, the weight manifested a red hue from within, and the surrounding buildings were caught in the massive explosion that followed. The resulting powerful shockwave engulfed the undead that had narrowly avoided the blast, and just like that, one of the imperial capital streets had been annihilated. The Crimson Hills Jurol were located northwest of the Kararagi city-states, near the Great Waterfall. That place, which appeared as a red desert area, was the most dangerous land in the world, made from delicate fire magic stone particles resembling grains of sand. Because even a puff of wind could trigger a chain of explosions in that region. It was said to have been created from the bloody tears of a great spirit who had failed to become a part of the Four Greats. Weight connected to Groovy's chain and sickle contained fire magic stones that had been collected from the Crimson Hills Jurol in its interior, able to unleash its exceptionally destructive power in this manner upon absorbing mana from its surroundings, exposing himself to the aftershock from the explosive heat that had demolished an entire street. Groovy landed on the charred ruins that unceasingly emanated black smoke and burned ablaze, and while leaning up to straighten his back, Groovy, Araruo. Like that, he roared as he let the destructive impulse that had been swelling up inside of him run its own course. His pounding heart was bitching about the squeezing sensation from the thorns, but there was no pain to it. Moreover, he felt the scorching heat sear through his inner body, blowing out a breath that smelled of blood. And then he gnashed his fangs loudly, adjusting his hold on his chain and sickle, Groovy. Can't fucking ambush me with a shitty curse like that. As a shadow dropped from the sky, the hem of their red overcoat fluttering in the air, he launched the chained weight at them. Just as how the power behind the weight had been demonstrated earlier, the opponent intercepted it with the sword in their hand, and immediately after that, an eruptive blaze swallowed them whole. However, Groovy, TCH, witnessing the flames that had enveloped the sky becoming split in half, Groovy leapt backwards immediately. The unnatural change that had occurred to the flames was a testament to the fact that the flying silhouette had chopped it down. In addition, the thorns pulsing with ardor at the arrival of their master, as if they were howling with joy, told him that his opponent was the one responsible for scattering the curse of thorns against Groovy, as well as his surroundings. Had he gone without silencing his sense of pain with his toxins, then he would have been writhing on the ground, vomiting blood, by now. Groovy wanted to say that he had the complete upper hand, supposing his opponent was someone who relied on their thorns alone. Alas, his enemy was apparently not easy to beat. Ambush. 'Tis a rather strange remark. For what reason wouldst I resort to such underhanded subterfuge? The silhouette spoke as he descended upon the scorched field, languidly gazing in Groovy's direction. Fractured, pallid skin, golden pupils floating atop black sclera. His appearance was just as Groovy had expected, meeting the requirements of an undead, but there was something that had vaulted over a wall or two regarding his expectations. First and second, there were the aesthetic garb that was only allowed to be worn by the Valetian imperial family, and the facial features that were somehow reminiscent of Vincent Valetia. More than anything, it was about the thing that his opponent had in his hand. That was something only permitted to be held by the Emperor of Valetia, the crimson, scintillating glow of the Yang sword. Groovy, fucking hell. If the undead were resurrections, then of course there was the possibility of the Valetian imperial family becoming a part of the horde. Because of that, although Groovy was surprised by the fact that his opponent had the Yang sword, he was able to accept it. What he was not able to accept was that it was not the only sword in his enemy's possession. With the Yang sword grasped firmly in his right hand, the undead emperor was holding a different weapon in his left. And it was a blade that Groovy had not been expecting this one, undead, to have gotten a hold of in this place. Groovy, how far are you gonna go to fucking defy me, you shitty ass katana? As Groovy roared in an outburst of rage, in his field of vision was the undead emperor, Fiend sword Murasame in hand, the Yang sword and the Fiend sword. Two blades belonging to the enchanted swords were standing as an adversary against the master of curse tools, Groovy, much to his chagrin. Arc 8, Chapter 42, The Grand Slave. Human translated by Negamize, Section 2, Archbishop, Section 3, Machine translated by Archbishop proofread by Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Vinike and Senkel Archbishop Negamize Art Sources. Siba Maruk. Priscilla Bariel did not despise stargazers. Appearing only in the Valetian Empire, they were pitiable existences burdened with mental illness. That was the general perception of those who had become familiar with stargazers, though to begin with, happening across those who harbored the disease of conversing with the world was not something that happened so frequently. Even so, there existed positions that easily became entangled with those of the stargazer affliction. Those were people closely tied to the Valetian imperial family, whether it was the imperial family themselves, or perhaps those who served the imperial family's needs in their daily life. Those appointed to positions of steward, guard, and all the like, had a chance to encounter individuals ailed by the stargazer malady. After all, the stargazers were a lot who could not help wanting to be involved with the history of the empire, and whenever there was a large incident that would seem to be recorded in imperial history, They all appeared to blather on about it, although there had never been a case in which the utterances of stargazers, despised as madmen, were given significant importance. Of course, there were likely some curious people who had lent their ears to the words of the stargazers, but there were no history books, at least publicly, in which it was recorded that their ramblings had proved useful, until the current emperor, Vincent Varlatia, had granted Ubulk an official position and the permission to enter and leave the palace. That was the common understanding of the relationship between the empire and stargazers. Was it not just as if stargazers were like swains, continuing to emit an unreciprocated passion for the empire? Endowed with a commandment, they were swains who blindly relinquished everything for its fulfillment. Many of the imperial citizens aware of their existence despised them. However, Priscilla did not. Neither did she pity them. Stargazers and the like were nothing so special as to warrant being the targets of contempt or pity. From the beginning, the vast majority of living beings were slaves to something greater than themselves, be that to a ruler, to one's family, or to one's spouse, or perhaps to love, hatred, or fate. That was the only difference. Thus that was Priscilla. Even mineself is no exception. With a clang, the chains of the binds cuffed around her wrists resonated as she murmured amidst the darkness. When weaving words, she did not particularly care about whether an audience was present or not, but at the very least, this murmur was not a soliloquy. It was uttered to be heard by someone. Nevertheless, it seemed as if the other party had not desired such a thing, as there was no response. Yet, if one was trying to conceal their presence, such petty desires would not be granted. Priscilla, no matter your attempt to bait your breath, there is no way to conceal the presence of a being such as yourself. Or perhaps you shall not show your face unless I directly make mine way over to you. As long as your hands are bound, that is an impossible action. Priscilla, so be it. In that case, there is no choice but for you to take a step in mine direction. I do not intend to exchange words with someone who does not even show their face. A beat later, though there was no confusion to the extent of hesitation, the thought was interrupted before the sound of footsteps. Gradually, accompanied by the slow, echoing sound of footsteps striking the cold floor, a small figure emerged in the darkness. The light source in the dungeon was meager, allowing only a vague perception of their form. There was a limit to how much one's eyes could adjust to darkness. Much less when one did not bother closing one of their eyelids to adjust their vision to the darkness of night. Priscilla, do not perform acts so uncouth as concealing yourself in unlit darkness. When you make your entrance, do so magnificently into the light. Truly a prideful statement characteristic of yourself. Caution required. And right after hearing the emotionless voice, a hardness separate to that of the shoes sharply struck the stone floor. A high-pitched sound cut through the cold air, and then a bluish-white light forcefully pushed back the darkness in the cellar. Priscilla, in an instant within that light, a beautiful white face emerged with orange hair and crimson eyes. The beauty, clad in a dress as red as blood, was Priscilla Bariel. Chained up in a basement, Priscilla was flashed by a staff that shone a bluish white, and holding that staff was a young girl with long pink hair with cracks running through her skin and horrifying eyes. She was an undead. If there was something different about this undead, it was that she, having taken the form of a little girl before Priscilla's eyes, was Priscilla, the architect of this great disaster. Girl, I will not deny it, but where did you learn that term? You should not have had any opportunity to hear it. Priscilla, it was your subordinate who served a meal to myself. Perhaps you had starved him of conversation. Even without mine inquiry, he kept talking about various matters to alleviate his boredom. Girl, for general first-class temiglyph warning required. However, at that point, the youthful undead interrupted her words, and taking a step forth, she closed the distance between herself and Priscilla. Even so, it was still far. No matter how slender and artistic Priscilla's legs might be, it seemed unlikely that she could lift her leg to reach the other's bangs. Girl, have you managed to endure it? The boredom. Priscilla, with the distance to Priscilla still maintained, the youthful undead continued her paused words. Priscilla's eyes narrowed slightly in response to the question. There was a strange closeness in the young girl's statement, as if she were looking into her face. It was not about physical distance, but about a mental one. Priscilla, You speak as if you have known myself for a long time. Girl, what do you think? Do you remember me? Do you have any idea who I am? Priscilla, unfortunately, I am not so fickle as to remember such a trivial thing. So either you are unworthy, or this is the first time you have ever shown your face to myself. Girl, correct. This is the first time you have seen my face. The nodding young girl's answer, however, was not a thorough answer to Priscilla's doubts. But then again, precisely because the other party's statement left out all of the most important bits that their intention was clear. She was testing Priscilla. It was as if she was watching to see if a tethered beast would take the bait. Priscilla sensed her intention and snorted slightly. Priscilla, such fearless disrespect for myself. Girl, indeed, I do not know the emotion of fear. What I do not know is not limited to fear, but as a venerable substitute for mother, who greedily desires knowledge, one, Priscilla. So you know myself from a one-sided point of view. You are the one behind the Muriu of the village of Coffleton. Two, girl, elucidation, required. Priscilla interrupted the young girl, who rambled about herself, and as she spoke of something that rang a bell in the latter's mind, the girl held her breath. The mutter was proof that Priscilla's idea had a connection to the young girl, but it was not clear to the other party how exactly Priscilla linked it to her. Priscilla, it is not that confusing, is it? Once upon a time, within mine domain in the kingdom, what is now happening to the imperial capital? Or rather, the entire empire, a similar incident occurred. When such rare events happen twice around oneself, it is natural to connect the two. The incident had occurred within the Bariel domain of the kingdom of Lugunica in the village of Coffleton, the center of the incident and the village whose residents had been turned into undead. However, at that time, it was not so much a case of the dead being brought back to life, as it was a case of corpses being manipulated according to the will of someone else. The queen, the apparent cause, had been defeated, and since then there had been no reports of similar incidents. It was thought that the situation had been settled. Priscilla, it seems that you have changed the location of your nest and continued to perform your tastes. You have improved somewhat in your appalling game of dolls with insects inside their corpses. Girl, the previous approach had too many obstacles to achieving my goals. Improvement required. Priscilla, you do not deny your involvement with Coffleton. Girl, I do not see the point. Are these not meaningless inquiries? The young girl's response, devoid of emotion, was more an expression of disgust than one of distaste for the wasteful use of time. The clear indifference aside, such lack of denial was useful in obtaining the information she wanted to get. On the other hand, however, the dialogue with such a person was, Priscilla, you are quite the bore. Girl, and that is important how. Priscilla, disregarding whether this conversation is beneficial or not, that is the only value that can be derived from it. Girl, so then, why do we not just ignore whether it is beneficial or not? Priscilla, that is why I said I find your conversations a bore. It is like talking to a dead person. Talking to a gravestone would still be preferable, given the lack of your petulant responses. Girl. The young girl's black eyes narrowed as Priscilla spoke, and she took another step closer to her. She put a hand on her chest, the one not holding the staff. Girl, is it not as if you are conversing with the dead? When you see me, you would not suspect me to be alive. Priscilla, it would be nonsensical to ascribe life or death to something that could not even be said to have lived. However, it was somewhat unexpected that you would be undead. Girl, why is that? Priscilla, it would be an ill-advised gamble for you, the originator of the ritual, to become undead yourself. Moreover, at the moment of your death, the technique that you have woven could be cut off, and all your plans may come to naught. Naturally, that might be an unfounded worry, depending on information and evidence of which Priscilla had no knowledge. However, given the nature of this young girl, even that was highly questionable. This girl, in particular, disliked inefficiency and had a propensity for not reaching for things that she estimated to have less than definite proof. Despite this, she had treated even her own life as a card in her hand that would bring about the great disaster. Priscilla, perhaps when confronted with your inevitable death, you had no choice but to entrust your hope to the afterlife. Or perhaps you were already undead before you caused this incident. If not, girl, if not. Priscilla, Perhaps you deemed it acceptable that it would all come to naught had your life not continued beyond that point. Guessing at the inexplicable true intentions of the young girl who had turned into an undead, Priscilla voiced three possibilities. Listing them out in order, based on the nature of the young girl that she analyzed so far, she held off the possibilities that would be far from being true. However, girl, admiration, required. This was the young girl's reaction in response to Priscilla's speculation when she voiced what should have been the least likely possibility. In essence, it meant nothing more than that the young girl had given up on the plans she had set in motion around the time of the incident in Coffleton, about at the same time as the end of her own life. This fact alone was enough to furrow Priscilla's beautiful brows, but what intensified it further was the reaction of the young girl to the truth of the statement. With her lifeless, pale face missing any signs of life, the young girl smiled as if Priscilla's intentions had been understood. In the midst of the light emitted by the staff, witnessing that smile, Priscilla furrowing her brows became even clearer. Priscilla, finally you have shown that there is at least value in talking to you, disregarding gains. Girl, has something changed? Priscilla, if you have yet to realize it yourself, allow me to append some congratulatory words. The exceeding irony that is the sprouting of a life after death. Then Priscilla stopped speaking, closing one of her crimson eyes. After a brief moment of beautiful and precious contemplation, Priscilla reopened her closed eyelid, and with both of her crimson eyes fixed on the face of the young girl who had lost her smile, Priscilla, no, not quite. It did not sprout after death. Did you sacrifice your own life to prove it? Girl, I did not take my own life. The opportunity naturally presented itself. However, the speculation that I faced an unavoidable death is not incorrect. Correction required. In response, the lips of the young girl once again painted a smile, similar to before. In this clear reaction, Priscilla could distinctly sense the rhythm of life, the presence of emotions within the young girl. They were something that had not existed in the young girl until now, and without that, the dead could not resurrect as undead. Therefore, the young girl had proven it with her own life. She might have had the qualification to become undead, but there needed to be a reason to place her soul back into the earthen vessel and make it cling to this current life. It was a strategy with low certainty and could hardly be called efficient. Priscilla, but emotions are what lead to such choices, are they not? Girl, that is correct. The young girl, with her hand still on her chest, had a sense of audacity emanating from her. The previous emptiness, as if conversing with a doll with no substance, was gone. Instead, what was present was the tension of confronting a decidedly different and inorganic presence. Girl, the plan in the kingdom was thwarted because the me of the past had dismissed this. However, though I may have failed to become the witch of the kingdom, it seems I have been chosen to become the great disaster of the empire. Priscilla, chosen, you say, is that the reason you have invoked the disaster? Girl, correction, required. That is not the motive, it is the basis. To Priscilla's question, there was a resolute answer. Listening to the young girl's response, Priscilla's vague suspicions began to take shape. What had been sinking into the shadows darker than the darkness of the underground dungeon gradually became clearer through the young girl's words and expressions, just like when she had brought the light of her staff into the cellar. And then, girl, my name is Sphinx. I was also once known as a witch in the kingdom of Lugunica. Priscilla. So, looking directly at Priscilla, declaring her name, the young girl Sphinx's words and demeanor, and what they meant, were finally conveyed to Priscilla. The explicit mention of being called a witch in the kingdom of Lugunica was likely to clearly distinguish herself from those known as witches in other countries. The 6 witches other than the Witch of Envy had once existed, and yet they had all but disappeared from history, commonly known as witches throughout the world nonetheless. However, if one were to limit a witch to the kingdom of Lugunica, only one person would fit the description. It was easily discernible through history that this entity had been involved in the demi-human war. Yet, what this self-proclaimed witch, Sphinx, wanted to convey to Priscilla was not merely some trivial information regarding her true identity. What the witch wanted to convey to Priscilla was, Priscilla, the reason you overcame a futile death and gained the sprout of life as an undead was because of myself. That was a declaration of war, stating that Priscilla was the reason Sphinx had become the great disaster. In the first place, she did not even have to mull over it to know that the situation was too conspicuous. At the site of the decisive battle at the imperial capital, where the imperial army and the rebel army had engaged in a direct clash with one another, Sphinx had brought the undead along with her, interfered in the battle as the great disaster, and caused the end of the insurrection to be left undecided. During the battle, Priscilla and Yorna had both been focused on their fight with Arakia, leaving them with a delayed grasp of the shift in the situation compared to the other battlefields, and they had been defeated as a result, too late to discern the intentions of the undead. As of now, Priscilla was chained up in the dungeon, and the well-being of Arakia and Yorna remained unknown in the current situation. During the fight with Arakia, the soul marriage technique that Yorna had placed within her still retained its lingering effects, so there was no doubt that Yorna had survived. Even if that were not the case, Priscilla had resigned herself to being held as a prisoner in exchange for the safety of Arakia, who had lost her consciousness, and also Yorna, who had been disconcerted by the undead that had appeared. The deal would not have been able to be established if the other party had not the intention to capture her. Therefore, the fact that Priscilla was chained to this prison while alive, just like this, it was only natural that the other party wanted something to do with her. Priscilla, I have imagined that, surely, it was Lamia who was particular about my life. Sphinx, Princess Lamia Godwin had agreed to spare your life. She was strongly attached to you. During her last moments, Priscilla, I do not intend to share the time between myself and Lamia with another. She cut her off, bluntly regarding her words as a mere stint of curiosity that existed for momentary satisfaction. Sphinx simply pulled back with an, "I see," at Priscilla's declaration. She had brought it up as the subject of their conversation, but her interest concerning the topic was probably non-existent. This much was evident to Priscilla, who had been kept alive even after Lamia's second death. Sphinx, attachment is a mysterious phenomenon. It is too heavily influenced by elements that are contradictory to rationality. Regardless, I have struggled to understand outcomes where irrationality had prevailed over rationality at times. Priscilla, rationality or irrationality, which one have you given greater importance to for the outcome of speaking to me in this manner? Sphinx, I wonder which one it is. Deliberation, required. Doing so is a thought-provoking action in itself. As Sphinx answered her, Priscilla wondered if she was aware of it. Regardless of whether she was aware of it or not, as Sphinx continued to speak with Priscilla in this place, there was a rapid increase in the human-like qualities of her speech. The water that was her conversation with Priscilla had been poured onto her budding humanity, bringing a significant growth into existence. Priscilla, Priscilla took notice of what Sphinx had truly meant by that, and it had not been refuted when she had voiced it out loud. Judging from how Sphinx was maintaining her attitude of deliberately not probing further into the subject, it could be said that the idea of it belonging to the core of her motives was unequivocally affirmed. There was one thing that Priscilla was, as much as she was vexed to admit it, falling behind Sphinx in regards to it, the fact that she was entirely clueless about Sphinx's extreme attachment. Of course, considering Priscilla's status, there had been times when complete strangers, and those whom she only knew the names of, harbored some sort of one-sided obsession over her. However, Sphinx's attachment was clearly beyond the scope of her egotistical single-mindedness. There was a reason that had become the origin of the great disaster. Sphinx, earlier you spoke of an interesting subject. Priscilla, Sphinx, all forms of life are slaves to some sort of greater entity. In the past, I have not been able to understand this, but currently I am sensing the signs that will guide me to my understanding. Sphinx started, seemingly finding the topic interesting, and Priscilla responded to her words with her silence. She was not scorning her, nor was she ignoring her. If she were to put it into words, it was a type of curiosity that must not be trifled with. Sphinx had begun speaking while mentioning that she found it interesting, and her speech itself was what Priscilla was deeply fascinated with. The witch had expressed her understanding of something she previously could not fathom, and even showed her agreement with Priscilla's words. What was she planning to talk about? Sure enough, in front of Priscilla, who prompted her to go on with her silence, Sphinx resumed her speech. Sphinx, Because of this, I am able to discover a new rationality in the midst of all the irrationality. Attention required, she said, then struck the end of her glowing staff against the floor once more. The staff, with a glorious jewel inlaid into it, grew glaringly brighter, and during the moment, a change had occurred to the surface of the jewel. The view of the imperial capital, outside of the dungeon, had been projected onto the pale, transparent jewel. Perhaps its principles were similar to how a conversation mirror would emulate the reflection on the other side, over the face of the mirror. Priscilla felt that such a formula seemed rather grandiose to only be used for gazing at something from a distance, narrowing her eyes through the light. Although Sphinx had told her to pay attention. Priscilla, what do you wish to present to myself? Sphinx, the validity of your words, and the results of my renewed equation. On the assumption that the accuracy of Priscilla's words was correlated to what Sphinx had said a moment ago, she pondered about what would be shown on the jewel, and then made a realization. And then, simultaneously, Priscilla's realization and the jewel's projection became clear. The scene that had been displayed was Sphinx, by gaining an understanding of emotion and attachment. For the first time, I have discerned the methodology regarding their uses. She is commendable, is she not? If it is for your sake, she does not take herself into account. Deliberation required. At the same time, at the real location of the scene projected within the jewel. Oh dear, seems like I've done quite the bad thing to Groovy, San. I'd established in my mind that my intuition wouldn't be wrong at the critical moment, but it was fairly off the mark. Voiced in a witty manner, a manner contrary to the cheerful tone of the words, was the topic of his own mistake. However, no diffidence could be sensed in his expression or narrating tone whatsoever. That was because he did not care about his mistake at all, and because he was not really serious about the desire to apologize because his intuition had been half right and half wrong. Leaving the flashy role of a diversion to his ally, he had dashed along the undead-infested imperial capital to one of the bastions belonging to the city's walls, to a place that was known number 2 in that sequence, where something he was looking for ought to have been present. Of course, his intuition had been the one to lead him to believe so. He held no doubts that were he to call that his conviction, many would end up rebuking him. But at the very least, he himself did hold a conviction that this was his time to shine, that if he, the leading actor of this world, Cecilus Segmund, were to arrive at this venue, a boisterous, obstreperous display of his magnificent deeds would be made to all those in the audience watching over him. That was, so, do you have some sort of excuse? Cecilus, dear me, you're right about that, but how about this? My intuition wasn't wrong. If you want to know why, it's because the thing I truly want is right here, something of the sort. Next to him, holding the smouldering pelt, which had already lost the meaning of invisibility cloak, Al spoke words of bitterness, to which Cecilus exultantly responded so. In reality, whether that had been veracious or not was in a dimension beyond Cecilus's comprehension, but was believing oneself not much, much more positive when compared to doubting oneself. Cecilus, don't you think so too, half-naked one san? A depressed face is sure to be followed by a dark turn of events. In that case, then it needn't be said what face the leading actor, who basks in light, ought to be making. His head cast above, facing the figure of a person floating in the sky, their altitude beyond even the height of the ramparts they had arrived at, Cecilus raised his voice. But a reply came not from the other party. However, there had been an initial greeting from them. Something that had transmogrified absolutely everything in the surrounding area into a sea of flame, in an attempt to immolate Cecilus and Al, both hiding under the cloak of fur, to naught. While performing a deed immense to such a degree, no hostility, no intent to kill targeting Cecilus and Al could have been felt in said action whatsoever. The only thing there had been from the slender body exposing plenty of its brown skin had been merely the sobbing pleas of a young girl who had taken in something so great that it seemed like she was about to be rended apart. He did not know what kind of circumstances had led to that thing entering her, but Cecilus, I guess you probably ate something bad. You really are a handful. Girl, Cecilus, ha, that strange feeling just now. Just what was it? Faster than he could reel that answer in, there was movement overhead. A flicker of light, and a tremendous power rained from overhead to destroy Cecilus and Al before that could happen. Cecilus licked his lips, and to his side, as Al cast away the fur cloak. Al, fuck it all. Re-expand territory. As that desperate shout was engulfed in the midst of the impact, the greatest clash of the undead capital began. Translation notes. 1. Here Sphinx changes her pronoun from her normal pronoun, Chinese letter watashi, to echidna's pronoun, Chinese letter boku. 2. Muryu, Chinese letter, is a collective term for spirits of mountains, rivers, and various other things. It is also used for things like Mononoke, Kappa, and Yakai. Read more, https://n, Wikipedia, org/wiki/Morio. Arc 8, Chapter 43. To each their long-cherished desires. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 1, Partial Section 2.2, Section 2.3, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5. Machine translated by Archbishop, Section 2.1, Partial Section 2.2, Proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Art Sources. Grail 1 Me Magician Antona Sasaru Merihan. Aldebaran knew of what stargazers were. The person who had informed Aldebaran of their existence in the past was a being knowledgeable about almost everything about this world, who nevertheless still coveted the unknown, greedily. His relationship with that person was a complex one. It was not one which he could describe with words such as like or dislike. If asked whether he was grateful to them or not, he would probably say he was. But the degree of his gratitude towards them notwithstanding, he harbored reservations about how incompatible they were with him. Such was the kind of person they were. At any rate, regardless of who had taught him that knowledge, he knew of the stargazers' circumstances, and thus they contributed nothing to the outcome of Aldebaran's dearest wish whatsoever. More important than his interest in the stargazers, or whether they were involved with him or not, was the fact that they had dragged them into this. When Priscilla had first declared she would head for Valatia, through trial and error he attempted to stop her. Once she had decided on something, however, her mind would not be swayed no matter what. So, the best he could do was to accompany her, endeavoring to serve as her insurance as much as possible. But for Aldebaran, the fact that he had happened across them in this empire was undoubtedly a cruel twist of fate. Always, fate would intervene in Aldebaran's life in extremely odious ways. Therefore, he did not have the slightest good impression in regards to fate, but just this time he was grateful. If they were here, it would be a different story. If they had been dragged into this, the situation would be dramatically changed. If they were to enter a frame, unable to abandon it, if the frame they were unable to abandon were to increase in scope more and more, to the point that they would not be able to handle all of it, then Aldebaran's dearest wish would be fulfilled. Once before, Aldebaran had thrown everything away, entirely. Amidst darkness, continuing to walk while solely relying on what meager starlight was present, he had given up on trying. For that reason, the sun was radiant. As if there was no such thing as darkness, it had scorched his resignation to naught. If it was to protect that dazzling sun, he was fine with licking the boots of fate. Enduring pain that seemed to tear into him, he would not even hesitate to look them right in the eye. Be it which, be they stargazers, be it the great disaster, no matter what stood in his way, he cared not. It's just I'm begging you, so please, don't get in my way. In total, 22 times. That was the number of attempts it had taken Al to figure out what had happened to him. In an instant, there was a whiteout so abrupt that he did not even realize that his body had evaporated. Al. Nah, it wasn't caused by clouds or snow. It was fire, so I guess it'd be a redout. Or it'd also be fine to call it a crimson out, 'cause it sounds cooler. Taking a deep breath, he uttered a pointless, nonsensical remark. Although he could not say for certain whether his mind was normal or not, at the very least, he could bring himself to a tenuous belief that his mind was normal. For the time being, that was fine. If there was a problem, Al, when it comes to fighting at this level, there's no room for me to intervene. In front of Al, as he barked this, was one of the duties that had to be accomplished in the imperial capital. The conquest of the 5 bastions of the star-shaped ramparts had been completed in one location. Solid walls that boasted immense defensive capability had been annihilated without a trace. What else could this be called but the accomplishment of that objective? But then again, at the second bastion, where the high walls and surrounding buildings had been completely erased, A greater obstacle than the now vanished walls obstructed the path as the next hurdle. The cloudy sky was dyed red, and a girl surrendered herself to the sky through the work of some unknown principle. The girl had short silver hair, red eyes, and much of her brown skin exposed. However, as much as her beautiful features were captivating, she exhibited an appearance that jolted an instinctive sense of danger within any who beheld her. Having left the Master of the Thorns to Groovy by using the werewolf's pelt, Al and Cecilus had safely reached the second bastion. No, they had attempted to reach it. Strictly speaking, the second bastion had been wiped from the face of the world, and caught up in that annihilation, Al had suffered damage many times without even being able to perceive said damage, before finally grasping the situation and the method with which to move it forward. That said, he did not even want to think about how many extra attempts it would take to reach the same result if he were asked to do it again. That was why, Al, reinitiate thought experiment, territory redefinition. Updating the matrix by 10 odd seconds, or perhaps just by a few seconds, Al put the whole of his effort towards finding an opening to escape. As Al had shouted earlier, there was no room for him to intervene. Regardless, whenever Al suffered fatal damage, he would restart from a predefined point so the world would not progress. It would be a different story if Cecilus could pick up Al and let him escape from the lethal zone together with him, like the time with that sniper. But Cecilus, sorry, Alsan, but my intuition is telling me that this is my time to shine and that looking after you'd spoil my state of being. With that stated, Cecilus quickly resigned from protecting Al and challenged the girl in the sky Erikia. How many times had Al seen her by now? Looking back on it, their relationship had been steadily deteriorating. Back when he had been a gladiator on the Gladiator Island, he had fought together with her when she was still a little girl. Next, they faced off as enemies in the fortress city of Garrel, and now she was vaporizing him in the imperial capital. But putting the viewpoint of a middle-aged guy who had encountered her several times to the side, as Cecilus had said, it could be understood that Arakia was not in her usual state with a single glance. Arakia. Arakia was writhing in midair. Her state was evidently abnormal. A spirit eater, Al had heard about their characteristics in passing from Priscilla. In reality, he had been able to see her transform into fire and water with his own eyes, but this clearly ran counter to those precedents. Unlike when she assimilated her body with water, or when she soared with part of her body turned into flames, Arakia's current appearance looked like she was just about to be devoured by an enormous white light from the inside out. As if protruding out from the inside of her slender brown body, translucent crystals, tinged a pale yellow, seemed to be directly growing from her skin, one after the other. The purest form of magic stones were known as magic crystals, and they were encircling Arakia's entire body. If she were nonetheless capable of remaining composed like that, it would have seemed that Arakia's appearance was another display of her power as a spirit eater. But Arakia, HK. Arakia's red eyes reflected not a clear image of anything in the world. With tears flowing from her clouded left eye, her lips spilled out a pained gasp for help. Nobody would consider this situation as normal or as something that Arakia herself desired. If a child cried out with a gaping mouth, tears streaming down from their eyes as they repeatedly pounded on someone, even supposing their eyes were closed, their ears were plugged, their skin were covered, it would still be known that the child was crying nonetheless. That was exactly what Arakia was doing right now. Al, don't tell me you're gonna say that you can't leave a crying child alone. Al, at the end of his rope and trying his best to flee from the ruin, shouted in desperation to Cecilus, who was rushing towards it. Upon hearing this, Cecilus did not look back, but shook his shoulders in a way that made it clear that he had laughed. Cecilus, the tears of women and children can be the impetus to get a story moving. So it's natural that I can't overlook them, but that isn't the case here. Al, so then, Cecilus, but I have business with those tears. Immediately after he spoke, Cecilus leapt at lightning speed, using a piece of melted debris as a foothold. In the surrounding area, the barricades that had been erected to protect the second bastion had melted away, manifesting the appearance of a magma-filled inferno. Should one carelessly plunge one's foot into the magma, the damage incurred would be much more than merely slipping, but rather the portion that had been plunged in would be instantly incinerated, leaving a scar that would not be seen ever again. Al's source for this was himself, but Cecilus jumped into the area that had become a garden of magma, making full use of the limited footholds to close in on Arakia, who was floating in the sky. His speed and transience were beyond description. No, truly beyond description was the deed that was realized directly afterward, mixed in with Cecilus humming a tune. Al, no way. Arakia's entire body radiated white light in the air, and a moment later, a flash of light scorched the spot where Cecilus was running. The unleashed spear of light pierced into the magma, and a beat later, everything within a radius of a few meters around it had compressed and was immediately blown asunder. The imploded magma and the destructive force that had caused said implosion then spread out to the surrounding area, scattering it over a radius nearly 10 times the size of the initial compressed space. Rendered speechless, albeit he knew himself to be out of range, Al reflexively covered his head with his arm to protect it. With his vision covered, he could still see that though that single shot alone had been horrifyingly powerful, the bombardment still continued without cease. 1, 2, 3, 4 shots were fired in rapid succession, each shot reshaping the form of the imperial capital. Streets ceased to be streets, and land ceased to be land. They were fired one after another, pursuing Cecilus as he ran on the ground, but even he, Cecilus, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Splatters of the scorching heat known as magma were scattered about. The gaze of the blinks of destruction known as flashing light were evaded, and Cecilus broke through the white dust in a mad dash through the space where death rained down incessantly. All the footholds had already disappeared, and through a space where magma would soak one's feet in the place of solid ground, Cecilus swiftly ran with Zori that did not seem to have any sort of fireproof quality. Bearing witness to that sight, what flashed through Al's mind was the absurd image of a shinobi running on water, the technique of stepping forth with their left foot before their right foot sank, then stepping forth with their right foot before their left foot sank. Undoubtedly, Cecilus was performing that not on water, but on magma. Al, that shouldn't be possible. Cecilus, as long as a person thinks that way, they'll never be able to do it. Cheerfully responding to Al's exclamation, Cecilus performed an outrageous act that scoffed at the very laws of physics. Running straight forward, he plunged into a house that had escaped harm's way, and in the subsequent instant, that house collapsed, and a pillar that had been kicked out of the crumbling building soared through the air like an arrow. It was a rather girthy arrow with an incorrect size ratio, but it closed in on Arakia with enough speed to bore through the torso of a large animal. But before it could hit Arakia, it spontaneously combusted and smoldered to naught within the air. Surrounding Arakia as she radiated light, so much heat was being generated that it appeared as if both herself and even the space around her were being distorted, so there was no way any half-hearted attack could have drawn near her. Even Cecilus ought to have understood that. And yet, Cecilus, go, 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 go. Inducing a thunderous sound, Cecilus destroyed buildings one after the other, and kicking the pillars, rooftops, and household belongings of the destroyed buildings flying at speeds unperceivable to the eye, he made an incessant onslaught on the airborne Arakia. Of course, it was not a matter of which would reach her, as all of them vanished in the air before they had the chance. Moreover, in retaliation against those unsuccessful attacks, there were arrows of light that were sure to prove fatal with merely a graze. Al, idiot, stop that, don't you get it? If you recklessly attract her attention, Cecilus. What are you saying, Alsan? It's totally the opposite. Rather, it's absolutely necessary that I attract her full attention to myself. Al, this show-off, no. Cecilus continued to contribute to the destruction of the imperial capital's scenery, voluntarily to the buildings, and incidentally to the rest of the surroundings. Trying to laugh off his usual leading actor-type statement with an unfunny one-liner, Al realized. All of Cecilus's positioning involved placing Arakia on the interior of the imperial capital, and going around so he would be outside of it to draw her attacks. That was to say, it was a battle with no attacks directed towards the inside of the imperial capital. Having finally understood that, Al also understood what Cecilus was trying to say. Cecilus, right now that woman has neither consciousness nor rationality. All she's got are the defensive instincts in order to not be killed or burst apart. If left alone, she'd aimlessly head for the center of the city. But if we let her rampage in the center, what's gonna happen? Al, it'd become a hole that nobody'd be able to live in for the next 100 years. Cecilus, a whole lot of people would die. It may be fine if they were just enemies, but I don't really find it desirable for people who aren't enemies to die in great numbers. The world will get lonely, after all. Saying so in a calm tone, Cecilus dodged the ray of death that attempted to graze him and devoted himself to lightning speed in order to implement his statement. Unable to hide his surprise at Cecilus's unexpectedly decent motivation, Al stuck his finger into his heated iron helmet and adjusted its angle while holding his ground. As Cecilus had said, currently, Arakia did not have the leeway to turn her attention anywhere else. Arakia had taken in something beyond Al's imagination, and desperately enduring as it overflowed, she was merely counterattacking by reflex against any threat that could impede her. Thus, Cecilus continued to put himself at a critical distance and meddle with Arakia in order to keep her contained here, as he claimed it was necessary to prevent the imperial capital from being destroyed. Al, Cecilus's aim, and the peculiar situation Arakia had been placed in. The choice to turn his back and flee, as there was nothing he could do, would always flicker in the corner of his mind, but even Cecilus had once had one of his legs blown off. If Al's presence had made it so that that had never happened, then there was value in him being here. Al, am I really doing this? Slowly shaking his head, Al drew in a long breath. Right at the outset, he had already drawn the short end of the stick 22 times. From here on out, he did not know just how many times he would end up drawing it again. As a result, he wondered what might happen to his sanity. However, regardless of whether he was sane or not, there would never be any mistaking that the sun was dazzling. Al, in that case, I'm fine with this. The metal fixtures on his helmet made a sound as he plucked them, and Al took one step forward. Then Al, the unleashed white light aiming for Cecilus, exploded 10-odd meters in front of him, and the magma droplets blown away by the aftershock directly caught Al, who had not dodged Al. Next. With his redefined territory, the ordinary man resolved himself to step onto the grand stage. Cecilus Segmund had once told Arakia something in the past. He had done so during a battle to the death between the first and the second, an event regarded as commonplace in the imperial capital. In the midst of a chat between Arakia and Cecilus, who were the defeated and the victor respectively, a conversation taking place in a vast field reduced to a scorched plot. The latter had sliced open the clouds with his katana, a technique he had purported as being nothing but something for show. In reality, Cecilus had thought it held no utility other than for surprising people. Having witnessed it firsthand, Arakia too evaluated that as a skill devoid of any useful purpose whatsoever. That was the divine miracle of empty sky that Rowan Segment had spent his lifetime devising for those who were transcendent monsters. It was worthy of not more than being dubbed a flashy performance. That was to say, a long leg glided through the air, and with a delay, a strong wind blew the dust away. Quickly stooping down to evade the powerful leg, he spotted an opening in the large sweeping kick of his opponent, and unsheathed his blade towards the slender waist in an attempt to cleave them in twain. An impact slammed into his chest. The air was squeezed out of his lungs, and looking down with eyes widened, that which had caused his sternum to grate were the multiple tails growing from the rear of the woman who had unleashed the kick. Rowan, HK. First soft, a tail like that of a fox had delivered a strike unbelievably vigorous, causing the body on the receiving end to fly backwards, bouncing off the ground. Once, twice he witnessed heaven and earth revolving, and upon the third time, bidding farewell to the skies, he thrust his sword into the ground, as to bring his momentum to a halt. Heels smashed into the ground, and clenching his molars, he immediately sheathed his blade, his stance one for drawing his sword, woman. Do you understand by now? Rowan, the very start of the movement, aiming to unleash his swordsmanship, ought to have had a glint of light reflect off the blade to accompany its drawing from the scabbard, but it was stopped by the hand of the woman, pressing against the handle of the katana still in its sheath. He fell silent at that instant, and as the woman faced him, The corners of her long-slitted eyes drooped as if pitying him, and woman, you are not worthy as my opponent. Rowan. Oh. As if to sever that pity, instead of drawing the pinned-down katana, with the handle fixed in place as an anchor, he pulled off the scabbard, revolved by half a turn, and slammed the scabbard fashioned from the bone of a witch-beast into the side of her face. The force, the angle, the feedback from the swing, they all told him it had been more than sufficient to pulverize the human cranium. However, woman, the one to be smashed to pieces was the scabbard, and the woman, the foxwoman who called herself Iris, displayed no sign of pain in her expression. But as she raised the hand that had been pinning down the handle, her lips, in which pity still remained, quivered. Iris, I shall not allow you to die, but the pain shall be to such an extent. Striking her palm against his forehead, he rolled backwards as his body was blown away. This time, his defensive stance to endure a hit was torn asunder, his brain bobbing about. He traveled down the long, oh so long boulevard before the Crystal Palace, bouncing for tens of meters without stopping. Bouncing, 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 and rolling, rolling, and rolling, he rolled until he lay spread-eagled. And then Rowan, having been left half dead after only a short battle, Rowan's segment gazed in wonder. She was far too excessively, exceedingly powerful, an unbelievably strong individual. Of course, he had fully understood that she was a formidable opponent, and yet he had believed that after one thing or another, he would be the one to come out on top ultimately. As that was how things had always gone until then, this occurrence too would come to an end in the same fashion, most likely. Here, the misfortune of the man known as Rowan Segmunt shall be narrated. The man who had been travelling with him, Heinkel Astrea, was a man whose misfortune laid in the fact that he had not been chosen for a single thing that could only be obtained via being chosen. On the other hand, Rowan Segmunt was a man who had continued to be chosen for things that could only be obtained via being chosen, which had resulted in his misfortune. Rowan Segmunt held a long-cherished desire, something he kept pursuing, a prayer he continued to long for. In order to reach the heavenly sword, he had endured all kinds of hardship, mastered every conceivable necessity. No matter what sort of devil or monster he was branded as, he possessed the hunger to fulfill that goal. In that wish, there was no lie nor was there falsehood. It had nothing to do with compromise or resignation. He had never once been dishonest about the sword or technique he tried to master, nor had he ever missed a training session. But Rowan Segmunt had never encountered them. Had never encountered a worthy rival who had reached the same heights as him, a formidable enemy who could invigorate him with the notion that he had no other option but to overcome them, a love that would push him to places he could not reach alone. He had simply never done it. He cut down every single person he encountered, and due to some causality, he had never collided with anyone whom his ability with the sword could not surmount. Continuously, he missed opportunities to clash with the many transcendent beings in this world, and upon falling into despair at that which he could not reach, upon wishing for death, he had been bestowed a commandment, becoming a stargazer. Had he been granted the chance, Rowan Segmunt's swordsmanship would have likely made the world tremble throughout its entirety. But devoid of a worthy rival, devoid of a formidable enemy, devoid of a loved one, Rowan continued to be all by his lonesome. It was not that he had come to the clear conclusion that feelings were unnecessary to master the way of the sword, nor was it that he had suffered a severe betrayal from someone he had formed a bond with. It was simply that Rowan had never met someone who would inform him of his current position, nor had he met someone who could boost him up from his current position. The reason he had been able to avoid Iris's initial attack from the Crystal Palace was because she, adverse to the deaths of others as she was, had had no intention of landing the attack. The reason for which the undead Balleroy Temiglyph had fled from the cloud-cutting technique was because he feared an unexpected counterattack from Cecilis Segmunt. Thus, he had wished to avoid pursuing them too far. The reason he had remained safe until now, amidst the great disaster brought about by the hosts of undead, was because the only ones that had appeared before him were opponents his sword skills were perfectly capable of handling. The reason for which Rowan had not been dispossessed of his life by Cecilis Segmunt, the latter refusing the former's attempt at instigating the assassination of the Empire, was because the latter had said, "It may be impossible, Dad, but get really strong, then come back here and fight me. I've got a feeling that a development like that be heated." On a whim. The reason why Rowan Segment had continuously escaped death till this day was none other than the scales of fortune and misfortune always tipping in the direction of fortune for him. And now, the opponent Rowan had encountered in the imperial capital, which had transformed into the undead capital, was also the sole enemy that had no intention of taking Rowan's life. The world would not grant Rowan's wish, but it continued to only illuminate the paths where he would survive. "Rowan, Iris, you intend to persist?" As Rowan slowly raised his body from its spread-eagle position, Iris knitted her brows. The distance between them had opened a few tens of meters, but perhaps because her unmistakable presence had made it so, Iris's words were fully understood by Rowan. Nay, this was likely a change yielded due to encountering a powerful enemy for the first time. As if an unbreakable shell that had always been around his exterior had been shattered, that feeling was probably the reason. Because of that, he clearly understood. As Iris fixed her gaze on him from the front, the powerful mana in which her entire body was clad, its colossal magnitude was understood by him beyond a shadow of a doubt, as was the result of direct confrontation just a moment prior. In the undead capital of Lupugana, guarding the Crystal Palace, where the ringleader of the enemy was likely present, Iris blocked the path. This woman was, unmistakably, the strongest being in the Valatian Empire. Someone that even Cecilus, extolled as first of the 9 divine generals, was no match for, the ultimate existence for the sake of this disaster. Rowan, Kahaha, how fortunate, how so very fortunate. What a good day it's been. Perceiving that through his experience, Rowan bared his teeth and smiled as his mind rang with a sound akin to his son singing in a loud voice. He had thought that in order to reach the heavenly sword, there would be no means aside from cutting down his son once the latter did eventually reach it. However, if he were to encounter a being that surpassed even Cecilus, like he had now, it was a quicker story. It was not eventually, the time was now. Right now, at this moment, Rowan Segment would reach the apex of the sword and seize the seat of heavenly sword. For that purpose, Rowan, swordsman Rowan Segment. Once more, sheathing the katana which he had yet to let go of, he spread his legs, adopting a stance with the blade at his waist. In the far distance of his vision stood Iris, the distance that had opened between the two of them a sign that he had run out of Lucknow, the result of his days of blood and sweat in his endeavor to reach the apex remained still. And now he would receive the reward commensurate with that from Iris's slender neck. Rowan, cloud-cutting. With the blade being unsheathed, a flash of the sword was unleashed. Iris, standing motionlessly, faced it head-on. The air present ahead was cut down by the flash. The foliage interrupting the path were cut down by the flash. All notions of sound and wind were consigned to oblivion. In all his life until now, it was the most honed Rowan's blade had ever been. And the woman in the beautiful dress, Iris, would have her head lopped. Iris, this is as far as it goes. By merely tilting her head, she avoided the finest brandish of Rowan's life, and grumbling those words like a sigh, Iris firmly stepped on the ground and moved forth. The ultimate existence of the great disaster did not grant Rowan the time to swing his sword a second time. As a violent impact plowed into him right from above, Rowan could do naught but be buried deep into the street. Iris, looking down at the figure of the swordsman who had sunk into the ground, Iris waved the hem of the dress that had performed the deed and turned her back to the man she had faced off against. Likely, the strength to fight no longer remained within her opponent. She would be under no threat even with her back turned to him. It was sad to say, but even supposing strength was indeed present, even if he did attempt to launch a surprise attack, it would not reach Iris. Iris, while you are still with your life, you must leave the imperial capital. Those words were to be spoken at the outset to the weak, spoken only at the end of a duel to the death were the opponent strong. As an opponent to whom these statements ought be given, Rowan was a terribly troublesome person. He was not weak, yet neither was he strong. If she was forced to put it to words, he would be the apex of the common man. Thus, in regards to the reality spread throughout the imperial capital as it was in the moment, his presence could even be called a sin. Iris, a sin, is it? How in the world could I say such a thing? Clutching her chest, Iris spilled those words out as if to curse herself. Even so, her mind was made. She had made up her mind. Thus, she had carried that out in a form where she could not make excuses. No matter who or how many people closed in, she would force them all back. As long as she did that, the story of Iris and Ugard would. Iris, for what reason do you stand? Halting her steps, Iris questioned the presence behind her without looking back. To the swordsman who ought to have fainted from the strike a moment ago, to the presence of Rowan standing up. She had believed that she had dispossessed him of his consciousness. Instead, she now lamented for having been exceedingly naive. However, had she applied any more force, his skull would have been shattered, most likely. That was because she had no intention of reaping his life. Had she been too naive, believing that she had properly conveyed the gap in strength between them, perhaps. There did exist some cases in which the other party would not back down despite a difference in strength, so perhaps this was one such case. Iris, there are times when your opponent has no intention of letting you go, so you must fight with your back against the wall. But I have, Rowan, no intention of doing that. That's the problem. Iris, the response, spoken in a frail, husky voice, was beyond Iris's comprehension. Be it the pride of a warrior, be it the obstinacy of a man, either way it was something Iris was unable to comprehend. Iris began to think. She thought about that which she wished to cherish, even more so than those things. That was why, Iris, if you still cannot bring yourself to give up until his spirit was crushed, she would keep going, even if she were to hear the sound of cracks forming in her own heart. Indeed, it happened at the moment Iris was about to confront Rowan's resolve. Iris. Eh? Turning around, Iris's eyes widened in astonishment. Not because of any abnormal situation like Rowan closing their difference of ability in the blink of an eye, nor was it because someone else had come to this place, turning their weapon towards Iris in Rowan's stead. Present, there was merely Rowan, however. The one to have astonished Iris was unmistakably Rowan. With the katana in his hand, he slashed his own neck, fatally so. Iris. Wah! One beat elapsed, and in the subsequent moment, blood spurted out of the severed arteries in his neck with tremendous vigor. The boulevard was stained with the gushing blood before her eyes. The essence of life flowed out of Rowan Segmont's body, being absorbed into the ground. Iris. Why? Witnessing a scene wildly beyond her comprehension, with that gasp, a breath escaped from Iris's lips. Seeing Iris's state, Rowan's eyes widened with a maniacal glint as blood gushed from his neck. And while that blood came up his digestive tract, flowing out of the corners of his mouth, he smiled. And smiling, he spoke. Rowan, even if I die, I'm go midway through his words. Rowan's blue eyes rolled around, and as his pupils dilated, he collapsed. While perceiving that it was not a loss of consciousness, and instead was a loss of life, Iris quickly rushed over, trying to extend her hands to the man in an attempt to at least save his life. However, her hands did not reach the man's corpse. The reason for that being, I'm gonna reach the heavenly sword. I'm gonna reach the heavenly sword. Having just died, several undead Rowan segments swooped down from all directions in unison, set upon Iris as she sprinted. When the unleashed breath of the dragon ran through the townscape of the imperial capital in approach of him, there were not many things that Heinkel could do. Only, wielding his sword in accordance with the appeals of his survival instincts, he dug enough of a hole in the ground to give himself scant consolation. Just in time, he slipped his body inside that hole. But then again, consolation was merely consolation. With the trajectory of the dragon's breath boring deep into the ground as it closed in, the hole would probably amount to nothing more than consolation. Thus, the life of the current head of the lineage of the Sword Saint, a family that had continuously protected the Dragon Kingdom for many a year, the life of the man known as Heinkel Astrea would, as irony would have it, be deleted by the breath of a dragon, no trace of it remaining. Oi, you can't die so easily, Pops. Grabbed by the scruff of his neck, Heinkel was dragged out of the hole he had opened by force. With fierce vigor his body was hoisted. Immediately after, a burning smell, that of the dragon's breath having scorched the world, could be perceived by him. Heinkel, you are. His vision spun around, blood spilled from his broken forehead, gastric juices flowed out of the corners of his mouth. His body's contents were scattered about without any impediment, and after experiencing the sensation of being afloat, he fell to the ground. His state such that a defensive or even an adequate state could not be taken, he stretched out his legs, placed his arms on the ground as to raise his body, then looked at his surroundings. Heinkel! Ugh! The reason he had reflexively let out a groan was because he bore witness to the disastrous scene in the location he had been just a moment prior. Caressed by the dragon's breath, white steam was being emitted from the area, which had been completely erased. Had his escape been belayed, most likely, he too would have become a portion of that white steam. To make it easier for Captain and the others to enter, my amazing self was supposed to rampage in the south and draw their attention. But ha! Can't believe my eyes. Heinkel, ah! Thought you'd flee for sure, but you sure got guts, don't you, Pops? Amidst its roughness, praise was certainly present in that voice. Once Heinkel did turn the side where its origin lay, standing there was the figure of the person who had dragged him out. There was enough illumination behind him that Heinkel was unable to gaze at their face with clarity. His ears were still ringing due to the impact of the dragon's tail strike just before, so he was unsure if that voice was a familiar one or not. But as if to say that all of those things mattered not, the person gnashed their fangs and proceeded forth. Behind Heinkel kneeling on the ground, they moved to square off against the colossal cloud dragon, its glare on the two of them. Then, powerfully striking their fists together before their chest. My amazing self'll lend you a hand, Pops. None can lift the quain stone alone, ain't that right? With a roar akin to that of a beast, as the vanguard of the rescue the Valatian Empire from Destruction Squad, Garfield Tinsel raised a walkry at the start of the bout against the Cloud Dragon. Arcade Interlude, Ubulk. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 1. Original light novel version, Section 5. Machine translated by Datchazem, Section 2. Original light novel version. Beloved Archbishop Punibaba proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop web novel alignment by ICE Japanese to English checking by GPM Section 2 Original light novel version Archbishop Rejasu art sources Pabo Bingo. As we all know, Ubulk was a stargazer. The commandment bestowed upon him was that of saving the Valatian Empire from the ruin of the great disaster that befell it. For that purpose, he, a mere male prostitute, had acquired unexpected intelligence and eventually came to be recognized for his certain value by Vincent Valatia. Of course, Ubulk was not so naive as to view that as an achievement of his own merit. Even so, amidst the many who were granted the position of stargazer and seemed to tread on tragic paths, Ubulk thought himself to be in a fortunate position. For the vast majority of stargazers, being granted a commandment meant distorting the nature they had possessed as a human up to that point, and being forced to live in an entirely new way. One might evaluate that as unfortunate or pitiful, but from Ubulk's perspective, the prerequisites for that were extravagant, and it could not be thought of as anything but the viewpoint of someone who was blessed. A twisted human nature, and surrounding individuals who could sense a change within them if not for acquiring those things, they would never be able to harbor such a recognition in the first place. Ubulk was certainly one of those people, and he was deeply grateful from the bottom of his heart for his commandment, which had altered his way of life, a life which ought to have been expended with him remaining a nobody. Even now, after having fulfilled his commandment as a stargazer, that did not change. Ubulk, Steel Tilda, it's not like Valatia has been saved, though. The reinforcement of armaments and appropriate stationing of capable personnel in the fortified city of Garkla, where preparations for war were being made all throughout the night. Ubulk, with no position of his own, muttered so as he overlooked all the busy people. Sensing that the fog which had always occupied a corner of his mind had cleared up, his thoughts were suddenly free from the influence of the fog, and Ubulk became aware that he no longer was a stargazer. As previously mentioned, the commandment bestowed upon Ubulk was that of saving Valatia from the great disaster. In spite of that, the fact that Ubulk had now been released from his commandment was tantamount to implicitly notifying that there was no longer anything he could do regarding the great disaster. As soon as he woke up from the frenzy that had been stimulating him, Ubulk felt like he had been made naked. Yubulk, I'm grateful, you know. Even tilde thu, tilde I'm grateful. It was exactly like a grand bout one would only have once in a lifetime, one that had taken close to 10 years for its manifestation. Had he had the ladder pulled out from beneath him just before getting any results, he might have been tempted into grumbling his dissatisfaction with, "That's not how it's supposed to be." He had even put out his evil eye, a natural feature of his, as one from the evil eye tribe, just to prove to Vincent that he held no treachery, thus declaring his position. Even now, he still possessed the scar from his evil eye right in the middle of his chest, and such a lonesome thing it was. Yubulk. Well, either way, it's a good thing that as a user of the evil eye, I don't have any talent for it. The problem was, the firewood he had been tirelessly burning until today had vanished, leaving behind proxied beliefs that just continued to raise smoke. And alongside that, the being known as himself had been quenched afterwards. Until now, he had continued to progress in the direction indicated by his commandment, and had carried out his duty as a stargazer. That had been Yubulk's method of fighting, so he had not acquired knowledge of the fighting styles of warriors, such as swinging swords or drawing bows. The days he had spent on the Gladiator Island, too, involved making it his number 1 priority not to die in order to fulfill his commandment, thus he had absolutely no combat experience. Therefore, in this fortress where everyone had the resolve to fight, Yubulk was all on his lonesome. Yubulk, I wonder if I shouldn't tilde have informed His Excellency in such a foolishly honest manner. Having left the fortified city of Garkla, Vincent was headed to the imperial capital of Lupugana for the decisive battle. Before his departure, Yubulk had been directly questioned by him on the possibility of there being some use he could provide in stopping the great disaster still, as a stargazer. Had he lied and said that his commandment yet remained unfinished, perhaps he would not have been left behind in the fortress. Yubulk, Buot tilde, it's not like I really want the Empire to be destroyed. By telling a lie because he had no place to be in, needless worry would be bestowed upon Vincent, and it would serve as an act that would benefit the enemy. Weighing Vincent and Keisha as to who would serve the Empire better if left behind, Yubulk had taken part in Keisha's plan and assisted in having Vincent survive. He had been bestowed with a commandment, but in contrast, Keisha, who had established his own way of life without having been granted one, was much more admirable. Yubulk did not want to disgrace that decision. On the other hand, Yubulk, within the restless fortress, Yubulk aimlessly passed by many people. Absolutely all of them understood the adverse situation they were placed in, yet still did what they needed to in order to challenge that which they must. Regardless of how well they performed, Yubulk respected that they were devoting themselves to their duty. At the same time, he was envious. Just a little while earlier, Yubulk had been on the same side as them. Ergo, Yubulk thought to himself, Yubulk, supposing the Empire were to be in danger, I wonder tilde if I could be bestowed with a commandment again. Having been deprived of his role, no longer being necessary, what if it were to become necessary once more? At this point, there was nothing Yubulk could do concerning Vincent's group, as they had already departed for the imperial capital. But even if Vincent's group were to eliminate the ringleader of the great disaster, what would happen if someone who held an important position in the empire were to lose their life, or if someone from the kingdom who was helping out were to die? Would that not be a crisis threatening the ruin of the empire in a form entirely different to that of the great disaster? Yubulk, the possibility of something like a stargazer being bestowed with a commandment, fulfilling it, and then being granted a new commandment, is close to zero. But it isn't zero. If only a commandment to save the Valatian Empire from ruin could be brought down to him. If that new crisis were to come about, commandments would likely be passed down in order to prevent that. Yearning for such a possibility, Yubulk's legs began to head for the back of the fortress. Yubulk, along with important people of both the kingdom and empire, were packed inside the sturdiest great fortress within Garkla. In order to reach this point, the undead would need to capture the protective walls enclosing the city, as well as the numerous forts along the way. By that point, the perspective of those defending would treat it as a lost battle. However, there were no further means of retreat within the fortified city, and the soldiers would have no choice but to fight until the very last soldier fell. Quite literally, this grand fortress would be the last bastion of the empire. If there was an opening in that. U-bulk, just a small one, anything. Just one opening would be fine. Even if he did not go so far as to remove the latch from the gate, he could leave it raised a bit so it would be easier to unlatch. Setting up a simple magic stone time-based device to go off after a certain amount of time within the outer walls of the fortress would also be fine, if only to push the backs of the undead one step forward. If he did that, the flame that had gone out in Ubulk's heart would receive new kindling. "You, just what are you doing over there?" As a voice suddenly came down on him from overhead, Ubulk halted his step and tensed the expression on his face. Turning around, a gaze was falling upon him from the second-floor passage of the fortress. His eyes met with those of a brown-haired woman who rode in a wheelchair and had a nasty look in her eyes. A woman that had also been riding in the coupled dragon carriages, where she too had no idea what her role was. With a look of suspicion on her face, she glared at Ubulk, who was present in the unpopular rear of the fortress. "And woman, don't tell me you're slacking off. If so, can't get any worse than that. Listen here, even though a woman with bad legs like me is working, do you want to die? Yes, you. Ubulk. No, Tilda, it's not like I'm slacking, woman. So then, why are you in such a place? See, can you not make such poor excuses? You think a person like me is ignorant about the world, so it's easy to deceive me, don't you? Those sorts of things I can tell." While mixing in a strange, self-punishing viewpoint, the woman denounced Ubulk. Her attitude was extremely one-sided, but anything that he could say in response would pointlessly provoke her ire, so Ubulk was earnestly troubled as to what he should do. Racking his brain, he suddenly had a thought. "Ubulk, I want to ask Sumathing Tilda really quick. Your legs are disabled, and you're probably unable to fight, so why exactly does a young lady like yourself continue to live?" "Woman, are you trying to pick a fight?" "Ubulk, ah no, you're mistaken. I wasn't really Tilda trying to speak ill of you." As the woman widened her eyes in anger and leaned out of the window, Ubulk raised both of his hands and apologized. As he did, he truly tried to formulate what he wanted to say within his mind. In this predicament, within the grand fortress in which warriors were coming and going, was a disabled woman who could serve no purpose. Ubulk, why does such a person go around searching for things to do like that? Woman, that's obviously because it'd feel awful to just stay put without doing anything. Ubulk. Receiving a blunt, angry voice in response, Ubulk was startled. Seeing Ubulk's surprised reaction, the woman gave an "og geez" and bit her fingernails in irritation. While biting them, she fixed her eyes upon Ubulk as if he had killed her parents. "And woman, you know my fiancé died in this conflict. He went out of his way to come and save me, and he died." Ubulk. That Tilda must have been tough. "Woman, don't speak as if you know, though it isn't just you. Everyone is saying things like they know, but it's none of their business." "But, Ubulk, but, woman, what would they think if a woman in a wheelchair remained whimpering and cowardly, unable to serve any purpose? They would make a fool of Todd, saying stuff like, her fiancé died because she was such a burden." Her voice and lips trembling, the woman spoke while tears welled up in her eyes as she gave an angry glare. The name that had suddenly appeared without explanation was likely the name of her fiancé. What she was speaking of was undoubtedly just her paranoia. But though it was excessively dramatic, there was also some truth to it. Without knowing the circumstances, without knowing the relationship between this woman and her fiancé, if strangers were to cross paths with her for just a moment, the majority would likely harbor such pity for her. "Woman, I don't need anything like pity. If I can have even a little bit of dignity, if there is even a little bit of work I can do, then that idiot won't need to be looked down on by people who didn't even know him. Ubulk, woman, going to live my life with dignity." Clenching her teeth, with tears welling up in her eyes, while her pitiful voice trembled, the woman spoke thus. Saying that, the woman glared at Ubulk with her moistened eyes once again, and with a snap, she thrust a finger out from her elevated position. "Woman, if you understand, then find a job to do and get to work. Are you below a woman in a wheelchair?" Was that intended to light a fire in him through rough words, or was it purely just her having a sharp tongue? For Ubulk, who did not even know the woman's name, her true intentions could not be deduced. Though he could not deduce them, the woman was sufficiently conveying what way of life she had established for herself. And that was, "Ubulk, you're quite praiseworthy Tilda, young lady. After all, you just crushed one of the reasons leading to the Empire's ruin. She became the impetus for Ubulk, who had ceased to be a stargazer, to be released from his commandment in a true sense. Katia, saying such nonsense, trying to throw me for a loop, that man. Well, after that, it looks like he actually went to the soldiers in the fortress to find work to do walking next to Katia, who was breathing roughly, unable to vent her anger. Rem sighed deeply at the story of the man she had reprimanded. Even in a situation where everyone needed to work together as one, there would always be a certain number of troublemakers. They were the ones who would discourage the morale of those around them and disrupt the loop. Rem, but please be careful. There's no guarantee that they won't lose their temper and turn violent on Katia-san. Katia, that's Rem. I'm glad that this time someone listened to you obediently. Next time, please don't be so reckless when I'm not around. Katia, her lips pouting with bitterness, had nothing to say in response to Rem's concern. She did not outright acknowledge it, but she also did not want to say something that would make her feel bad for no good reason. As she caught a glimpse of such Katia-like anguish, Rem's expression grew gentler. Subaru and the rest had left for the imperial capital, and the people that remained in the city were busy preparing for the defensive battle. Those who could fight had been assigned to their respective positions, while those who could not were assigned to support them. Rem, who could use healing magic, was valued highly. It was literally an all-out war. Katia, who had converted one of those who were unmotivated, was one of those who were doing everything in their power to help. Rem knew, of course, that although she was fighting hard, that did not mean she had recovered from the feeling of loss. Katia had lost her fiancé, Tard, and even her brother Jamal had proudly announced his intention of going to a place where death was certain. Only able to imagine how that must have felt, it was heartbreaking for Rem. Katia's brave front, which she had also put on in an attempt to not allow Rem to worry, contributed to this. So Rem, Katia-san, can I ask for help gathering clean cloths? I'm sure we'll need a lot of them when the fighting starts. Katia, that's fine. You know, you can pile a surprisingly large amount of things on my lap. Without pointing out Katia's brave front, Rem asked her to help with her work. She believed that this was what Katia needed right now, and that it would help as many people as possible reach tomorrow. And then, Remni-sama. When Rem looked up upon hearing her name being called, she saw a girl barging in, waving her hand at the end of the passage. It was a pretty girl with a big ribbon on her head, Petra. Beside her was the tall figure of Frederica, and there was also another person, Rem, Nisama too. What are the three of you doing together? Rem tilted her head as she caught sight of Ram, who was leaning her back against the wall. These three women, according to Subaru, were apparently Rem's colleagues from when she had her memories. She was satisfied with her relationship with Ram for the time being, but she had not gauged the distance with the other two yet. Frederica, the crinkles of her eyes lowered, smiled upon seeing Rem's slight nervousness. Frederica, we have finished our work for the time being, and we have come to invite you to take a break with us. We cannot let our guards down too much, so a minimal sense of urgency may be necessary, but, Ram, you won't last long if you stay tense all the time, plus, the more time I get to spend with Rem, the better. Petra, I also agree with Ramni-sama. Besides, smiling in response to Ram's candid words, Petra turned a meaningful glance to Rem mid-sentence, glancing up at her. Realizing Petra's gaze was on her, Rem was silent for a moment and perceived what she truly meant. There were people Rem was trying to feel out their relationship with, but the same could be said of them too. That said, it was also true that things right now were in a state of emergency, so. Rem, I feel grateful about how you feel, but now is not the time. No, Rem, you have it backwards. Rem, Ni-sama. Ram, it's an imminent situation after all. You may think this is not the time for this. However, you can also say it's the only chance we'll have. Ram can trust Rem, no questions asked. But there, Ram squinted her light crimson eyes and pointed out the two by her side with a glance. Rem had believed friendship ought to have been put on the back burner due to the urgent situation. However, Ram and her colleagues thought that trust was important in a situation like this. Rem, Katia-san, what do you think? Katia, huh? You don't ask me something like that. First off, I wasn't even invited. Ram, what are you talking about? Aren't you a friend of Rem's? You better come too. Katia, wah, even though your face looks similar, you're way pushier than Rem, no. Thinking again calmly, the one here is a very pushy woman as well, HK. Rem and Ram, the two sisters, spoke to her at the same time, and Katia looked awfully puzzled. Anyway, when asked for her opinion, Katia's gaze wandered for a moment before she said, Katia, why don't you try to get along? You won't be slacking off if you talk to them about work-related matters, and on the flip side, I'm sure that they wanted to see you too anyway, no, or so I think. Frederica, Katia-san. Petra, Katia-sama. Katia, and no need to be so forceful, I don't even know your names. Petra and Frederica were pleased with Katia's opinion, which was parallel to that of Ram and the others after some puzzling. Rem also had her notions, sneaking a glance at Katia, who was trembling at the vigor of those two. It was not like Rem did not like it. It was just that she could not help but feel pressured. Ram, are you really that worried about Barusu? Rem, yes. He's always acting so over the top, ah. To the side of Rem, who was watching Katia and the others with her hand on her chest, Ram quietly inquired so. It had been so natural that even Rem had unintentionally let her true feelings slip out. Without realizing she was doing so, Rem, whose hand had been on her chest, put it back over her mouth and gawked at Ram. However, her big sister just batted one of her eyes shut and gave a proud smile, making her aware that she was no match for her. And that was when it happened. In the sky above the grand fortress, a loud explosion rang out. Everyone. A moment later, Rem turned her head in a hurry to look out the window, coming to see a flash of light cutting through the morning sky. It was a report from a city watchman who had used the signal that was agreed upon in advance. Ram. Frederica. Frederica. Understood. Immediately after, faster than Rem could stir, Frederica responded to the sharp call of Ram. She quickly stepped behind Katia, and grabbing the handles of the wheelchair, Frederica, Katia-sama, be careful not to bite your tongue. Katia, W8, hold up Jaya. Petra, Frederica Nisama this way. Katia, who was in her wheelchair, let out a scream as Frederica broke into a very brisk run. Meanwhile, Petra began running with her small body through the fortress corridor as if she were leading the way for the wheelchair. One moment later, one after another, all of the people in the great fortress, or rather, everyone in the entirety of the fortified city of Garkla, began to move at once. In a flash, the city had transformed into a singular living thing. They all shared a common fate. They were all in the same boat. Such applied to the living, to the dead, all and one the same creatures. Ram, Rem, are you prepared? Rem let out a gulp, feeling this illusion that made her feel like the whole city was shaking, and standing next to her was Ram. Looking back at her intrepid big sister's face in profile, who had asked her that question, Rem took a small breath and said, Rem, what would happen if I were to say I am not? Ram, if that was the case, rest assured that Ram has already prepared for Rem as well. Rem, as expected of Nisama. Ram, of course. Ram is the kind of older sister you should be proud of. Nodding to Ram, who shared her courage without even needing to ask her for it, Rem followed Katia and the others ahead as she ran with her sister through the noisy fortress. The battle was about to begin. The final battle that would determine the fate of the Empire. Rem, please, I'm relying on you. Thinking of the boy who was not here, Rem bashfully prayed for him. Whether it was because she was relying on that boy, or because she was not able to be by his side to help him, she did not know the source of her frustration. Rem ran through the shaking fortress, following behind Ram, who had set off ahead of her. The large-scale evacuation of the imperial capital of Lupugana, accompanied by the retreat on a scale unprecedented within recorded history. While casualties among the civilians and the soldiers were by no means negligible, the present outcome was nevertheless far less severe than had been originally anticipated, in large part because of the mindset by which the imperial citizens lived their daily lives. The people of the empire must be strong. That teaching and philosophy had pervaded each and every citizen of the empire, and it had succeeded in allowing many to take the best possible measures for surviving in this extreme situation. In addition to the success achieved through such individual resolve and actions, the fact that various plans made for times of emergency, such as the coupled dragon carriages, had been fully functional was also significant. These were the achievements of the person who had grasped the forthcoming threat of the great disaster. the arrival of which had originally been foretold by a stargazer and made the proper preparations. The fact that said person had been unable to arrive at the fight against that very great disaster could be called a bitter regret. Still, that selflessness has kept the Empire alive. I express nothing but the utmost respect, General First Class Keisha. His voice bellowing, Kafma Urulux mowed down the hordes of the undead, with thorns discharged from his arms, fighting hard in order to defend the road leading to the fortified city behind him. The Imperial army that had been deployed incrementally along the highway going from the Imperial capital to the fortified city had been gradually falling back towards the city, while supporting the evacuation of the retreating citizens of the Empire, with the aim of merging with the group within the fort. Among the generals who had participated in this decisive battle for the imperial capital, the role that had been assigned to Kafma was of the utmost importance, and although he himself would not admit it, it could be said that the work he had done was influencing the survival of Valatia. The resolve of the people of the empire had had a large impact on the reduced casualties during the evacuation, the advance preparations bearing a large impact on the sturdy defenses of the fortified city. Kafma's valiant efforts having a large impact on the high morale and minimal losses of imperial soldiers. Serving as the rear guard to the formation that was gradually falling back towards the fortified city, he used the power of the insects he had taken in to slow the march of the undead, an achievement worthy of being left behind in the annals of history. However, all of that would be contingent on whether the Valatian Empire escaped ruin. Thus, Kafma's eccentric achievements were also the results of fighting without taking his own survival into consideration. Kafma, HK. As far as the eye could see, the hosts of undead had blanketed the vast plain. While striking them with thorns, bullets of light, and blades of wind, Kafma gritted his teeth against the appetite of the insects that were eating away at him from the inside, stifling his urge to scream. The insect cage tribe could use the power of the insects that coexisted within their bodies, and depending on the type of insects that were taken in, they could manifest a wide variety of abilities and combat techniques. But the relationship between the insect cage tribe and the insects was always a symbiotic one. Neither was it one-sided usage, nor was it assimilation. Naturally, the insects would seek compensation from their host for their work. That would usually be the host's mana or life force, but if that was found to be insufficient, it would be their flesh and blood. Already, more than 50 hours had passed since Kafma had decided to fight with the resolve to die, and during that time, he had quite literally been forced to go without eating or drinking. Although his consciousness had been sharpened like never before by his awakened fighting spirit to the insects inside his body, the host's state of mind was irrelevant. They would simply lodge a complaint to the host about the fact that they were hungry, run out of patience if the host refused to lend an ear, and start to devour their flesh. Kafma, and the one breaking the promise. But still, he could not desert the warfront, nor could he allow himself to fall. The Empire had many other dependable warriors besides him, but Kafma prided himself on being the bravest when faced with death. He had to prove that his pride was real. For that reason, Kafma, I must not fall here. It happened at the moment he roused himself with those words, about to step forth with his organs still being devoured. From behind, a large palm grabbed his shoulder, and the one to whom that palm belonged was, "Fall back, General Second-Class Kafma. You have fulfilled your duty sufficiently." The loud voice seemed to be shouting, however, that was just the usual volume for this person. Being told thus with a voice akin to being struck by a gust of wind, Kafma stared wide-eyed, looking at the giant in golden armor who stood next to him, Gars Ralphon. Gripping a mace that only he could handle was Gars, whose arrival at this scene surprised Kafma. "Kafma, for what reason have you come to the front, General First Class Gars? A General First Class should be commanding things from the fortress. Gars, High Countess Draka is present there. Even without me shutting myself in the fortress, that woman can handle the troops skillfully. More importantly, I can be of more use to His Excellency on the battlefield. Kafma, in that case, I will accompany you." His heart, on the verge of cracking with determination and earnestness, sought to reinforce itself with Gaz's appearance. However, Gaz interrupted Kafma's plea with a firm no. Then, as Gaz extended his thick fingers and pressed them against Kafma's chest, Gaz, the sound of stirring and devouring echoes from within you. It seems you have lost control of the insects. If you were to be consumed entirely, it would be a significant loss. Kafma, that may be, but everything I've built up is for this battle. Gaz, Kafma Uruluk's death in itself is not atonement. Kafma, HK. Getting directly slapped with an angry voice this time, Kafma's entire body began to tremble. Just at this moment, even the insects that were eagerly devouring Kafma's body halted their movements, paralyzed by the fierce aura of Gaz standing before them. Looking down at Kafma, Gaz, with his scarred, bearded face, expressed his anger. Gaz, I understand that you still seek to atone for the rebellion orchestrated by your kin, along with that damned Balleroy. But atonement may not be achieved through death. You must live. Kafma, General First Class Gaz, even after the great disaster is subdued, the Empire will not instantly return to normal. Both you and I can become His Excellency's strength. That is why. With a roar filled with loyalty as if about to burst, Gaz bashed Kafma's thoughts. Realizing that this was not a place to sacrifice his life, Kafma, with his innermost feelings laid bare, tightly closed his eyes and deeply bowed his head before Gaz. Gaz, well anyhow, it is not so easy a conflict that you can simply step back and be done with it. Your turn will come again soon. Until then, eat, rest, and regain your strength. Kafma understood. General First Class Gaz, I entrust this place to you. Gaz, no need to say it. I too have pent-up frustrations. With a wide grin at Kafma's strained words, Gaz aimed the mace he had shouldered towards the enemy lines. Handling the excessively heavy weapon that no one but him could with ease, Gaz's entire body overflowed with tremendous fighting spirit, so immense that it had an illusion of visibility. Once again, feeling the apprehension of the insects within his own body, Kafma fell into deep thought. Keisha Gold, who had demonstrated an unfathomable strategy to take precautions against the ruin of the Empire, and Gaz Ralphon, who frightened the insects, by merely standing there with his tremendous spirit, were both people who had reached the position of the Valatian Empire's generals of the first class, all of which were transcendent beings no less competent than another. Envisioning how he had almost been ranked among them in the past, and how he must be ranked among them in the future, Kafma, the Empire is strong. We won't be so easily taken by the undead or disaster. It is not a matter of being strong or weak, but it is rather a matter of quantity, and one that is difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the supplies and defenses of the fortified city are abundant, but we cannot withstand such a siege for long. You speak your mind clearly. Well, I certainly have a better impression of you than those who can't express their opinions for fear of offending others. If only your cunning could be matched by your military strength, then you would be more to my liking. High Countess Drakray, let us not digress any further. Bastetts, chiding her, glared at Serena with thin, thread-like eyes. Serena shrugged her shoulders under that gaze, and Otto, who was being flirted with, let out a small sigh. The setting was the command room of the great fortress, and those facing each other were responsible for leading the full-scale defensive battle of the city. From the reports of the lookouts, it was confirmed that the fortified city of Garkla had entered a state of being ready for combat around the great fortress. The delaying force that had been holding back the enemy's advance had also joined the city, and staged within a city that boasted the Valatian Empire's strongest defenses, the largest siege in the history of the Empire was about to begin. That Bane said, you typically win a siege by waiting for reinforcements, but we can't be counting on that this time, you know. The only way we can be saying we've won is when Natsuki-kun and His Excellency, the Emperor, splendidly defeat the enemy's mastermind. Until then, our role is to struggle to ensure that Valencia does not fall. If Valencia goes down, then Kararagi and Lugunica are gonna be in hot water too. What the heck? It's really a battle for the survival of the world, ain't it? Placing a hand on her white cheek, Anastasia broke into a graceful smile as she spoke, and the fox scoff that chimed in with her let out a sigh of exasperation. Having quite the peculiar form, the fox scarf brought by Anastasia was supposedly a spirit. They needed as many capable heads as they could get, as this truly was an all-out war. Serena, the first question is how long the city's defenses will hold. General Second-Class Urulux has been replaced by General First-Class Ralphon. Despite his appearances, he's a man capable of delicate and skillful work. He should follow the directive of sparing the lives of the zombies as much as possible. But Bustetz, it is unrealistic to consistently expect non-lethality. This goes not just for General First-Class Gars, but for everyone else. If there is any hope for us to hold on to, Anastasia, I'm guessing it'd be Natsuki-kun's group of friends. Otto, I think so too. Anastasia and Otto exchanged glances, aligning their opinions with each other. The topic the duo raised concerned the strange defensive force for the fortified city, in whom they held high expectations, the members of the Pleiades battalion. The black-haired boy, who had formed a miraculously friendly relationship with Vincent, led this group. They had significantly aided the refugees with their strong solidarity and mysterious combat abilities. Currently, the boy in question was headed to the imperial capital with Vincent and the others, leaving the group under the leadership of Gustav Morlo, led by the stern member of the multi-armed tribe. The gladiators were fighting exceptionally well. Echidna, their morale is high, and their ability to prevent casualties is impressive. I often think to myself, Natsuki-kun is a genius at bringing what is needed to where it is needed. Otto, yes, that seems to be his one redeeming quality. Though I wish he would just make deliveries or bridge political divisions, instead of recklessly running into the most dangerous of situations. Anastasia. But you know, ain't that more of a problem on Emilia-san's part? If Emilia-san starts running ahead, Natsuki-kun's gotta run too, ain't no way around it. Anastasia shook her head with a good grief gesture, and Otto dropped his shoulders in agreement. While watching this exchange, and the development of relationships would be interesting, spending too much time on it would draw a stern look from the Prime Minister. Serena cleared her throat, and after capturing everyone's attention, Serena, as per our prior agreement, our combat strategy is strictly to hold a siege, a defensive battle. If defeating one specific opponent could resolve all of this, I'd consider assassination as an option. But Bustetz, as it stands, let us consider His Excellency and those headed to the imperial capital as the arrows of assassination. Serena, that's how it is. It's an all-out war. At Serena's words, there was a palpable tension in the air, and everyone's expression became more intense. The light-hearted banter from just before had ended, and from that point on, it would be a world where they needed to exert their utmost efforts. The imperial generals, the rebel fighters, the gladiators of the Pleiades battalion, the people of Shadrach, and even the allies of the kingdom and the emissaries from the city-states, all part of a battle that utilized everything at their disposal. And as the first hurdle, Serena will be counting on you, envoys from the city-states. Anastasia, sure thing, leave it to us. As far as I can remember, he ain't ever let me down, not even once. Amidst the warfare waged in the Valatian Empire, what exactly was the aspect that differed most greatly to that of other countries? If one were to ignore the resolve harbored by the imperial soldiers or their fiery spirit to contend in battle, the answer to that was plain and simple: the potential for aerial combat. The technique of flying dragon taming, which was absent from other nations, and the fact that a large number of flying dragons inhabited the empire exclusively, were aspects of their superiority that were thoroughly demonstrated in warfare. It was a fact that went without even needing to be thought, but merely being able to fly through the air was something that proved advantageous in war. In fact, the fortress city of Geralt, which was said to boast high defensive capabilities among other cities of similar size, had fallen into a state of utter destruction due to a flock of flying dragons commanded by the flying dragon general Madeline Eschot. By merely throwing things down from an unreachable position, a battle would become one-sided. That remained a threat even for the fortified city of Garkla, a city surrounded by a towering wall. However, fire. Lined up atop the wall, Shadrachian warriors with bows at the ready fired arrows into the air in unison. The barrage of arrows covered the sky, offering no escape, and directly pierced by those countless attacks was the flock of undead flying dragons that had been ordered to assail the stout city from the skies above, and were soaring through the air as they drew ever closer. Pierced by the merciless blows, one after another the heads of undead flying dragons shattered before they turned to dust and fell to the ground. Among them, there were some that continued to fly without paying any mind to the attacks. But Shadrakian, take them down, Shadrakian. It's best if they fall to the ground, Tilda. Struck by a blow from an arrow incomparable to a normal arrow in terms of length and thickness, one of them was blown to smithereens in midair and met its end. In response to aerial combat, the Shudrak boasted unrivaled strength. The experience of the aforementioned crushing defeat in the fortress city had a great impact on the fighting style of these women. Had they not suffered that defeat, the Shudrak would likely have not been fighting the undead flying dragons here. Giving meaning to each and every one of their battles, the people of Shudrak had fought since the start of the Empire's upheaval, which had begun with Vincent Valesha's ousting. And in response to the morale of those women, Shadrakian, go get them, guy with the handsome face. Man, I shall do my best to meet your expectations. Al Clossiria. Weaving an incantation with a fine tone of voice, the tip of the knight's sword traced the sky, and following that trajectory, a rainbow light was born, thwarting the path of the undead flying dragons. Despite the beauty of the rainbow aurora, it became a barrier that rejected anything and everything. Man, wholly different from when they were still buds, these girls have blossomed, and this is their glimmer. In the blink of an eye, the skies of the fortified city were engulfed in an aurora of rainbow. However, the size and extent of that rainbow were enough to defend around half of the extensive fortified city. The Imperial soldiers fighting on the front lines, as well as those who were also responsible for protecting the city from atop the wall, were left speechless by that extraordinary combat capability, and they could not help but feel a surge of courage from that reliability. Sensing that swell of morale, the knight who had birthed the rainbow, Julius Juculius, waved the hem of his kimono and looked up to the sky once again. With a white scar underneath his left eye, the dauntless young man participated in the battle out of honor, and nevertheless trained his gaze upon what he ought to do without an iota of hesitation. His eyes were fixed upon the sky, upon the vast lands where the undead drew near, believing in the efforts of his friend, who was headed even further beyond. Julius, I shall carry out my own duties. I hope you also do so to the fullest, Subaru. Arc 8, Chapter 44, How to Respond to Faith. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 1, Machine translated by Datchezem Beloved Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop #750 Seal Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Senkel Rejasu Art Sources. Rakaroka Magician Rakaroka Merihan. As all the muscles in his body throbbed, his canines were sharpened by a surge of fighting spirit. The aftershocks from the fighting fissured, upheaved the street, and with his feet firmly plunked down onto it, the vitality flowing in from his soles swelled into his soul. Looking straight ahead, at the skies above, he glared at the majestic figure spreading its wings head-on. The sound of his blood circulating grew faster, the beating of his heart grew louder and more intense, as if it were a large drum invigorating his very existence. That was to say, "Es the best I ever fucking felt." Gnashing his fangs, Garfield roared as he smashed through the road with his foot and advanced forth. As the sky intercepted him, he saw himself reflected by the glint in the eyes of the dignified figure of the white cloud dragon. Garfield's blood, flesh, and even his very soul could not bear the applause. As an arrow of the rebel army, he had traded fists with one strong individual after the other in the decisive battle for the imperial capital. A man close to the 9 divine generals, and an individual ranked among the 9 divine generals. Through battle against those who were undoubtedly strong, Garfield truly felt the duty levied on him as a member of his faction. Being able to clash with the extolled generals of the Valetian Empire was truly an honor as a warrior. However, having recognized that as a valuable experience, this was something he had been waiting for. Garfield finally got the chance to throw down against a dragon. For a citizen of the dragon kingdom of Lugunica, for any being who lived in this world, it was known just how mighty, how far beyond the realm of human knowledge the beings known as dragons were. Of course, that went for Garfield as well. He knew that dragons were not beings that could be measured by the logic of the world of men. However, at both Pleiades' watchtower and at the decisive battle for the imperial capital, Emilia had gained the opportunity to clash with a dragon and had magnificently survived both of those encounters. Emilia, dragons. Yeah, Volcanica and Mesorea were both really strong. Their bodies are big, and their breath is also dangerous. They kept on surprising me. Such had been Emilia's remark when talking about the threat of dragons. Combined with hand gestures, Emilia spoke of how dragons were monumental beings, but regardless of the issue of her ability to express things, the full extent of that had not been conveyed. The difference between that and the words Emilia had left unspoken was something he was to experience firsthand here and now. Mesorea, Priya, splitting the ground beneath his feet, Garfield ferociously closed the distance. Facing him, the cloud dragon gaped its maw. Garfield stood at the ready, anticipating that another equivalent to the breath that had scorched the imperial capital just prior would be fired again. With aim locked onto him, Mesorea unleashed the breath in accordance with his premonition. However, Garfield, struck by an impact accompanied by peculiar heat. Different to that of scorching heat or extreme cold, Garfield let out a cry of pain. It happened right after he had leapt to the side in order to evade the firing trajectory of Mesorea's breath. Having escaped to the side of the trajectory, Garfield was assailed by a second firing of the breath. Without doing anything to obscure its actions, it was obvious what his opponent was doing. It was not that it had emitted a single breath to mow down the entirety of this block of the imperial capital in one go. Rather, it had split it up into short bursts. Instead of letting out one long breath, it had released two breaths in quick succession. No, not two. Considering it was splitting up one breath, it could do the same thing for a third and fourth time. Garfield, TCH. His left arm being scorched as it basked in the breath, Garfield used his momentum from jumping to the side to smash through the wall of a private residence on the side of the road, hiding himself from the cloud dragon's vision. But faced with the cloud dragon's breath, even a stone-built structure would not endure. Unlike the pig's house that would not be blown down by the wolf's breath, something Subaru had told him about in the past. Struck with impacts from the succession of breaths, the walls very quickly flayed off the house. As the furniture and belongings were being destroyed, the damage reached Garfield, who had plunged inside the house at least. That was what should have happened. Garfield, ooh, hurrah. Then, before the house exposed to the breath could be demolished to rubble, the roaring Garfield had used both his hands to tear out the house from the very ground, and heartily hurled it through the air. A house cannonball that furiously gyrated as it scattered through the street. Oddly enough, Garfield was making full use of the same tactic that Natsuki Subaru had employed when evacuating the imperial capital. With the ball of mass hurled from those hands approaching it, Mesorea took an especially large breath. Mesorea, you're in my friggin' way. Roaring with a childish expression that ran contrary to its colossal and dignified appearance, the cloud dragon blew the house to smithereens before it could reach its destination. However, it would be naive of Mesorea to think it could catch its breath as a result of that. Garfield. Aura, 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 aura. Since it had defended against the first house cannonball, Garfield grabbed them up from the systematically laid-out townscape of the imperial capital one by one, and flung them towards the cloud dragon in the sky with tremendous strength. With the combination of Garfield's physical strength and the fact that the ground of the imperial capital had softened through repeated impacts, the aberrant balls of mass were fired in quick succession. Witnessing this, Mesorea widened its golden eyes. Mesorea, Yawur Ara Freegan Icewuwar. As the house cannonballs flew towards it, Mesorea flapped its wings and intercepted them. Its arms, furnished with sharp claws, rampaged in the air, blowing away two houses, and swinging its tail straight upwards from below, it destroyed three buildings altogether in one intense strike. And then Mesorea, friggin' die already. Garfield, HK. Using the wreckage of the destroyed houses as a foothold, Garfield dashed up into the air. Seeing through the surprise attack, Mesorea seized him head-on and slammed its dragon claws into him from both left and right. Being pinched in a trajectory akin to striking one's fists together before their chest, the mid-air Garfield swung his shield-clad arms in order to parry. Taking the dragon's left arm with his right, and the dragon's right arm with his left, he received the blows. An intense impact ran through Garfield's entire body, his clenched teeth fissured, and his nose bled. But if this were anyone other than Garfield, they would be smashed into a lump of meat without lasting even a second. Mesorea's whiskers also quivered at that outcome, its shock at the existence of a human that was not crushed laid bare. At that shock of Mesorea, Garfield's cheeks began to contort into a smile. Garfield, how do ya like that? Before he could display his vigor with those words, his body, still held by the two arms, received a direct blow from the tail that slammed into him from straight above Garfield, was blown away with force such that his body left behind all notions of sound. And while altering the structure of the townscape with each impact, he tumbled over and over and over again, until he crashed into the bulwark of the imperial capital and came to a stop. Oi, oi, brat. Amidst the dense plume of smoke hanging over the scene, the man who had witnessed the marks left on the street of Garfield bouncing, scraping, and smashing against ground, Heinkel's voice quavered. The man who had been unable to do anything but dumbfoundedly watch as Garfield and the Cloud Dragon clashed against each other, rushed over to Garfield's side, the latter having received a direct blow that seemed to have enough might to turn 100 ordinary people into ground meat. Heinkel, dead. Are you dead? You have to be dead, that sort of thing, Garfield. I ain't gonna let it kill me so easily. Before the mountain of rubble, a voice reached Heinkel, who had imagined that the fickle life had been lost. In Heinkel's vision, as he was taken aback, the mountain of rubble collapsed, and there was the figure of Garfield, with both his legs stretched out. Garfield turned his back on the ramparts and languidly hung his head without showing his face. Then his mouth made a chewing motion, and he spat out his shattered fangs together with blood. And then Garfield. Ah, shit. They really are fucking outrageous, these dragon things. Finally get why Amelia Sama spoke about M so softly. Shaking his head, he slowly stood up. Feeling around with his tongue, he found that a tooth which had been split in two was failing to try and replace itself with new growth, so he thrust his finger inside and ripped it out from its roots. Right away, he knew that the tip of a new tooth had turned up below where the removed one was, and he loudly cracked the joints in his neck with a twist. Heinkel, did that really do nothing to you? Garfield, ain't no way it did nothing to me. I got hit with a blow from a dragon, even got hit with a second and third blow. Seems like it's a case of the miraculous survival of Manfroy. Heinkel, Garfield, but you know my amazing self can keep going. I'm glad that my amazing self's still able to keep going. As his entire body grated with appeals of pain both blunt and sharp, Garfield clenched both his fists, and with shaky breath he voiced his pride as such. Even having taken the onslaught of a dragon that surpassed human knowledge head-on, he stood back up nonetheless. He was truly glad that he was able to do so. Heinkel, what the hell is wrong with you? Hearing Garfield mutter, Heinkel involuntarily cried out. With Garfield reflected in his wide-open blue eyes, the man violently and messily scratched at his head with the hand that was empty, and Heinkel, why the hell did you come back? I don't understand. It's a dragon, it's a fucking dragon. There's no way you can win. You're an idiot to come here. And yet, Garfield, well, that goes for you and me both, Pops. Heinkel, Garfield, I'm saying that if the act of Bane here, the act of facing off against a dragon's what an idiot do, then doesn't that go for you as well, Pops? Left speechless by those words, Heinkel stopped the hand that was scratching his head and gazed in wonder. His demeanor was entirely as if to say not to lump them together, but if that were truly the case, he was hopeless. That was because in Heinkel's hand, opposite to the one that had been scratching his head, Garfield, you're still holding onto your sword, ain't you? Heinkel, Garfield believed that was proof that Heinkel held a faint wish which he had not thrown away. Perhaps he had just become unable to open his fingers out of fear. No, try to understand. Perhaps he had just forgotten about himself and was just carrying it around. No, try to understand. Perhaps he had just been about to sheath it and run away at this moment. No, try to understand. The weak thoughts, the crushed spirit, the reasons for being seized with fear, he would try to understand all of it. After having thought through absolutely all of it, he continued to try to understand, because he believed that the face of a man was only complete if he grit his teeth through the pain, standing up to fight for the wishes of others. Garfield, Captain, and Artabra are also the same. That also goes for my amazing self. Heinkel, I am trembling. Heinkel looked down at his hand, still gripping the sword as it trembled. With Heinkel in the side of his vision, Garfield vigorously slammed his back against the bulwark and straightened his posture. Then, to Heinkel, who had not straightened himself, Garfield, "You asked why my amazing self came back, didn't you?" Heinkel, ah! Garfield's quiet voice caused Heinkel to widen his eyes. As Heinkel waited for the words that followed, Garfield delivered not a continuation of his words, but instead a fist to Heinkel's chest, sending the latter flying. Heinkel was thrust away, and the street was upheaved on a massive scale. The next instant, the breath of the cloud dragon was unleashed from the midst of the city's air, and it rapidly closed in on Garfield, his back to the ramparts leaping up. Garfield managed to evade it. Garfield. Oh, oh. With the wall to his back, Garfield flew directly up, and pursuing him, the heated ray of white breath inclined its trajectory upwards. Scorching the townscape, reducing the bulwark to dust, the breath went higher, higher, and higher as it pursued Garfield as he escaped into the skies above. Hot on Garfield's toes, before it could burn his body entirely, Garfield. It's 'cause Captain told me this. As the breath of the dragon trying to scorch the world grazed the soles of his feet, there was not a hint of irritation that could be heard in his voice. What was present, however, was pride in the act of responding to faith. Curling up in midair, Garfield planted his feet on part of the wall that still retained its original form. Immediately after, he kicked off the wall with strength that caused a crater to fissure within it, and flew forwards. Forward, 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 towards the cloud dragon that soared in the skies of the imperial capital, and with his mouth wide open, closing in as the sharp, newly grown fang basked in the wind, Garfield. He told my amazing self this, to go and bring down the loud-ass dragon flying in the sky. Mesere, Priya. Having flown above the breath, having approached the cloud dragon, Garfield released both his tensed-up arms and let loose simultaneous blows, the destructive power of a cannonball seizing Mesorea's nose. A sound as loud as a warehouse stuffed with magic stones exploding reverberated through the sky. The cloud dragon was knocked back, having received a direct hit, and the next moment, blood spurted forth. Through its broken snout the dragon spilt blood, and having been slammed back into the ground from the recoil of his own fist, Garfield basked in the greatness of his action. And as he did so, Garfield laughed. Garfield, da ha ha ha, I went and gave a dragon a nosebleed. Mesorea, you little. Mesorea raged at the impossible humiliation, and Garfield laughed even more upon seeing that state. Seeing that from afar, having been thrust away and saved from the breath, Heinkel sat with his buttocks on the ground, gazing in dumbfoundment. Heinkel, that's not sane. As Heinkel weakly muttered, a battlefield was created by the face-off between Garfield and the dragon, an event coincidental in timing and scale both, to the changes in atmosphere yielded in various other places within the imperial capital. As if not paying any mind to that, the fight between tiger and dragon unfolded, and with that scene before him, Heinkel did not move an inch. Unable to flee, unable to even stand, he did not move an inch. But upon his sword, his right hand yet remained, its hold unending. Turning back the clock to a slight bit before the battle between the dragon and the tiger was fully assembled. The feeling of cold water hitting his cheeks and forehead caused Subaru's consciousness to become fully alert. It was neither drowsiness nor bodily fatigue that he was experiencing. And yet, as if with a click, he felt something within him switch and exhale deeply. Before him, on the surface of the water that rippled within the trough, his own shaken and distorted visage could be seen. It was a face with sharp eyes that had retained its youthfulness, or rather that could only be described as childish. He was already accustomed to seeing it, and he did not want to think that he could let his face remain this way. While thinking so, as he delicately squished his face with his fingers, "Subaru, are you okay? By any chance, is there something wrong with you?" Abruptly, as a voice called out to him from beside him, Subaru looked up from the water trough. In front of his raised face, he saw Amelia looking at him with her beautiful amethyst eyes. As Subaru's heart fluttered upon unexpectedly seeing Emilia's face so close to his own, Subaru, I'm all righty, Emilia-tan. Just needed to loosen up my cheeks a little. You see, I always want to show Emilia-tan my best smile. Emilia, I'm not picky though, as long as it's not a forced smile. I'm happy with any kind of smile Subaru shows me. Subaru. Ooh, my heart is pounding. Bum bum. Said with a finger held to her lips. Emilia's words that held no hint of pretense left Subaru flustered. As he tried to wipe his face with his sleeve in an attempt to hide his reddened cheeks, a hand towel was offered to him from the side. Two hand towels were offered from his left and right by Beatrice and Tanza. The two were shocked at the fact that their own action had been performed by the other, and their usually round eyes became even rounder, to then instantly become narrowed upon becoming aware of each other. Beatrice. Dear girl, Subaru wants Betty's towel, in fact. You can take that back, I suppose. Tanza. Schwartz-Sama did not say anything of the sort. To speak of your own thoughts as if they were Schwartz-Sama's, are you not going too far? Beatrice. Ag, such an infuriating girl, in fact. Subaru. Wait. Why are you fighting? See, I'm using both. I'm wiping the left and the right sides of my face with the towels from both of you. Intervening in the quarrel that had suddenly broken out for some reason, Subaru attempted to defuse the situation by using both of the hand towels he had received from the pair. However, the two in question simply sighed at his response. He failed to settle the dispute. At the sight of Subaru, who slumped his shoulders, placing her hands on her hips, Emilia said seriously, Emilia, Beatrice and Tanza-chan, stop causing trouble for Subaru. As it is, with the hardships he's continuously facing, Subaru is about to collapse. Subaru. Ooh, Emilia-tan's thoughtfulness is so touching. That said, I'm not implying that the two of you don't care about me, okay? In fact, the two of you are always helping me. The more I say it out loud, the more it feels like I'm making excuses, doesn't it? Beatrice. Good grief, I suppose. Tanza. As expected of Schwartz-Sama. Seeing that Subaru was at his wit's end, Beatrice and Tanza had no choice but to soften their attitudes in response. Unexpectedly being cast as the villain, Subaru tilted his head in protest, but upon receiving Emilia's gentle pats on Subaru's head, he decided to accept his predicament. Anyhow, Subaru. But I'm not putting on a brave front. I really am all right, Emilia-tan. I was able to take a proper rest at the fortress before we set off. Besides, if I were to carelessly collapse from a lack of sleep, the entire Pleiades battalion would also fall apart. Held together by strong bonds, the strengths and weaknesses of the Pleiades battalion were clear. The United Battalion was a group with unstoppable enthusiasm, but what held them together was Subaru's presence. It was nothing that could be boasted about, Subaru's core learness. And this effect, it would be cut off if Subaru were to fall asleep or faint, and so from this point onward, he could not allow himself to carelessly doze off. Subaru, I know that, so it's all right. Trust me, Emilia-tan. Emilia, is that so? In that case, it's fine, but can you truly promise not to overdo yourself? Subaru, Emilia-tan really doesn't trust me at all. Emilia, if you're wondering why that is, try properly asking your own conscience. Trust is the accumulation of past actions. That was the implication of Emilia's remark, and it left Subaru at a loss for words. However, it was a fact that Subaru's body and mind were in such good shape that he himself was surprised. In all likelihood, as the excessive tension seemed to be the reason for his mind being so alert. Once the present conflict was solved in its entirety, that debt would gush forth all at once and topple everything. However, if he could make it through on borrowed energy, he was more than willing to take on the debt that followed. Presently, having departed from the fortified city of Garkla and heading towards the imperial capital of Lupugana, the rescue the Valatian Empire from Destruction Squad was in the process of exchanging dragon carriages in order to ensure their arrival at their destination. On the route from Garkla to Lupugana, having stopped at one of the many camps scattered along the route, while Abel and the other strategists were reviewing the war situation, the exhausted ground dragons were being exchanged with those in perfect condition as a part of the preparations for the decisive battle. Subaru. Of course, Patrash will always be with us, though. Reaching out his hand, Subaru touched his beloved jet-black dragon who was harnessed to the dragon carriage Patrash, whose neck he caressed. Patrash, upon safely reuniting with him in the Empire, without any consideration of holding back despite Subaru's shrinking, delivered a powerful blow to him with her tail in retaliation for causing her to worry. That one blow that had sent him crashing into the wall with a loud thud. It had been reminiscent of the injuries he had sustained while fighting the Giltalor during Sparka at the Gladiator Island, making him glad that it had ended with just one. Since then, after having accepted Subaru's sincere apology, she had been giving her all to accompany them. Heh, this ground dragon young'un, she's one of yours, ain't she? And then, arriving where Patrash and Subaru were frolicking was Halibal, the tall wolfman shinobi, holding his kaisru between his large teeth while bobbing it up and down with his lips. Halibal, she was doing a splendid job when I was fighting that dragon zombie. I thought she was real admirable. Subaru. Oh. Halibal-san also gets it. Our Patrash is amazing. Halibal, ain't that the truth? You're a lucky fella. Lil Anna and the others, everyone's worried bout ya. Subaru was overjoyed to receive open approval from the strongest and most renowned person from the city-states, Halibal. His eyes opened wide at the words that followed, then he earnestly nodded. He did not need to be told, but having it mentioned made him think about it again. He was truly blessed. Those in the Emilia camp, along with Julius and Anastasia, had not only broken through various unfavorable obstacles to enter the Empire, but they had also gone along with Subaru's selfish request to see this through to the end. Just how reliable and reassuring that was, he could not thank them enough. Subaru, that's why I need to do everything I can to help. Emilia, Subaru, the promise you made to me earlier, do you remember it? Subaru, I remember, no being reckless. But if push comes to shove, Emilia, see, doing that again would be too much to bear. With her lips curled into a frown, Emilia pouted at Subaru while he scratched his own cheek. Chuckling at the sight of that, Hannibal seemed to be really enjoying himself. Even though what awaited him might be a battle for the Empire's or perhaps the world's very existence, he steeled his resolve. Hannibal Dono, I'm Suyo Tilda, you don't want Subaru-kun to hear Tilda that. Beatrice, there he is, in fact. Of course, since we're together, why would I not be here, Tilda? Though I do wish that the Empire would recognize me as an ally, already. Shrugging his shoulders in disbelief, Roswell chuckled at Beatrice's attitude. As he appeared at the edge of the camp where the dragon carriage was parked, Emilia tilted her head at him while asking, "Are you sure?" Since Roswell was currently more or less in charge of intelligence in the Emilia camp, he was supposed to be accompanying Abel as he was speaking with the representatives of the encampment. Emilia, even though I do consider Roswell a proper ally, I wonder if other people like Abel share that sentiment. Roswell, if that's the case, then I'm in quite the bind, since I don't seem to belong in the kingdom newer tilde the Empire. Don't fret, His Excellency Vincent is currently addressing the soldiers in the vicinity, and they've entered the phase of boosting their morale. If anything, I would only be in the way tilde. Emilia, yes, that's good to hear. And don't worry, Roswell's rightful place is at our side. Just so long as Roswell doesn't try any tricks. With parted lips, Emilia gave an angelic answer to Roswell's self-deprecation. However, Roswell could only put on a wry smile at those words, not answering whether he would be up to any trouble, which was extremely telling. Subaru. But I'm pissed that things are working out so perfectly for Abel's triumphant return. As he said so, Subaru glanced toward the center of the camp, able to hear the cheers of a multitude of Imperial soldiers coming from that direction. Instead of a morale-boosting shout to prepare for battle, the cheers were those of joy, coming from men who were so moved to be addressed directly by the Emperor whom they served. It was not surprising that Abel's sour look, which Subaru was not only familiar with, but had even grown tired of seeing, was something that most of the citizens of the Empire were not allowed to see up close. Subaru, if I were in the same position as those people, knowing nothing but Emiliatan's face and name, how would I feel? Oh no, I'm going to cry just thinking about that. Emilia, what's wrong, Subaru? Aren't you supposed to be my knight? Get a hold of yourself. Subaru, I know, you're right. This isn't a dream after all. Man, that was a close call, all because of Abel. With a quiet remark that would have made Abel frown if he could hear it, Subaru welcomed the fact that the emperor-like idea was having the desired effect in itself. Then again, in an effort to raise the morale of the imperial soldiers, after the war ended, Medium was also being shown off as a potential empress without any consideration for her feelings, so one could not help but hold off with the praise. Subaru. With Spiker constantly staying by her side, Medium-san can hopefully get her mind off it all a bit, that bastard. What the hell does he think marriage is? Emilia. That's right. I think Abel is really smart, but that part of his views isn't that good, I think. Subaru. He should get kicked off the throne for doing this. Subaru and Emilia nodded in unison, agreeing that Abel was hopeless in that regard. At the sight of the two of them, as Halibal chuckled again, Halibal, fasten off against the Valatian Emperor, them kids sure don't know fear. Beatrice. No matter who the opponent is, as long as Betty is with Subaru, there's no reason for him to be afraid, I suppose. Tanza. Having rejected Yornasama, it is a well-known fact that His Excellency the Emperor is heartless. Raswal. Truly, we wouldn't want the people of the Empire to hear this conversation. Within the camp, roused with excitement regarding the Emperor's triumphant return, where speaking ill of the Emperor would inevitably lead to bloodshed, Raswal chuckled amidst the sharp comments being made towards Abel. With a wry smile, Raswal closed one eye and said, "So, Raswal, since he hasn't shown up despite all this talk, Garfield seems to be quite focused. After having been selected by Subaru-kun for a grand task, it seems like he's sufficiently motivated. Tilda. Subaru, right." With the yellow eye that remained open, Raswal turned his gaze towards Subaru, who nodded in response to his words. Garfield, who was not participating in the conversation with Subaru and the others at the moment, was currently inside the dragon carriage that was tethered to Patrash, quietly meditating and sharpening his concentration. It was evidence that he was doing his utmost to meet Subaru's expectations with his entire might. To meet the expectations of Subaru, who had requested him to match up against the cloud dragon, Mezorea. Subaru, it's got agility, and its destructive power is overwhelming, so I want to do something to contain Mezorea's movements. Currently, Garfield's the one most suited to being entrusted with that duty. Halibal, can I ask why that is? Lil, Anna told me to follow y'all's instructions for the time being, but I'm stronger than that tiger cub, you know. In response to Subaru's judgment, Halibal tilted his head as he puffed out smoke. If he felt angered by the notion that his abilities were being underestimated, there might have been a need for Subaru to come up with an excuse, but Halibal's manner of speech remained flat. He had purely voiced a question regarding their fighting potential, and as Subaru instinctively nodded, Subaru, there's no doubt that Halibal-san's the strongest among our current members, but it's a matter of putting the right person in the right place, or rather, there's someone else I'd like Halibal-san to subdue. Halibal, golly, what a frightening story. Putting off a dragon to focus somewhere else, are you saying? There's something even more troublesome than a dragon. Subaru. In a sense, yeah. Knowing that there was no use in beating around the bush, Subaru clearly affirmed this. Upon hearing Subaru's assertion, Halibal momentarily closed his mouth. But his large mouth, characteristic of wolf people, immediately twisted into a smile. Halibal. I see, I see. Well then, I gotta get myself pumped up too. With that, he accepted Subaru's instructions, showing a willingness to comply. Emilia, Garfield, and Halibal-san, in addition, there's also places you want the rest of us to go, and things you want us to do. Once Subaru and Halibal's exchange came to a close, Emilia, with a serious expression, looked at Subaru. As she touched the magic crystal at her chest with her fingers, her amethyst eyes pierced through him. Emilia was not the only one. Beatrice, Tanza, and Raswal were also looking in his direction. Subaru, that's right. For everyone here, including Abel's group on the other side, it'll be an all-out war. Beatrice. Fortunately, Subaru has a general idea of the enemy's whereabouts, in fact. Emilia, indeed. He also used it at the Pleiades watchtower, that special power called an authority. Subaru, yeah, it's thanks to that. In response to Emilia and Beatrice's words, Subaru pounded his chest with his fist. The achievements of Cor Leonis that had been displayed at Pleiades watchtower, grasping the whereabouts of separated companions, which had assisted them in dealing with problems inside the tower, was what Subaru had made Emilia and the others believe in. The enemies waiting in the imperial capital of Lupigana in order to oppose those formidable foes, Subaru had made them believe in the lie of how he had acquired the knowledge of the best choices regarding where to send each person. Subaru, I will do what I can. Emilia, Beatrice, Spiker, Tanza, Garfield, Roswell, Halibal, Abel, Medium, Jamal, Albert, he would direct them all, making use of every card available in his hand in order to emerge victorious in this battle for the imperial capital. Subaru, of course I'm counting on you too, Patrash. Reaching out, Subaru once again stroked Patrash's neck, who neighed in response. As everyone's spirits were being heightened at that sound of Patrash's voice, Roswell, Subaru-kun, this is the best course of action, correct? Firmly, Roswell trained his gaze on Subaru's face. To Roswell's inquiry, Subaru gave a deep nod and answered, Subaru, yeah, this should be the best. I've gone and made sure of it. This was merely Natsuki Subaru doing what he was capable of. Thus, this should not be a breach of his promise with Emilia to not overdo himself, so he thought. Translation note. 1. Fight between tiger and dragon. Here, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, is a play on the idiom Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter. It literally means a battle between a dragon and a tiger, but is used to mean a battle between two equal opponents. The version here swaps out Chinese letter with Chinese letter to account for the terminology of dragons in Ray 0, the latter being used for the likes of Mesorair and Volcanica, the former for ground, water, and flying dragons. Arc 8, Chapter 45, How to Fell the Stars. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Art Sources, Merihan. Thus, time returned to the same time as when a battlefield was formed by the fray between tiger and dragon once more. Having stormed the southern gate of the imperial capital of Lupugana, the first bastion of the star-shaped fortress, Garfield clashed against the one who ruled the heavenly skies, the cloud dragon Mesorair. In the distance, the oddly thick collection of clouds in the sky was either proof that the cloud dragon was rampaging, or perhaps that it was preparing to exhibit its maximum performance. Either way, the die had been cast, and the battle for it to roll onto the desired side had begun. Entrusting Garfield to spearhead the raid, having him suppress Mesorair at the onset, was because the mobility and aggression of the cloud dragon served as the greatest obstacle in the battle to capture the imperial capital. A single blow from the dragon, capable of fleeing to high altitudes and attacking over extremely long distances by way of its breath, would be impossible to endure for those who did not possess extraordinary fighting strength. For that to be fired at them recklessly, being unable to do a single thing about it, would be the worst possible outcome for the rescue the Valatian Empire from Destruction Squad. Garfield had been able to crush that possibility. However, even if Mesorair was subdued, by no means would the rest be smooth sailing. If there was a mistake in their response, there were other formidable enemies that could unleash catastrophic damage in a single move. Therefore, Aura, twin swords carved out an elegant trajectory, one that ran contrary to that vulgar walkry. With swordsmanship that covered their front and rear with nimble movement and a dexterous stance, they forcefully parried the tip of the halberd the opponent had thrust forth and caused the latter's posture to break. That instant, a fluttering drawn blade sliced through the wind to fatally sever the opponent's neck. "You idiot, don't kill them." "Ooh-wow." As the interjecting voice tried to restrain them, the sword's trajectory immediately shifted. The blade that ought to have beheaded the opponent bisected their left arm from their shoulder instead. Having suffered the attack, the enemy swiftly jumped back, and handling their halberd with just their right hand, they attempted to trigger their next attack. But that halberd would not reach any of their allies. The White Cloud Lord, Georan Pashit. Georan! The quiet, yet clearly audible, voice of a man spoke both the name and alias of the undead. At that moment, the movement of this large, white-bearded undead that ought to have thrust the halberd forward was stopped. Without overlooking that opportunity, a row of 3 small figures got right up close to the undead. Then they locked eyes with the undead as he looked down at them. They stared into the eyes detached from those of the living, with the white parts stained black and golden irises looming within. And then, Georan Pashit. Stripping that off, that of a being who had once been alive, as if to ascertain it as proof of the time they had been alive, The star known as Spiker ate the role that exploited them as an undead, passing by him with speed that seemed to whittle the street down. Behind Spiker, who had just touched him with her small hand, having had his role eaten, the undead no, Georan Pashit's body was reduced to dust. Georan, in the end, thrusting his halberd into the ground as he crumbled, he bowed to the man who had called his name, though it was unclear just what sort of emotions had caused the fading undead to do so. Atlam Nevi, Diffun Travola, Gayan Talfu, Leskar Brain, Nialf Trad, Yaren Swoker, Velum Joito, the same voice that had called out Georan's name, called out other names one after another. The speed made it feel like they were just listing every single name that came to mind, but that was not the case. Those were the names of people, each of whom had certainly had their own individual life. Those were the names of the undead appearing one after the other in order to intercept the rescue from Destruction Squad, moving through the Imperial capital. They whose state and appearance had completely changed from the time they were alive, the black-haired Emperor Vincent Valatia, would say their names without mistaking even a single person, and light the path for Star eating to devour. And what was especially aggravating about that was, isn't that a little too cool, damn it? In that case, Betty can't let her Subaru lose, I suppose. As Subaru's cheeks contorted upon seeing Abel imposingly fulfill his duty, Beatrice pulled his hand. In the midst of the imperial capital, where the undead roamed now, in the midst of Lupugana, now transformed into the undead capital, she guided Subaru with her appearance unchanged, and love unchanged. Waving the hem of her splendid dress, Beatrice truly was reliable. Pointing the hand opposite to the one firmly fastened to Subaru's towards the street, she weaved magic with her cute lips and lovely voice towards the deceased individuals blocking the way. Beatrice, Elminia. At the same time as the incantation, amethyst crystals were yielded from Beatrice's palm and glided through the air. Dispossessing the undead of their arms, legs, and weapons, it reduced their fighting strength. Beatrice's yin magic could attack the undead in a unique way, but fully shattering their opponents went against the goal of their strategy. That was why they had intentionally tuned it down. Borrowing the power of his lovely partner, Subaru leaped forth. Then, on the opposite side of the right hand linked to Beatrice, as he pulled up the left hand linked to Spiker with all his might, Subaru. Here we go. Atlam Nevi, Diffun Travola, Gayan Talfu, Leskar Brain, Nialf Trad, Yaren Swoker Spiker. Oh, ooh. You tilde you, ow, you ow. Oo tilde. The names Abel had called out, accurately listing them in the correct order, while matching them to the faces of each undead who were turning hostility towards them. He made sure Spiker reached them without fail. Spiker also understood her own role, and with her outstretched hands as the undead approached, sometimes she touched, sometimes she pierced, sometimes she firmly struck, and sometimes she pushed, but in all cases she activated the authority of star eating. Subaru, last one, Velum Joito, Spiker, EE. From the fore came a sword slash aiming to split Subaru's forehead open, and exchanging glances with the pale, wrinkly face of the undead who had unleashed it Velum Joito, Subaru clenched his molars. Just before it could reach his forehead, the opponent's blade was stopped by crystallization which extended from their shoulders to their hips, making them unable to move at will. Grateful to Beatrice for providing covering fire, Subaru urged Spiker, and a hand touched Velum's chest. Then slowly, the undead turned to dust with a look of satisfaction on its face. Subaru, Baha, ascertaining that they had neutralized all the undead in the surroundings, Velum included, Subaru took a deep sigh. This close combat, similar to crossing a bridge, gave Subaru a vivid reminder of the violent days he had spent on the Gladiator Island. With a deep inhale, Subaru was patted on the back by Spiker, who looked at him with an ow tilde, and then he exhaled. Contrary to Spiker, Beatrice placed her hands on her hips and glared at Subaru. Beatrice, you're blindly charging in too much, in fact. Betty told you she wants to see you look cool while making great efforts, I suppose. Even if you die in a cool manner, Betty doesn't want to see it, in fact. Subaru, I know. Just now was a move that presumed Biko would follow up. I'm sorry I did such a thing. Beatrice, if you understand, that's fine, I suppose. As Subaru apologized up front, Beatrice, who was in scolding mode, pouted her lips. Though they could not hold a long evaluation meeting on the battlefield, Her expression was nevertheless that of disappointment. However, it was not as though he had half-mindedly let it in one ear and out the other. Beatrice's scolding was advice he ought to firmly take. Even now, he had been just about to have his forehead split open and die. Had I taken just one step further, the thought made him shudder. Such a death would have been useless. Vincent, you nearly died by rushing out as soon as the battle had commenced. Do not act rashly. Subaru, you, scolded by Beatrice, and appreciated by Spiker, Subaru grimaced as he turned around at that statement bereft of any consideration. Standing there with arms folded, Abel did not even pretend to help Subaru, and the other two with their intense fight. Subaru was rather impressed to see the refreshing sight of the Emperor relying on others. Subaru, all sorts of things have happened up until now, but I've never thought of you as Emperor-like as I do now. Vincent, we have just settled a bit of work. For the sake of the two by your side, I shall overlook that comment. Subaru, you know, it's best if you properly understand that from an outsider's point of view, you look like the horrible nobility role that merely folds their arms and watches as children go to battle. An emperor spectating a battle between children and undead was a sight akin to the unsightly amusement of a post-apocalyptic world after a zombie pandemic. There were limits to how bad one's reputation could get. But considering Abel's position, role, and fighting strength, as someone traveling alongside him, Subaru had to be grateful that he did not imprudently go to the front lines, so this was quite the dilemma. And thereupon. TCH, we dealt with the lookout right after entering the imperial capital, but with this method, there's no way around it taking a while. Speaking thus, it was Jamal who provokingly spat onto the ground. Having taken on many undead, he had contributed greatly to the triumphs at the outbreak of the battle. Holding onto his twin swords, he adjusted his eye patch while surveying the surroundings. Jamal, even though this'd be much faster if we just cut down every undead that appeared. Why ain't we doing that? Beatrice, a man who obstinately refuses to listen, in fact. If we did that, we wouldn't be able to use Spiker's authority to give the undead, Jaobutsu. 1. Jamal. Ah, the fuck's Jaobutsu? Beatrice. It's the way of making sure the undead don't keep getting back up after being defeated repeatedly, in fact. This has supposedly been explained to you so many times by now, I suppose. Beatrice stomped her short legs on the ground in frustration, and Jamal made a confused face at her appeal. That reaction only made Beatrice's face get even redder, but unfortunately, it was not worth the effort as Jamal's head rejected any slightly complicated reasoning, no matter how many times it was explained to him. For that reason, Vincent, Jamal Orally, obey these individuals. That is the best course of action, for I have judged it myself. Jamal, if your excellency says so, I'll do whatever you want. Beatrice, grrrr, in fact. In the end, Abel had butted in, presenting a tasty treat, and Jamal responded with money at the ready. Seeing that, Beatrice ground her teeth in frustration. How cute. As that exchange had put Subaru at ease a little, Spiker stopped patting his back and gazed at him. Spiker, yo. Subaru, ah, I'm fine. How about you, Spiker? Is there anywhere that feels weird or anything? Spiker, ooh, ow. Upon that inquiry, Spiker made a face that conveyed her crisp feelings, and in order to give Subaru peace of mind, she puffed out her chest with an appeal of how well she was doing. Since it seemed like there was no lie in her appearance, Subaru tightened his fist at the fact that star eating was not causing any harm to Spiker, and at the fact that their operation was progressing. Seeing Subaru's side profile, Abel narrowed his sable eyes, and Vincent, though resentful, it seems your judgment was right on the mark. Subaru, I don't get why that would make you resentful, but about what exactly? Vincent, need I even say? The main force of the enemy's army is headed for the fortified city, where the majority of our military assets remain. What lingers in the imperial capital is a portion of the undead and soldiers unfit for war. Subaru, right. They left behind the guys who can't act cooperatively. I hate how each and every one of them is strong, but that poor imperial way thing is advantageous for us. Surveying the state of the imperial capital, Abel made such a judgment, and Subaru nodded in agreement. As Abel had said, the main forces of the undead were laying siege to the fortified city of Garkla as a large army. Those who had stayed behind were confined to the strong city fort, and were drawing the attention of the opponent if they put in as much effort as they could. There was hope that the numerical disadvantage at the imperial capital would be mitigated. The nature of this strategy was a blitzkrieg to defeat the ringleader in the imperial capital, while the enemy was distracted by the fortified city. However, if the enemies at the fortified city had an emphasis on quantity, then the emphasis in the imperial capital was that of quality. Starting with the cloud dragon Mesorea, which covered the skies of the imperial capital, the rest of the fighters left behind for the city's defense were each a match for 1,000, all of them transcendent beings possessing stupendous power. That was precisely why Subaru, by attacking each bastion at the same time, we have a second stage diversion. As Subaru spoke those words, Abel, Beatrice, and Spiker tightened their expressions. Currently, Subaru and his group were in the northwest of the imperial capital in the vicinity of the fifth bastion. He had heard that it was through Garfield's achievements in the battle for the imperial capital that the star-shaped wall had been greatly destroyed here. He could not fathom just how reliable Garfield had become in such a short period of time. But entering through the gigantic landmark he had made was the combination of Subaru and Beatrice with Spiker, along with the rugged lord and retainer do of Abel and Jamal. Generally, it appeared as if their division was unreliable in terms of fighting strength, but this was actually the best possible configuration. With anything other than this combination, the operation of the Rescue from Destruction Squad would certainly fail. However, even if they went with this formation, it amounted to nothing more than them simply standing at the starting line. Subaru, we're the arrow of the main objective, and there's no doubt that our target is that massive crystal palace. Even if someone other than us were to quarrel with Sphinx, she could just run away, so there'd be no point. Spending many long months and years, this was a being who had rampaged both the kingdom and the empire. If they failed to catch the one behind the great disaster, Sphinx, what kind of disaster she would plan next was not something they knew. In order to defeat Sphinx, who had turned into an undead, Spiker's star eating was the only method. But Jamal, then, before more needless nuisances get in our way, let's make a mad dash for the Crystal Palace and fucking kill the boss of the enemy. Then, with His Excellency's declaration, we'll have retaken the imperial capital. Spiker, Utilda, Subaru. While that would be ideal, it's not that simple. Jamal, on. Spiker, ow. Pointing his sword to the Crystal Palace, considered to be the base of the enemy, Jamal's enthusiasm earned Spiker's agreement. Having their vigor discouraged, they turned to the one who had discouraged them, Subaru. However, Subaru slowly shook his head sideways. Subaru, there's not a chance we can head straight for the Crystal Palace. We actually shouldn't even heedlessly get close to it. Jamal, bastard, don't tell me you're chickening out. Beatrice, there is also no chance that weak-heartedness is his reason, I suppose. What awaits there, in fact? Subaru, a curse. Because of that, merely approaching the palace will make us unable to move. Interrupting Jamal as he ground his teeth in anger, Beatrice looked at Subaru and received that response. He firmly placed his hand on his chest, as if he was remembering an unavoidable, unbearable pain. As long as that obstruction remained, they could not approach the palace. If anything, nobody in this imperial capital would be able to operate in a proper manner. Jamal, why do you say so much about something you haven't even done yourself? Ah. Of course, there were also some who could not swallow Subaru's explanations so easily. Jamal was at the top of that list. Different from Emilia and Beatrice, there was no such trust between them, so that he could believe Subaru without asking anything like where Subaru's ideas came from. And the same thing could be said about Abel. Between Subaru and Abel, too, there was no trust similar to that which he had with Emilia and the others. Therefore, Abel would, Vincent, within this conduct, which seems reckless and roundabout at first glance, your intentions are present. Jamal, your excellency. Vincent, restrain yourself. Jamal Aurelie, there shall not be a third time. Obey these individuals, this individual. Emperor Vincent Valatia did not have trust in Subaru, but he had judged Subaru's actions and intentions by his own ingenuity. At the repeated order from the emperor, Jamal widened his single eye and fell silent. Then he struck the hilts of his twin swords into his forehead. Striking so much that blood spilled from his forehead. Jamal understood. I will absolutely not cause you to say it a third time." With all hesitation having vanished from his face, he gave a deep bow. At Jamal's answer, Vincent nodded, and as Beatrice's eyes became angered, "Beatrice, why would you injure yourself, I suppose? It needs to be healed right away, in fact." Jamal, shit, don't do anything unnecessary, pipsqueak. This is part of my oath, Beatrice. Even though you only have a single eye, what would you do if blood got into that eye, I suppose? There's nothing but people who don't think about the consequences of their actions, so it's tough on Betty, in fact. As they loudly argued, Beatrice quickly healed the wound on Jamal's forehead. To the side of that exchange, Abel glanced at Subaru once again, with a "Well then, Vincent. If we cannot enter the palace like this, are we to silently wait for the others to deal with their matters and create a path for us? That is not what you have in mind, is it? Subaru, you're speaking like you're asking me to show you what I've got. There's an important purpose in our fighting as well." Responding to the inquisitive gaze, Subaru placed his hand on the head of Spiker at his side. As Spiker, the keystone of the strategy, stared at him with an "ooh," and Subaru gave her a nod. To thoughtlessly charge into the Crystal Palace was suicide, but having said that, there was no way for Subaru to work against the curse. Currently, nobody could get inside the palace. Even so, if they wanted to square off against Sphinx, who was inside the palace, there was only one thing they could do. Subaru, and therefore, indeed, as Subaru was about to speak, a sound of destruction suddenly jolted everyone's eardrums. Several buildings collapsed, and as smoke and rubble were scattered about, the structure of the street was being altered. As Subaru's group all quickly turned to where the sound had come from, Beatrice and Jamal, who had been quarreling, stood to protect Subaru and Abel as they could not fight, and scowled at the eruption of smoke. Then, at the tip of all their vigilant gazes, appearing from behind the smoke was Jamal. As expected, being His Excellency's guard ain't gonna be easy. Seeing the being that had emerged from within the smoke, Jamal's cheeks contorted as he spilled out that comment. Subaru and the rest held no objection to Jamal's words. After all, his feelings were more or less the same as what everyone else was also feeling. "Ara!" As a sound akin to wind escaping from a deep, eerie cavern was produced, a grotesque figure dragged its body along as it proceeded through the imperial capital. It might have originally had the form of a person, but both the number and form of its limbs were far removed from its original state. It was a figure akin to how a young child would paint by freely moving the brush as they pleased to depict their parent for the very first time, an embodiment of innocence and chaos. It swung its oddly long right arm, branching at its joints, like a beast's tail, and it used its large but short left arm to grip the ground and drag its torso forward. On the contrary, it seemed to have four meager legs, but they did not function well, so it languidly continued by dragging itself with its arms. The thickness of the grotesque being's body completely varied at the chest, abdomen, and shoulders, but only the part which seemed to be the head had a single, large golden eye in its center. Beatrice, Subaru. Subaru. Yeah, I know. His name having been called out by Beatrice, Subaru nodded to signal she need not speak any further. The strange, grotesque being, this was not the first time Subaru and his friends had encountered it. A reunion with that which he had thought had surely been finished off with the dust explosion. Ara! Without even the time to wipe his cold sweat, as that fact was fully conveyed to him, the defective undead opened its mouth, which seemed to have been torn open, and gave a loud, loud bellow. Then, at the same time, Subaru and Abel's team squared off against a grotesque being. Shortly after the battle for the imperial capital of Lupugana was transformed into a battlefield once more. For the battle concerning the empire, while the ones casting their moves upon the board may have changed, the essence of the conflict remained ever the same. To take the head of the one who ruled over the beautiful palace, towering in the innermost core of the imperial capital, the Crystal Palace, was the aim of this decisive battle. That was not just in the case of the victory condition. Even the way the battle must progress remained the same, that was to say, the star-shaped fortress that enclosed the imperial capital, fighting for control of its 5 bastions, would determine victory and defeat. Ergo, I ain't done yet. No winning chance in Hell Iflus. Only just getting started, you nosebleeding dragon. Neglecting the pain with his fighting spirit and morale, trying to respond to an unyielding faith, the boy set his very body and soul alight and challenged a legend. Bear witness, observers of the heavens above. Witness the choices the world shall make. Reciting a verse while putting on airs, guising himself with a smile, as he danced on the boundary of what was both characteristic and uncharacteristic of himself, the lightning of childish form cut towards a swelling second sun, the personification of refusing to give up accompanying him. At last, at long last, I was able to meet you again. With a voice unable to conceal her delight, the kimono-clad girl with antlers on her head, accompanied by Snow, arrived at the predicament of the treasured person whom she had eagerly awaited a reunion with. Geez, I won't let you go off wherever you please anymore. Come and talk to me properly, Balebro. Straining the expression that was typically as bright as the sun, the girl who had settled her resolve for this cruel reunion, receiving help from a magician, locked eyes with the dragon rider soaring across the heavenly skies. And then, golly, guess there really are some casters with darn nasty personalities. There ain't an ounce of love in this. Clad in a black kimono and black fur, the repulsive beast, presented with a curse far more repulsive than his own existence, laid bare irises of golden hue that had previously been concealed by the thread-like thinness at which he usually kept the opening of his eyes. And thus, on the decisive battle for the imperial capital, on the siege of the 5 bastions, on the battle to fell the very stars, the curtain now truly rose. Translation note. 1. Jaobutsu, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, is a word from Japan that Beatrice is using. This is conveyed by using the katakana form instead of the kanji form, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The word itself generally means things like dying peacefully, leaving one's regrets and adhesion to the world behind, going to heaven, and it also has applications in Buddhism. Arc 8, Chapter 46, The Taste of the Wind. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 2 and 3, Machine translated by Beloved Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Vinikayan Art Sources, Magician Rakaroka Antona Sasaru. Projected within a shimmering blue jewel was a scene of glimmering flames reminiscent of the end of the world. Locked and confined in a dungeon, before the eyes of the hanging Priscilla, being projected by the deathly pale-skinned Sphinx, was the fierce battle unfolding in one of the vertices of the imperial capital. In one corner, one who had taken in the very core of the empire for oneself; in the other, those fighting against a formidable foe and standing their ground. The reality of these two extraordinary circumstances coming together was already for the verses of legends. As such, the many songs and stories that had been passed down from long ago were themselves thought to have been born in this way. However, that is only if there remains someone to pass along what they saw and heard. Do not force your desires on others, much less upon myself. When boorishness reaches its zenith, even getting angry is irksome. While witnessing the same scene within the jewel, such was Priscilla's response to her words spoken by her addressee, spoken with scarce enthusiasm. Scarce, indeed, it was a voice scarce in passion, not completely deprived of passion, just scarce in it. Feeling so, with her shapely eyebrows drawn into a frown, Priscilla observed the person beyond the jewel. The undead confronting her, Sphinx, who had introduced herself as the ringleader of the great disaster, had expressly come down to meet Priscilla, as if to flaunt the tragic situation in which Arachia, with whom Priscilla held deep ties, was presently in. What exactly Sphinx had imparted to Arachia during her captivity and isolation, Priscilla did not know. But the result was reflected in the jewel, and the purpose of doing so was before her eyes. Arachia was on the verge of exploding while attempting to take upon herself an existence far too great for her, with Sphinx observing Priscilla while the latter witnessed Arachia's suffering. By those golden pupils the black was vanquished, as they hinted at a curiosity that failed to be fully concealed, as well as a tinge of expectation. Sphinx had an expectation that Arachia's suffering would cause Priscilla's heart to waver. Without a doubt, Priscilla, you are obsessed with myself. Locking eyes with Priscilla, who had spun it in that manner, Sphinx parted her lips without saying a word. It was a confirmation, an expression of delight. Thus that the very impetus behind the great disaster Sphinx held an obsession towards Priscilla was unquestionable. Although how that had originated was still unclear, any deed motivated by obsession was something to be despised. Sphinx, to have something previously bestowed, forcibly taken away. It is an extremely heart-rending feeling, such is my learning from observation. How will it affect you? Confirmation required. Priscilla, your wishes are being fulfilled. Are you in high spirits? Sphinx, it is true, I affirm it. As you said, I feel a sense of elation. I used to take for granted that everything would proceed according to the plans made in advance, but my past self should have understood this sense of accomplishment. In that case, the outcome of the demi-human war would have been different. Priscilla, Sphinx, but that would mean that I could neither give, nor could I earn anything. Taking a glance at Priscilla, Sphinx, who had been speaking with great eloquence, placed a hand over her own chest and cast her gaze downward as if reflecting upon something. There, noticing an emotion that was different from both joy and wrath directed towards her, Priscilla understood. It was a figure that invoked a sense of mournful sorrow. And it was also what drove Sphinx to instigate the great disaster. Priscilla, setting aside her thoughts about Sphinx's motivations, Priscilla once again directed her attention to the scene projected in the jewel. Regardless, the battle that unfolded on the battlefield was one that could completely change the very state of the world. A clash between what could be said to be the embodiment of the empire itself against ineluctable lightning. However, in the midst of it all, Priscilla had not failed to notice the weakness, which seemed to vanish into thin air. Priscilla, weak, fragile, timid, born with nothing, and resisting the notion of becoming anything, can one such as that leave traces in the verses of myths? Sphinx, what do? Priscilla, who averted her gaze, prompted Sphinx's consciousness to wonder what she saw in the jewel. However, she did not try to ascertain the true nature of what caught Priscilla's attention. The reason was that earlier, tremors that could reach even the underground dungeons had erupted in various parts of the imperial capital. Priscilla, I presume that must be my elder brother. Sphinx, Emperor Vincent Valatia. Puzzled by the situation, Sphinx furrowed her slender eyebrows at Priscilla's murmur. For her, the probability of that was not particularly high. Priscilla in the underground dungeon had no way of knowing what the total number of forces Sphinx had at her disposal was. The Emperor, who had once abandoned the imperial capital, had found a way to break through the hordes of the undead. Sphinx, the swordsman who ended my life, is in the midst of a one-on-one battle with General First-Class Erikia. Even if the Emperor of Valatia is a wise man, there are situations where one cannot overturn a hopeless board. No. With a finger running along her lips, Sphinx tried to dispel worrisome possibilities. However, in the midst of that contemplation, she narrowed her black eyes. And Sphinx, the foreign entity that prevented Valga's stratagem, was involved. Priscilla, oh, did something come to your mind? Suddenly, as if realizing something, Sphinx blurted that out. Putting her thoughts into words, she then immediately denied them by shaking her head. At that time, Priscilla deliberately interjected. The moment Sphinx glanced over Priscilla, smiling enchantingly, Priscilla, hastening when it does not stand to reason. If that is the case, then myself shall give you advice. Call it intuition, what you have taken a hold of. Sphinx, intuition, Priscilla. Think of it as the taste of the wind sensed by your heart. It may be ironic for the dead. Sphinx fell silent, pondering Priscilla's word that came with a seeming snort. Neither dismissing with laughter nor dismissively rejecting was in line with her innate habit. Calling it innate was also ironic, but Sphinx continued to contemplate regardless of the concept of life and death. Eventually, she slowly looked up. Sphinx, let us acknowledge it. There is a foreign entity that could disrupt my plan. Adjustment required. With Sphinx standing in front of her, admitting her own change, Priscilla also gazed upward. What was visible was the dimly lit dark ceiling of the underground dungeon, faintly illuminated by the light of the jewel, yet unable to conceal the weight of history. However, it only served as evidence of the narrowness of the view. Priscilla did not look up at the sky to inspect the dirty ceiling, for her heart would not miss the opportunity to sense the taste of the wind. Having begun unexpectedly and concluded pragmatically, the battle started anew sacrilegiously. As innumerable swordsmen of the same face assailed her from all directions, Iris, after a moment of shock, shattered them head-on. Iris. Strange, yet it is nothing more than a paper tiger. As the dress-clad Iris swung her arms, the approaching blue-haired swordsmen, the group of Rowan segments, had their heads, torsos, hips, and legs mowed down, being blown away like leaves off a tree. But there was also a Rowan who had slipped past her initial attack and made it to a distance at which his blade could reach her. As he threw himself at her with all his might, Iris easily intercepted the attack with 2 fingers, inclined her body to evade the sword, and swung down her upraised legs to shatter what remained of him. It was quite literally a total beatdown, for even if he had amassed more numbers, he was not worthy as an opponent. That was the difference in strength between Iris and the undead-turned Rowan. Only Rowan next, 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 next. Next, 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 next. Kahaha. Iris. As the opponent who had been kicked senselessly sprang up one after the other, her thoughts froze, raising smiles of satisfaction, as if to say they had placed their hands upon their desire. The men closing in now, the group made up entirely of the same Rowan, turned their blades toward Iris, reflexively fighting back against the sword slashes gone berserk. While countering their entirety, what flashed through Iris's mind was the guilt for having erred. By causing surrender through brute force and chasing people away without taking lives, she had tried to decrease the number of casualties, even if only by a few. Iris had ignored the fact that her arrogant ideals had crushed the hearts of those who had died in the imperial way, likely causing them to suffer. As a result, as a victim, Rowan's state had become like this before her eyes. Iris, I am. Evading the swung blades, she struck her kaisru into several of the approaching faces. Kicking one of them upwards with the inside of her long leg, she grabbed the leg of the airborne body and vigorously slammed it towards the Rowans in the surroundings, blowing away another 10 of them that were approaching. However, no matter how much she struck and whittled them down, she did not know if the momentum of the reviving Rowans could be halted. Iris, I am. Having been on the receiving end of Iris's attack, the body of the undead Rowan shattered, unable to endure. Rowan was shattered to pieces like a ceramic bowl. However, the next Rowan trampled over him with his Zori without paying any mind, and was also shattered upon jumping in. Repeating that so many times, it was the same as being placed in the position of an executioner with no end in sight. Due to their own nature, there were some who thought nothing of destroying things that took humanoid form. However, in most cases, the act of destroying the human form, the receptacle of life, was something that took great resolve and determination, or perhaps accustomation or resignation, in order to be possible. Iris could be said to be the latter case, in extreme form. Even now, she could not kill a being without feeling any anguish in her heart, even supposing it was an opponent displaying hostility towards her. For that reason, Iris had manifested the soul marriage technique, a power that could not be mastered without compassion for others. That was what had propelled Iris to the apex of strength known as the 9 Divine Generals, though its origins lay in the malicious miracle that fettered her soul to the vast lands of the Empire. Either way, even in the case of aberrant existences like that of Rowan Segment, even in the case of beings that would unceasingly manifest regardless of how many times they were shattered, each time Iris did, her heart would grate. Tormented by unbearable pain, as it intensely gnawed at her heart, Iris was laid bare. Each time she plucked a life, each time she destroyed something with form, each time she made the world lose the way it currently was, lose something from how it was, Iris's soul would fissure, she was laid bare. Iris, I am HK. One, and thus, the final destination of her fissured soul. Iris, who had unwillingly continued to live on for a long, long time. For Sandra Benedict, who had tragically lost her life giving birth to Priska. For Yorna Mishigia, who had been shaken by a beloved reunion after hundreds of years. This was an unknown state of mind, Iris. Ah, a hoarse breath spilled from her red lips, and the next moment blood sprayed. As some of the splatter landed upon the cheek of the blade's wielder, he stretched out his tongue and licked up the blood. A smile escaped. The wicked smile of the swordsman escaped. Rowan, the steps of the heavenly sword, the tips of my toes are thus placed upon them. A stretched-out arm slipped through, and the naked blade brushed the bare shoulder of the woman. A beat later, a spray of blood dyed the grey street a vibrant hue, and the finest swordsmanship of Rowan's life. No, now that he was an undead, he was no longer alive, so the finest swordsmanship of Rowan's existence was renewed. Rowan, not there yet, I'm still just getting started. However, as his heart had ceased to pulsate, that insatiable desire spurred his whole body forth in place of flowing blood, and the being known as Rowan evolved at an accelerated pace. The beautiful foxperson he faced off against was dreadfully powerful, an unbelievably formidable enemy. The difference in strength that made it impossible for him to do battle with her easily smashed through the piling up Rowans. By all rights, Rowan's attempt to challenge her should have ended back when he had been defeated. However, these strange circumstances threatening the imperial capital, the empire, and the very world had not put an end to Rowan. Fastening a blade to his own neck, he gave up on his futile, worthless life. Believing that there was a territory only reachable by casting away his life, he exerted his blade, knowing that he would rot away and fade to obscurity if he could not reach it. And once he did, Rowan's vision opened up in the truest sense. Rowan. Ah, ah, ah. What a plain world I've been seeing until now. With his widened vision, the domain that Rowan had reached during his lifetime with bloodshot eyes was easily surpassed. Life truly was useless. Life was not a good thing. Due to it being the first thing one would be granted upon being born, even recluses like Rowan harbored an unwise attachment to it. Only when he cast all of that away did Rowan obtain the freedom to head for the heavenly sword. Without a doubt, this lack of attachment was the precise qualification to ascend the steps to reach the heavenly sword. Rowan, well now, take a gander, foolish son of mine. This be impossible for ye. This was a state that those who had lost their lives could finally reach. That was to say, it was scenery that even Cecilus Segmund, unable to conquer death, would never lay his eyes upon. To think it could only be reached through dying, what a sadistic place for the sword guard to have placed the heavenly sword. He had won his gamble. Hence, he would receive his inflated winnings. Rowan, ha 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 ha. As Rowan roared with laughter, his swordsmanship began to reach heights that had once been so distant. No matter how much the approaching Rowan swung his sword, he was felled time after time by the opposing Iris. Unable to reach her as she kicked the ground, he had become unable to stand up just from a blow by her slender arm. Such an overwhelming disparity began to be closed at an unbelievable pace. Here, the misfortune of the man known as Rowan Segmund shall be narrated once more. Rowan Segmund held a long-cherished desire, something he kept pursuing, a prayer he continued to long for. However, he had never come across an opportunity to fulfill it. He had never come across a worthy opponent. That had been the tragedy of Rowan Segmund, a man who had been plagued by misfortune until his life came to an end. Here, the miracle of the man known as Rowan Segmund shall be narrated. Rowan Segmund held a long-cherished desire, something he kept pursuing, a prayer he continued to long for, and he had finally come across an opportunity necessary to fulfill it. He had finally come across a worthy opponent. Without having lost his deluded obsession towards the heavenly sword even after death, Rowan Segmund was reborn as an undead. No matter how many times he was shattered or not, he produced beings that shared the same soul one after the other, transforming him into a monster incomparable to the man he was during his lifetime. There were cases of people facing off against a formidable opponent, bearing witness to abilities far and above those of their own, who would utilize the battle on which their life was staked as a source of nourishment, experiencing rapid growth. Rowan was trying to invoke that same phenomenon as a miracle within himself. Facing off against the formidable enemy Iris, bearing witness to abilities far and above those of his own multiple times, and using the battle as a source of nourishment, as he quite literally was shattered over and over. That was his current environment. If Natsuki Subaru were here, he would likely even dub that act of learning through death as learn by death. The undead's unusual obsession, combined with his desire to learn, resulted in Rowan's sword being honed. Having left behind the sword of his lifetime, the undead sword technique designed for killing the work of the undead swordmaster, Rowan Segment, was hot on the heels of Iris's life. Iris. Besieged from every conceivable direction, Iris could not deal with all the inbound sword attacks. Her arms and sides were sliced by the blades, and she gave a slight groan as her blood spilled. Hearing that frail breath, Rowan shook his head in disgust. He did not want to hear it. He did not want to hear it. He did not want to hear the weakness of the strong. Rowan was grateful to Iris. It was thanks to her that he had become strong. Dying itself was nothing more than an impetus. It was something that had been necessary for him, who was to eventually reach the heavenly sword. There was absolutely no need for Iris to worry over that. After all, he did not want to hear it. After all, it was grating on his ears. After all, even though the one who was inferior was surpassing the one who was superior, what he wanted to hear was not weeping, but cheers. Therefore, Rowan, don't be crying now, young lady. You're making a mess of your lovely visage. Iris promptly hoisted her kaisru to block the sword being swung down from overhead, and with her opposite hand, she bore a hole right through the center of Rowan's torso. That was the end of this Rowan, but it mattered not. Another Rowan subsequently leaped out and approached Iris as her hand was still stuck in the pierced Rowan until he fully crumbled. Her leg sprang up and smashed that Rowan. She thus had one arm and one leg occupied. Then, as a Rowan thrust his sword from behind her, she quickly slammed her tail into him, but blood spurted from the base of her tail. The slashing attack had connected. Iris's expression contorted in pain. Not good. This was truly not good. Rowan, once you also die and resurrect to keep me company forever. That would truly be an exhilarating future, however it was likely a future that would not come to pass. Iris. Rowan's gaze collided into Iris as he stepped forward, but her eyes were turned to another place, irrelevant to the life or death before her. Her perspective was not that of the victory or defeat, the life or death in front of her, but something different, as if she were looking at the past, so to speak. To those who look not towards the future, but towards the past, glory would not come. That alone, from the very bottom of his empty, hollowed heart, Rowan regretted. Rowan, your life is mine. A silver flash was sprung at full speed, and as the finest swordsmanship of his existence was renewed, it bolted towards the woman's slender neck. Then an artistically brilliant beheading was enacted, or it should have been. Rowan, wah, hindered by a firm, solid, stiff, and hard sensation, the sword technique was stopped from reaping life. The woman who was a formidable enemy, who was the finest worthy opponent, who could even be called his teacher of sorts, as his brandishing of gratitude towards her was stopped, Rowan widened his black-stained golden eyes and was struck with wonder. It was regrettable that his attack had been stopped, but the person who had stopped his attack was another matter. It had not been Iris, whom he had recognized as a tough, formidable, and worthy opponent. It was not a latent strength that she had shown while in the grips of death, but rather an undoubtable interference. Yorna-sama. Indeed, calling out the name of a nobody, the young voice had obstructed Rowan's sword. Through sheer force, a whole body had wedged itself between them to stop the strong sword. But even so, from Rowan's perspective, that was something that should have been impossible. Even if the entirety of that slender body had been employed to try and get in the way, the slashing attack ought to have had enough power put into it to completely bisect the body. And yet, you all have the same face, but everyone get out of the way. Subsequently, a voice akin to the sound of bells courageously resounded, and the sound of the atmosphere tensing rended the world. That instant, flowers of ice blooming on the surface engulfed the surrounding scene in one fell swoop. Getting caught up within that, Rowan, and the rest of the Rowans were converted into nourishment for the flowers. Seeing his selves being frozen still in his peripheral vision, as Rowan jumped back and readied his katana, he gazed over what had occurred. And there, at last, at long last, I was able to meet you again. In a quiet, yet deeply emotional voice, an antler-wielding girl muttered as she held Iris in a tight embrace. Shedding blood and having fallen to her knees, Iris was embraced in the thin chest of the short girl, and while her blue eyes widened in surprise, she accepted the embrace. Then, the young girl who had hugged Iris turned her dark eyes to Rowan, and Scoundrel who turns a blade to Yorna-sama, though I may be unworthy, I shall serve as your opponent. With that, the antlered girl had made a clear declaration. Translation note. 1. Here Iris changes her pronoun from Yorna's pronoun, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, whack, to what is likely Iris's original pronoun, Chinese letter, watashi. Arc 8, Chapter 47, Tanza. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Art Sources. Drizzle RZR Rakaroka Bifus 4 Uzi 9 TGI. This was a complex feeling, but just like Natsuki Schwartz, Tanza hated the Valetian Empire. The people of the empire must be strong. Such a way of thinking was given wondrous praise, and in accordance with it, those who lacked strength were oppressed, and even were they to lose their lives, it would be declared that their weakness was at fault. The weak were unqualified to be people of the empire. If that were the case, she would like to be excused. None could choose where they were born. Therefore, neither Tanza nor anybody else had been born into the Valetian Empire of their own volition. Tanza hated the Valetian Empire. She hated the empire that had taken her mother and father, the empire that, for some incomprehensible reason, such as the imperial way, had tortured her sister to death, the sister who had assiduously raised Tanza, the sister who had been relieved upon finally finding a place where they could live in peace, the sister whom Tanza should have been able to finally repay for everything she had done for her. She was sure that had been why. Do you happen to hate this country? Upon being posed that question, her expression, which seldom showed emotion, became stiff, and she held her breath. Something which must not be noticed, a thought which must not be known, an ideology which one would naturally have from being ostracized. She thought it had been found out. However, upon seeing Tanza cast down her eyes as she trembled, the beautiful woman who had seen through her heart smiled and tenderly stroked Tanza's stiffened cheek. The warmth of those fingers felt similar to that of her sister, whom she had already lost. It felt similar to that of her sister, who had devoted herself to Tanza without consideration for herself, who had died without knowing any happiness that seemed to be her own. Woman, I do too. For a moment, not understanding what exactly that meant, Tanza was perplexed. After that confusion, she comprehended what the woman's words were expressing feelings about, and she gulped. If a child like Tanza, unknowing of how things worked, were to say that, it would merely end with them being scolded and punished. However, this person was unlike them. She was not merely an adult, for she was a person with status. Within this empire that believed in strength, she was one of the 9 people who were a symbol of strength. Woman, I, too, despise the ways of this country. Indeed, while giving a tender, affectionate smile, that person confided her true feelings in Tanza. Tanza, please, send me to Yorna-sama. I wish to be by her side. In the battle on which the survival of the empire was staked, she was aware that what she was asking was selfish. That was why she had been prepared to endure all sorts of verbal abuse, thinking that being spoken to in such a manner was unavoidable, that even if she were to be showered with cursing and scolding, she still needed to be honest with her feelings. And even though she had thought that, yeah, that's what I intend to do. Let her see your face well, and go have a proper talk with her. Despite always selfishly putting Tanza's feelings on the back burner, only at a time like this did he speak to Tanza's feelings directly, almost like he was giving her an order. That was an aspect she disliked about this black-haired boy. Tanza, Yorna-sama. And right after she had called that out, Tanza stretched out her small body as much as she could, and receiving the flash of silver head-on, she saved the precious woman who was about to be decapitated. The shock ran through the entirety of her being, sending a tingling and numbing sensation to the tips of her limbs. But in order to hide the fact that she felt pain, she bit down on her molars. Not for the opponent who had unleashed the sword attack, but in order to hide it from the precious woman she had protected. Tanza, HK. Firmly stifling her cries of pain and her expression, she endured. She usually found it frustrating, but at this time she was grateful for her cold face. It must have appeared like she had withstood it with a face as if to say that it was not a big deal. Even though in truth, without the shield of ice concealed inside her kimono, she would have undoubtedly been split right in two. You all have the same face, but everyone get out of the way. Following Tanza's bluff, a courageous voice with a tone akin to silver bells could be heard. The reason why Tanza had not been cleaved in twain, the one who had hidden an ice shield for her, the silver-haired half-elf Emilia, gallantly swooped down on the imperial capital and pointed her hands at the rows of undead who bore the same face. Right after, a high-pitched sound like that of cracking glass enveloped the area. Clear ice had shot out of the ground, entrapping the undead one after another in glacial prisons. The undead immediately either tried to jump away and escape, or tried to evade by ducking low, or tried to cut off the freezing with their swords. But those who had selected the correct answer were few. Those who jumped, those who ducked, and those who drew their blades were made part of the blooming ice flowers in the sky, on the ground, and with their drawn swords respectively, and were quite literally frozen in ice wherever they were. Engulfing nearly 20 of the undead in their entirety, there were merely a few who had escaped. She wished to exhaust her vocabulary in praise of that, but right now, Tanza, at long last, I was able to meet you again. The severed shield of ice fell from her kimono and diffused into mana before it could hit the ground. Then, with the chest from which the hard sensation had been removed, Tanza embraced the head of the woman who had fallen to her knees. Even though Tanza had been held like this by her before, since she was a tall woman, it was the first time Tanza was embracing her in such a manner. To be frank, she had thought it embarrassing to have this kind of thing done to her. She had thought it would not set a good example, and it was frustrating being treated like a child. But she had never disliked it, and her thoughts on being treated like a child had also changed. Was it not the case that Schwartz and Cecilus could do as they pleased, regardless of being small or being children? Even if being a child became an obstacle when trying to do something, it was by no means a reason to give up. Tanza tried to return that to this person with her whole body. Shedding blood, the woman whose blue eyes were widened in surprise while embracing Yorna, Tanza turned her dark eyes to the enemy, to the nuisance who was getting in the way. And then Tanza, scoundrel who turns a blade to Yorna-sama, though I may be unworthy, I shall serve as your opponent. With that clear declaration, she asserted her own standpoint. Undead. Accepting Tanza's proclamation, neither the undead men nor Yorna, embraced in her chest, made a sound. Were they perhaps shocked by the foolish action, or was it Tanza's sudden arrival that was the reason for their shock? It mattered not either way, and Tanza readied herself while still holding Yorna. Thereupon, Emilia, Teria, undead, Uwu. Emilia's sprinting attack was even faster than Tanza's movements. Stepping forth with her long legs, Emilia swung the ice mallets that she had created in both of her hands down on the motionless undead. The undead man who had been focused on Tanza was taken aback as he swept those aside and squared off against Emilia. Emilia, I'm the opponent of all of you. Undead, though that lass over there just said she'd be my opponent. Emilia, right now, Tanza-chan has finally encountered Yorna-san, who she's been longing to meet. You guys, you all have the same face, but I won't let you guys get in the way. Undead. It might be difficult to understand, but even if there's more, I'm me, Rowan Segment, the individual, ain't no need for you to get confused over that. Emilia, I won't let you get in the way. As she corrected herself, Emilia produced twin swords of ice in her hands, and the callously smiling all of the multiple Rowans took the same stance as they faced off against Emilia. From behind, as Tanza tried to back her up with an Emilia-sama. Emilia, it's okay, you can talk to Yorna-san first. Subaru requested this of me. Tanza. As Schwartz's name came up, Tanza hesitated to speak. During that time, Emilia left behind a smile as her expression shifted to a stiff one, and taking a step towards the Rowans who were readied with their katanas in their sheaths, Emilia, icicle line. After Emilia's lips spun those words, the surrounding scene was dyed even further white. Every color was mixed with a silvery white, and trying to counter the twin swords of the snow-clad Emilia, Rowan smiled in satisfaction thereupon. An icicle storm assailed. Rowan, oh, Rowan, oh. Emilia, here I come. Rowan, who seemed to have thought that a contest of swordsmanship was starting, while stupefied at the bombardment of ice, fought against Emilia's incoming attacks. The light ice weapons clashed with the undead's katana, and the sword dance commenced. In the background of that sword dance, Tanza depended upon Emilia's consideration and looked to Yorna once again. Still, Her expression appeared as if she had not caught up with the situation. Tanza, this is the first time I have witnessed Yorna-sama make such a face. Yorna, Tanza, is that you? Tanza slightly lowered the corners of her eyes in happiness, and while staring at that face, Yorna spoke words with meaning for the first time since their reunion. At that question, Tanza nodded. Since their parting at Chaos Flame, she had been separated from Yorna for nearly 2 months. Since there had been no correspondence, it would have been natural for Yorna to have assumed that Tanza was dead. Tanza, however, I have remained safe and sound, for the sake of returning to Yorna-sama. Gazing back into Yorna's eyes, she reassuringly spoke those words. The words that had hit Yorna as her eyes quivered at this reality, for being something she had spoken herself. There was an unthinkable reassurance to it. Maybe this had been due to the influence of the people who could say things without any pretensions. It was proof that Tanza had been through all sorts of things in the 2 months she had been separated from Yorna. But Tanza was not the only one who had changed, as so had Yorna. Yorna was wearing a beautiful blue dress. Without the kimono that Tanza was used to seeing, she was wearing her hair down. More so than giving excitement over the novelty, that appearance gave Tanza some misgivings. It was not that she was skeptical of a change in tastes. Yorna's ornaments, the articles presented to her by the inhabitants of Chaos Flame. The fact that she was not wearing them was suspicious. The inhabitants who dwelled in the demon city of Chaos Flame, they all loved and respected Yorna very much. In order to convey their heart of hearts, they would take parts of their unique features as demi-humans, something that served as the primary reason for them being ostracized, put them to good use, and design them as ornaments to present to Yorna. Everything from hairpins to earrings, to arbadome to pins or threads for her kimono, Yorna clad herself in the affection of Chaos Flame's inhabitants, and had come to present herself in a majestic manner. Among those were combs carved out from a part of Tanza's, and of Tanza's sister's horns. Yorna, Tanza. Her name called out by trembling lips, Tanza waited for Yorna's discomposure to subside. She also wanted to assist Emilia as she fought Rowan, but right now, before her eyes, she wanted to put all her energy towards sorting out Yorna's emotions. Nervously, Yorna's fingers reached out towards Tanza's cheek. After ascertaining that feeling, Tanza would exchange words with her. However, Yorna's fingers did not come into contact with Tanza's cheek. Tanza, Yorna-sama. Just as they were about to touch, Yorna held back her fingers and tightly shut her eyes. Instead, she pushed Tanza's chest, which had been embracing her, and sent her a step backwards. Tanza and Yorna, after having finally embraced, the two of them were separated once again, and Tanza blinked her eyes. As Tanza could not decipher the intention behind that action, Yorna opened her mouth. Yorna, for what reason have you come to a place such as this? Tanza, Yorna, at present this imperial capital has become the capital of the undead. This place that was abandoned not just by the soldiers of the empire, but even by the 9 divine generals and the emperor. What business does a girl like you have doing here? Getting up from her knees, Yorna glared at Tanza in a stern manner. Being stared down by those almond-shaped eyes, Tanza's slender shoulders slightly shrunk. For a moment, she did not know what she had been told. But she immediately understood that those were words of rejection. Yorna, the compassionate woman who accepted all things, had rejected Tanza. Yorna, this place is far too harsh and savage for the living to be present. It would be wise to leave at once. If you cannot, shall I send you off by my own hand? Tanza, if you are distinguishing between the living and the dead, then for Yorna-sama too, that condition is, Yorna, the same. You believe that you and I are the same. Though she had been struck with shock, Tanza had tried to protest, and Yorna reached her hand towards her. However, that was not for the sake of stroking Tanza's cheek, but to seize her by the collar. 5 of Yorna's slender fingers grabbed the overlap of the kimono, and the legs of Tanza's small body were suspended. She had been held up before, but it had never been done to her in this kind of violent manner. Yorna, you and I do not stand on the same side. I have. Someone whose side I wish to remain by. At long last, I can be with that person again. That is why, Tanza, you're Nasama HK. Yorna, I no longer have any need for you or the other children. At a distance close enough that their breaths could reach each other, Yorna looked into Tanza's face. That which Yorna had spoken was the reason she had remained in the imperial capital, filled with undead as it was. The reality was not that she had been held captive, but that she had remained here of her own volition. Tanza, just as Yorna was looking at her, Tanza had also been looking into Yorna's blue eyes. Deep within those irises, while Yorna was passing the days in the demon city, while she was gently attending to Tanza and the inhabitants of the city, fragments of a longing that never disappeared could be seen. Yorna Miss Higya had always been searching for something. That was certainly something that was unfathomably large and distant to Tanza, something that even Yorna was unable to reach. To Tanza, it seemed like searching for something akin to a star, something that was known to be bright, shimmering, and to have a dazzling gleam, but could not be reached. Yorna had always been searching for that. That she was someone who sought such a thing was known to Tanza and to everybody else. She prayed that Yorna's wish would come true, and if it would not, then she desired to offer something in its place. It was not just Tanza, everybody had thought that way. And now she had finally found it. Yorna's wish had reached the stars. If that was the reason why she was grabbing Tanza's collar like this, Tanza, please be happier as you reject me, Yorna-sama. Indeed, Tanza gripped the other's wrists and told that to the poor liar whom she treasured dearly. Ah, I have become a bad child. Gripping the slender white wrist, Tanza deplored her utterly changed self in such a way. It was not supposed to be this way. For Tanza, Tanza's ideal self that was, the idealized image of wanting to be like her dead older sister, Zoe. Zoe had been a very strong-willed and kind-hearted woman. The reason Tanza's birthplace had been destroyed was because of the prevalence of a superstition that boiling the antlers of the Deer People tribe would create a panacea, causing them to be attacked by bandits who aimed to sell the antlers at a high price. With both her mother and father killed, the still young Tanza had been pulled by the hand of her sister, and they were able to barely escape with their lives. But the sufferings of the two sisters did not end there. Many times, the evil clutches of those hunting their antlers had caught up to them, and even ignoring that, it was customary in the Valetian Empire to prey on the weak. Many a time, their lives had been in danger, and the extent to which her sister had gone through harsh experiences in order to obtain one plateful of soup was something Tanza could only conceive of after a few years had passed. At the same time, she had detested being entirely dependent on her sister, unable to do anything, so much so that she had wanted to kill herself. Zoe, Tanza, you must not curse anyone. People who can easily curse others will also be easily cursed in a similar manner. While emaciated and clad in tattered clothes, Tanza's sister would tell this to her on nights when they shared a single plate of soup. Without anybody treating them kindly, everybody was cold towards Tanza and Zoe. Whenever she spoke ill of that world, Tanza's kind sister would, without fail, scold her by saying that. Not out of frustration, but out of parental love, Tanza's sister would scold her. Despite being her older sister, and at an age where one would still depend on their parents, it was far too early for her to become a parent. The superstition regarding the antlers of Deer People did not peter out, so the sisters never settled in one place. They were always fleeing, continuing to flee, and when they had become fatigued from all the fleeing, what caught the ears of the two sisters was a rumor of the demon city of Chaos Flame. It was told that in that place, many demi-human tribes lived together, that it was a paradise for the ostracized. The mistress who ruled there was said to be strong, filled with compassion, and a wonderful person who did not tolerate the weak being oppressed. Such a prospect was ridiculous, Tanza thought with her childish heart. There was no way such a person existed. It was impossible for such a convenient person to exist. Even if such a person did exist, then why had her mother and father died? Why was her sister, so emaciated and ragged as she was, leading Tanza by the hand like this? Therefore, you have done well, Zoe Tanza. Finally, having reached the paradise that should not have existed, when the woman in the beautiful kimono brought the two ragged, dirty sisters up to the castle and embraced them as they clumsily introduced themselves, Tanza heard her sister raise her voice and cry for the first time. Even on the day their mother and father died, even on the days that a spectacle was made of her for a plate of soup, even on the days when an unreasonable Tanza would curse at her with inconsiderate words, Zoe had never cried. Seeing Zoe shed tears and sob as she clung to the woman's chest, Tanza also raised her voice and cried, and as she did so, she had a thought from the bottom of her heart. She thought that she would never lose the paradise created by this woman, no, that she would absolutely never lose this woman, Yorna Miss Higya. Her childish heart firmly believed so. They were provided with meals and a bedroom, and the kimono-clad Zoe was beautiful. She was Tanza's pride. There were many who adored Yorna and earnestly wished to serve her. Among them, Zoe was the most serious and hardworking, and Yorna came to appoint her to a responsible post. Tanza was proud that Zoe was serving the amazing Yorna and doing important work. She had thought that she would be like her sister one day, wholeheartedly serving Yorna and wanting the existence of the paradise known as Chaos Flame to be known to many more of the weak who suffered. Her sister died. 2 years after that life had begun. Outside of the demon city, there had been a group of demi-human tribes that sought the protection of Chaos Flame. While passing by a fortress of imperial soldiers conducting a military campaign, her sister had been in contact with the group as Yorna's representative and was in the middle of guiding them to the demon city. The imperial soldiers had attacked the group of demi-humans under the guise that they were potential enemies, and her sister was abruptly killed. Tortured to death for a reason unrelated to the antlers of deer people, her corpse was subjected to disgrace. Zoe, Tanza, you must not curse anyone. People who can easily curse others will also be easily cursed in a similar manner. The words of her older sister flashed through her mind, and in the midst of sorrow, Tanza's heart was ripped to shreds. Even after this, was it something she must not do? Even after this, was she not to curse anyone? After her older sister, who was finally supposed to be happy, was killed, was she still not to curse anyone? Yorna, do you happen to hate this country? Tormented by despair, as Tanza suffered as if her own antlers had been broken, a voice called out to her. She had put on a kimono to imitate her sister, but with her scant knowledge of being an attendant, it was impossible for her to imitate her sister, and her weak, brittle heart could not hide what she truly felt. As Tanza lamented that those feelings of hers had been found out, the woman's hand stroked her cheek. Yorna, I do too. While stroking it, the woman affirmed Tanza's rage, affirmed her cursing, and in place of Tanza, who did not have the power or means to give that curse form, she acted. Even if that meant she would need to face off against the mighty, mighty empire, she cared not. Yorna, I too despise the ways of this country. Whenever the flamboyant Yorna Miss Higya rose in rebellion against the empire, it had always been for the sake of another. Since Tanza knew she was a woman who would do so, she did not want to be the cause. She wanted to remain a child who did not cause Yorna to face danger. She wanted to remain a child who did not cause Yorna to face sorrow. Like her sister Zoe, she wanted to be a good attendant, one who did not trouble Yorna. And yet, Tanza had become a bad child. Tanza, Yorna-sama saved my older sister. Tightly squeezing the wrist, grabbing her by the collar, Tanza's lips spoke. Perhaps because Tanza's reaction, conduct, and words had all been unexpected, Yorna's blue eyes widened, and her lips faintly quivered. The fact that those trembling lips mouthed the name of her older sister, Zoe, would not go overlooked by Tanza. Tanza, Yorna-sama acceded to my selfish request. After the rebellion that clashed directly against the imperial capital when Zoe lost her life, Yorna had gotten revenge for Tanza's older sister, and Tanza had requested to serve in her sister's place. It was a request akin to the height of impudence, and she was extremely insufficient for the role, but Yorna had accepted it with pleasure, and Tanza had served her wholeheartedly. She had been permitted to do so. Tanza, Yorna-sama has brought about happiness for a great deal of people. Outside of herself and her sister, just how many people had Yorna supported? Just how many people had been saved and protected by their connection to Yorna? Tanza's words and actions were nothing more than a small fragment of that cluster of gratitude. If Yorna was leaving all of that behind and proceeding without reserve, that would be fine. If Yorna thought of them as a heavy burden and wanted to become light in order to fly up and reach the stars, that would be fine too. If Yorna was unhappy, they would not want her to stay with them. If they were to say they wanted Yorna to stay with them even if she was unhappy, that would be as selfish as a curse. That was why, if she was going to shake free from the hands holding onto her, Tanza wanted her to at least smile, wishing for happiness. If she could not do so, Tanza, Yorna-sama, you still love us. Without letting go of those emotions still present even now, Tanza clearly declared so in a tense that was not past tense. In front of her, Yorna's eyes were widened past their limit, and she fell into a state of astonishment. Her face was as if it were completely inconceivable that Tanza would ever talk back to her. In reality, that must have been so. Tanza had wanted to serve Yorna well. Like Zoe, she had quietly obeyed Yorna's words and put in the utmost effort to make them come true. But a glimpse of her ineptitude for that should have become apparent at the time she had separated from Yorna. The Emperor and the fake Emperor who visited Chaos Flame. In order to prevent them from dragging Yorna into their war, Tanza had acted independently from Yorna and ended up unnecessarily amplifying the disorder. As a result, Tanza was separated from Yorna during the events that followed, and she experienced many things. And now, having finally reunited, Tanza was directly objecting to Yorna. She was a bad child. She had become a bad child. The person she wanted to be happy, she did not want that person to compromise in the act of becoming happy. For that purpose, Tanza would even overcome that person's words and prayers. What a bad child she had become. Yorna, eyes wide open in astonishment, a feeble breath spilled from Yorna's lips. That was Yorna's reaction to the pain from her wrist being firmly gripped. As Tanza's collar was being held up by Yorna's wrist, she firmly gripped the wrist in return. Supposing it was, as Yorna had said, that she did not care about Tanza or the others, and that she was freely doing what she desired, then this ought to never have happened. Yorna's soul marriage technique distributed power to those she loved. The effects would also apply to Yorna herself, due to the logic of self-love, the feelings of affirmation towards oneself, which could even be called a manifestation of the belief that one's actions were right. As long as she sincerely believed that she was correct, extraordinary power would surge within Yorna Mishigya. But if she did not believe that was the case, what would happen then? Though she was one of the 9 divine generals, an apex of the Valetian Empire's military, if Yorna could not affirm her own deeds, she would rapidly lose strength. And unmistakably, that very phenomenon had occurred, to the extent that the sword of the undead swordmaster, who had parted ways with life, had surpassed her in strength. Yorna could not support those whom she could not love, those whom she could not affirm. That was why she could not support her current self. That was why, Tanza, Yorna-sama, those feelings of love are the only thing you cannot feign. A blue flame alight in her left eye, Tanza believed in Yorna's love without a single shred of doubt. Yorna, as the suspended legs returned to the ground, and Tanza looked at her while her eye flamed, Yorna was at a loss for words. Pressing down on the wrist that had been gripped so tightly, Yorna looked at Tanza's face in front of her. There was no proof of love as great as the flame housed therein, and she stared at it as if it were unbelievable. It was as if she was under the impression that she could completely deceive her own heart. Tanza, Yorna-sama, you are not a very skilled person. To tie up your hair and get dressed up in your kimono, were you not always relying on the strength of me, my sister, or of everyone else who loves you? Saying that, Tanza stood up on her tiptoes and stretched out her back, and with her stretched out hand, she stroked Yorna's cheek, just as it had once been done to her, and just as she would one day do to somebody she wanted to lovingly cherish. At the sensation of those fingers, Yorna's blue eyes greatly wavered. They wavered. Just like when her older sister had raised her voice and cried for the first time, it was as if a stout heart was fissuring. They're up on. HK, you can't. Tanza-chan. Behind Tanza as she faced Yorna, the voice of a cornered Emilia and the sound of Zori firmly stepping on the ground seized her eardrums. At the same time, the sound of a blade being unsheathed, she could conceive that a single Rowan had slipped past Emilia's interference and was trying to approach in this direction. Rowan, out of the way, missy. This over here's the stage I've yearned for in my dreams. Along with a selfish remark, the enemy ran like a strong wind. Yorna had likely seen him from over her shoulder. Right away, she reached her hand out to Tanza's shoulder and tried to push her body out of the way to protect her. As if to return the favor from earlier, this time she would try and serve as Tanza's shield. Tanza, however, I cannot allow that. Yorna, Tanza, HK. Standing firm and enduring the hand that had tried to push her out of the way, Tanza rejected that action. Instead, she turned around to protect Yorna behind her and faced off against the hideous golden irises heading in her direction. The unleashed sword aimed to slash through Tanza's neck, and to slice Yorna in half behind her. The stroke of the blade was enough to scorch the chilled atmosphere, and as it approached Tanza's neck, Rowan, HK. Tanza, the stage of your dreams, was it? Stifling the shock in the back of his throat, Rowan widened his golden eyes. That must have been so. There was no doubt that he had not expected for the attack he had unleashed with all of his strength to be caught by such a small child. With her raised hand, Tanza had caught and intercepted the flash of silver that scorched the atmosphere. Yorna's soul marriage technique distributed power to those she loved. If one believed that they were correct, and there was no doubt that they were loved, if they selfishly believed that from the bottom of their heart, its effects would be tremendous. Tanza's also mine, so it's like she's basically on our side, right? Ah, how irritating. She was confident that she was loved. She had been infected with being a bad child. That was far too irritating and unbearable. She was truly glad that it was in her nature not to show it on her face. Tanza, apologies. I am quite busy, so I do not have the time to be watching happy dreams unfold. Putting strength into her hand and crushing the katana grasped within, with an astonished reaction to her front and rear, Tanza aimed at the face of the nuisance before her and drove the fist that had shattered the katana right into it. Giving a strike that went through his nose and caved it into the inside of his head, Tanza made a declaration. Her days of merely dreaming of paradise and continuing to pray for the sake of her precious person were over. Without taking action herself, she would never be able to grasp paradise or her precious wishes. Having been saved by her older sister, having been aided by Yorna, having met Natsuki Schwartz and other comrades in the Pleiades battalion, and having finally arrived here, Tanza's answer was, Tanza, because there is a harsh, cruel, but lovely reality that awaits. After all, in order to reach the stars, she did not have time to stop in her tracks.